Alrighty. Shalom, world. Nani. Today is Thursday, October 6th. So, 8-6.
This is the Distinction People's favorite verse. The Lord God and His Spirit has sent me. The Distinction people are the biggest idiots in the entire world. Write this verse down. The Lord God and His Spirit. The Lord God on the left side and His Spirit on the right side. I'm gonna flip it upside down.
Okay, so when I opened the seventh seal, there was a silence. When you opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. And I saw the 7 angels who stand before God. And to them were given 7 trumpets. And another angel, having a golden censer, came and stood at the altar. He was given much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all the saints upon the golden altar which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense, with the prayers of the saints, ascended before God from the angel's hand. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and threw it to the earth. And there were noises, thunderings, lightnings, and an earthquake. So the 7 angels, who had the 7 trumpets, prepared themselves to sound. Revelation 8, 1-4. I listened and I heard, but they do not speak aright. No man repented of his wickedness, saying, "What have I done?" Everyone turned to his own course, as the horse rushes into the battle. Why has this people slidden back, Jerusalem, in a perpetual backsliding? They hold fast to deceit. They refuse to return. Moreover, you shall say to them, "Thus says the Lord, will they fall and not rise? Will one turn away and not return? Then death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of those who remain of this evil family, who remain in all the places where I have driven them, says the Lord of hosts." They shall spread them before the sun and the moon and all the host of heaven, which they have loved and which they have served, and after which they have walked, which they have sought, and which they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered nor buried. They shall be like refuse on the face of the earth. At that time, says the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of its princes, and the bones of its priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. It's Jeremiah 6-1. Moreover, the Lord said to me, "Take a large scroll and write on it with a man's pen concerning Maher-shalal-hash-baz. And I will take for myself faithful witness to record Uriah the priest and Zechariah the son of Jeberechiah." Then I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said to me, "Call his name Maher-shalal-hash-baz. For before the child shall have knowledge to cry, my mother and my father, the riches of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be taken away before the king of Assyria." The Lord also spoke to me again, saying, "Inasmuch as these people refused the waters of Shiloh that flow softly, and rejoice in Rezin and in Remaliah's son, now therefore, behold, the Lord brings up over them the waters of the river, strong and mighty, the king of Assyria in all his glory, He will go up over all his channels and go over all his banks. He will pass through Judah. He will overflow and pass over. He will reach up to the neck, and the stretching out of his wings will fill the breadth of your land, O Emmanuel. Be shattered, O you peoples, and be broken in pieces. Give ear, all you from far countries. Gird yourself, but be broken in pieces. Gird yourselves, but be broken in pieces. Take counsel together, but it will come to nothing. Speak the word, but it will not stand, for God is with us. For the Lord spoke thus to me with a strong hand and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people, saying, do not say a conspiracy concerning all that this people call a conspiracy, nor be afraid of their threats, nor be troubled. The Lord of hosts, him you shall hallow. Let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. He will be as a sanctuary, but a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense to both the houses of Israel, as a trap and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And many among them shall stumble, and they shall fall and be broken, be snared and taken. Bind up the testimony, seal the law among my disciples, and I will wait on the Lord who hides his face from the house of Jacob, and I will hope in him. Here am I, and the children whom the Lord has given me. We are for signs and wonders in Israel, from the Lord of hosts who dwells in Mount Zion. And when they say to you, seek those who are mediums and wizards who whisper and mutter, should not a people seek their God? Should they seek the dead on behalf of the living? To the law and to the testimony. They do not speak according to this word. It is because there is no light in them. They will pass through it hard-pressed and hungry, and it shall happen when they are hungry that they will be enraged and curse their king and their God and look upward. Then they will look to the earth and see trouble and darkness, gloom of anguish, and they will be driven into darkness. Okay. Lord, Father, God, I seek not to please myself, but God, when very truly I tell you, a time is coming and is now come, when the dead human beings will hear the voice of the Son of God who sent me. And those dead who do not accept glory from here will live. Amen.
Things to hear from your waiter.
Rosa, you got your car! Rosa!
Dude,
Oh, hold on.
but I thank God I didn't baptize no more of
He
them.
also-
The only person that can baptize you is Jesus. Okay, if you get this water any other way, it's an abomination. If you drink that cup, he said you will drink this cup and be baptized, okay? That was Pentecost. They were drinking the cup and being baptized. They were receiving the Spirit and fire from only Jesus. Nobody else can give you that water.
For laying of hands only. Laying of hands.
Well,
no water.
Well, you can spread the gospel and the good news. That is the water of the word.
And the laying of hands is even a sin, to lay hands on people. And I'll tell you why. Because the Bible's not talking about physically laying hands on people.
It's an abomination.
It's talking about just like a mother lays hands on her child when he disobeys. Right? When the Bible's talking about laying hands, it's talking about by preaching the
fully shared with the general public. Hi, Sheba. The word mystery comes from the Greek word mysterion, referring to sacred rites reserved for initiates. Their purpose wasn't necessarily to hide truth forever, but instead, many traditions believed that wisdom had to be experienced, not simply memorized. So knowledge without character was considered incomplete. When we talk about Egypt, the house of life, ancient Egypt had temple centers where priests studied subjects such as mathematics, medicine, astronomy, ritual, ethics, and sacred texts. Modern esoteric traditions often describe these as mystery schools, though the historical picture is more complex than many popular accounts suggest. One recurring Egyptian idea was Mayat, as we've all heard of, which is truth, justice, balance, and harmony. Initiation wasn't simply learning information, it was about learning to live in harmony with the cosmic order. So you ask yourself, if knowledge doesn't change the way we live, is it really wisdom? Okay. The Greece, I always say this word wrong, Eleusinian mysteries. This is one of the most famous mystery traditions, where it was centered at the Eleusis. Okay, sorry, I always say that wrong too, y'all. Pardon me. But participants did take part in sacred ceremonies connected with Demeter and Persephone. The full rituals remain unknown because initiates pledged secrecy. Ancient writers suggest these experiences transformed how participants understood life, death, and hope. What historians can say with confidence is that these ceremonies were deeply meaningful to many in the way the ancient Greek world worked. Then we talk about Persia. The search for truth. So ancient Iranian religious traditions emphasized moral choice. In Zoroastrianism, people were called to choose between truth and falsehood, though their thoughts, words, and actions may have been different. But they were to do that through their thought, words, and actions. Later traditions also speak of the Magi, remembered in both Persian history and later religious texts as learned priests and observers of the heavens. Whether through ritual, study, or ethical living, the focus was on aligning one's life with truth. Why were these teachings reserved for initiates? Many traditions believe that wisdom required preparation. There were several reasons teachings might be reserved: to protect sacred ceremonies, to preserve the integrity of the tradition, to ensure students had developed maturity and discipline, to prevent misunderstanding the symbolic teachings. But this doesn't necessarily mean they possess supernatural secrets. Sometimes the secret was the process of inner transformation itself. So the modern mystery school that we know today, right? Today, many organizations describe themselves as modern mystery schools. They may teach things like meditation, sacred geometry, symbolism, comparative spirituality, and personal growth. But some also incorporate ideas about Atlantis, Lemuria, and cosmic consciousness. Now, these are all modern spiritual frameworks rather than teachings documented in the ancient mystery schools themselves. Understanding the distinction helps us to appreciate both history and is the one thing that always seems to be consistent. Across cultures, similar themes emerge. The student leaves ordinary life. The student faces challenges. The student learns humility. The student gains wisdom. The student returns to serve others. This pattern appears in myths, religion, and literature across the world. It reminds us that knowledge reaches its fullest purpose when it benefits the community. So maybe the greatest mystery was never hidden in a temple. Maybe the greatest mystery is whether each of us can transform knowledge into wisdom, power into compassion, and curiosity into understanding. Perhaps the real initiation begins the moment we choose to keep learning. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the next episode. So the next episode is the lost books. What was left out, what survived, and why. So we're going to talk about that in the next live, right? So we're going to talk about the development of religious canons, apocryphal, and Deuterono, or I always say this word, Deuterocanonical writings, Gnostic texts, and how different traditions preserve different collections of sacred books, and the difference between historical evidence and later speculation. But the question I ask of you guys today, if you could study at one ancient center of learning, which would you choose? And I have other questions too. And I'm going to start at the top. We're going to go with little Justin, and then I'm going to work my way down and around, okay? And welcome, everybody. Welcome, Chaplain.
Um, uh, I was in a call and I heard you say my name. What you were saying?
It's all good. I'm going to let somebody else go. You finish your
Okay.
call, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to let somebody else go. I'm going to go with Dave if they. Sorry to throw you on the spot. But if you could study at one ancient center of learning, which would you choose?
I think that historically speaking, I'd like to go and study under the Zoroastrians, the ancient Persian temples, and work with those mysteries.
That's a good one. I have not. That's one I've yet to really look into, and this is even me encouraging myself, right? But this is one I'm definitely going to be looking into myself. So I haven't yet touched on that one. So, Tio, what about you? If you could study at one ancient center of learning, which would you choose?
Let me see. There's a lot I would choose from, probably, but only one. I would probably say probably under the Greek line, the Greece, out of the ones you have up there.
Good choice. That's a good one. And what about you, Chaplain? Which one would you say you would choose?
Ancient, right? Like it's an ancient one. Like, I mean,
Yep.
personally,
Any mystery, any place there was a mystery school.
I would enjoy any one. So it's just like whatever one I would be thrown into. Like I would just love absorbing all the light that maybe was missed, through history, like from my present time. But this is a deep, thought-provoking question. So forgive me for just kind of my like fumble, broad stroke answer there. But
It's okay. It's kind of putting you on the spot, but in that same way, it's kind of like, I guess it's an encouragement to look, I guess, I don't know.
no, I mean it's like what Einstein. I imagine Einstein just doing like a deep thought experiment. Just like if I can go back in time to any ancient mystery kind of like teaching, like which one would it be? And there's just so many things where. Yeah, I don't know. Pass. Like I feel.
That's okay. It sounds like you said all. You said you would go to them all. So that's okay. That's a good answer,
Thank you. Okay. Phew. It's like the Price is Right. It's like
You
what
don't
do you
have
pick?
to pick
500?
one.
I'll pick 501.
You don't have
please.
to pick one.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I don't want to butcher your name. It's Aeneas. Am I saying
Anais.
Anais? Okay, nice to meet you, Anais. Welcome.
Really nice to meet you, Big Love host.
Yes, big love to you as well. So, which would you say you would choose yourself?
I had a kind of like through that whole introduction, it was really, there were some strong points in there that I think are just worth repeating, just to kind of, echo in places that don't have sound in ourselves. And the one thing that stuck out to me was the statement that, knowledge without character is useless. And so, when you ritualize these learnings, when you make them ceremonial, like a birthday, like something to celebrate, then they become a part of what births wisdom. So, I thought that was really beautiful. And in terms of the question, I would say the one beyond time. I've had some experience with Egyptian, Greek, and Persian, but I'd love to do beyond time.
Yeah, I when I first like was looking into all of this, that was probably my favorite part too, is that you know, I found that and I was like, wow, that's amazing. You know, and I think it's important for all of us to remember that, you know, these things existed long before we did, right? At least in this life, you know, whether you believe
Yeah.
reincarnation or not, you know.
Yeah, and that's my
Um,
favorite. That's my favorite part about it is like when you listen to the introduction, it kind of reminds you that. Well, first of all, of course, the information's not going to be available to everybody. I mean, to be initiated means like you have a will to learn, and so it's not going to be like you're not going to find it back in the day like orators or storytellers on every corner, preaching the mysteries in that sense because they understood that, what we think alchemical transformation is, ascension, shadow work, family curse breaking, all of those things come from the experience of being initiated, which means you've got to humble yourself, just like you said. You've got to be in the presence of people who will be responsible for walking you through that fire. That's the thing. And what I love most about how you summarized, all the schools and the disciplines within each, it's that
mhm.
everybody who went through it, the thing they did was come back and serve others. Like, boom, there it is. That's what we're doing today. That's
Yep.
what, and we are, because of the internet, social media, the access to what we would call like the halls, the great halls of Alexandria, or, the one cave where there was more than the Dead Sea Scrolls, or the book that came before the Book of the Dead, like we're doing that right now. We all are. The thing we're missing is the rites of passage, which comes down to support. There's not too many people that will walk your hand through that fire because many of them are still in it.
Yeah. And I will say, I think, and this is just my own perception, right? There's not enough people. And I guess I can say it like this: there's not enough people qualified these days in these areas, right? To actually be, because some of these pantheons have been gone for so long, right? That there's not enough people to walk you down some of these pantheons and put you in these mystery schools, because these mystery schools don't exist anymore, you
Right.
know?
So think about that. That's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful point. So yes, so the qualification then comes like this. If everything from, ancient Lemuria, Mu, Atlantis, Zoroastrian, Sumerian, Babylonian, Egyptian, Celtic, Gnostic, Viking, Norse,
Mm-hmm.
all of these things are distilled what? Into the water, which means that
Mm-hmm.
everything that we've crystallized is still within the earth or it's falling down on our heads. We're crying it out of our eyes. And so, what I
Mm-hmm.
like about the challenge of this cycle is that we have access with no real teachers
Yep.
in order to find the students that just need to remember that they're masters in the first place. That's my feeling.
Exactly. Yep. I appreciate that. And I absolutely agree. I think that, and this is just my own perception. I'm not going to say that anyone has to agree with me, but perceptionally, um, I mean, I would say if we are here, and this is just, in my own experience, in my own walk, us being here right now it's number one, the most beautiful time to be here in this realm, right? But it's also the most critical place for growth as well, because many of us are learning from one another. None of us claim to be teachers. We are all teaching each other, we're learning from one another, and in doing so, we're also bringing one another together as well. And I just think it's the most beautiful experience, and I couldn't have asked for a better time to be in this realm, honestly.
Yeah, and you nailed it. So it's like kind of like, well, what are the takeaways from knowing about all these ancient mystery schools? We just agreed on like how the fundamental thing that's missing is the fundamental thing that we are being asked to remember. And when we turn that into this chaos through a lens of beauty, then what happens is like you get enough people around, and there's this Buddhist quote that says, "When the student is ready, the master will appear." So like when the collective is ready, if it's you and a couple of people in a live, if it's you and a few people, doing like moon gazing, or just the next most exciting thing that you find through mystery schools, which is all the information we have as alternative, holistic practitioners or whatever, seekers, students, is all like a amalgamation of every mystery school. So the beauty in that is that I just trust your process, have gratitude in every moment, and forgive as much as you can, because the space you make within those atoms for somebody to show up that knows everything from alpha to omega will happen. It just is a natural process. Yep.
Absolutely. I appreciate you. Much respect as well. So I do have two more questions. So I'm going to ask, I don't know if anybody else wants to comment or anything before I continue, but I do have one more question I want to ask.
Well, the first question, I wanted to say something. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
About the schools, I would go to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, everybody's going to understand that we're here for service to others, not for ourselves. Well, service to self and service to others, but more for others.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I would go to all of them. The same as everybody here.
Yep, that's beautiful. Anybody else want to talk before I ask my next question? Okay, all right. So my next question is, do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation? This is a deep question. I'm going to repeat it again because I know there's a lot to that, and you got to kind of unpack that one. Do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation? And I'm going to start with Little Justin. He missed the first question, but that's okay. We won't go back to Little Justin. Okay. I think he might be busy. David Thay, what about you?
Okay.
Do you, and if you guys need, okay, sorry, Little Justin. If you guys need me to repeat the question, I will. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I would choose the beyond time.
You said what?
You said, what was the question again?
Okay. And it's okay, because like I said, it's a big question. So do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
I feel like the wisdom could be provided, yes, and they could operate better on a level or leverage. They will have the abilities to go to a spiritual war and know how to defend ourselves correctly and things like that. So I would say maybe so, yes. But I want to say, with great responsibilities come great power. With great power come great responsibility. So some people may not be ready. I don't know. So I want.
That's beautiful. That's an answer in and of itself, right there, Little Justin.
Okay.
That's beautiful. So do you think that there's teachings that one may need to be prepared for? Like mentally, physically, emotionally, at all?
When breaking out of the program that's set for the people, once they realize that some people are not mentally strong enough to realize that everything they was taught could be possibly false. You know what I mean? They not, once they realize that they've been deceived in what they truly are, and wake up to the things that's going around, all the evil beings and people that are doing wrong things to the mother earth and the world and just ciphering it. You know, they might not be able to handle those things of the evil and the wicked, without the proper tools to defend thyself.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Once you enter this realm, you was in check. In this lifetime, you was in check. Not checkmate, but check. And you have to have the knowledge in order to get yourself out of check.
Yes, sir. I don't want to interrupt you, or if you guys will respond with plane landed or something like that, I don't want to interrupt nobody, I promise. Are you good there, Justin?
I'm good.
Okay.
Is everybody else
perfect.
good?
Yeah, we're all good. Hey, I think we're all vibing. Absolutely. Okay, so welcome to the panel. I'm going to say welcome to some people on the panel. Welcome to the panel, Mary the Diamond. How are you today?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for letting me up.
Yes, of course. Give me just a second. Right now we're doing a Q&A thing. I will come to you here in just a second. I'll give you an opportunity to speak on the question. And then we have one other question, then we'll do open panel. Welcome to the panel, J World. Hi, Goku.
Thank you. I appreciate it, my beloved. Thank you all so very much. A great honor. I'm so very grateful.
Yes, of course. I'm grateful that you're here as well. Thank you for coming up and sharing, thank you for being here. So
I am here to learn, yet I am also here to guide.
okay, perfect. I think we can all agree that we are both students and teachers at times, so I do appreciate you for being here. Give me just a second. I'm going to say hi to Rasta. We're going to answer the question. I'm going to start with Dave of Thay, and then we're going to go down and around, and then we'll do one more question, and then we'll do open panel. Okay? Thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome, Rasta. How are you today?
Greetings. Good.
Greetings. So I kind of explained what's going on here. So give me just a second. I wanted to say hi to you and welcome you to the panel. Welcome, of course. So now we're going to start with Dave of Thay. Dave of Thay, do you think, and this is a loaded question, y'all. So I'll read it if you guys need me to read it. Do you think wisdom should be available to everyone? Which would you choose? Or sorry. And I think, hold on, let me see.
I wrote it down.
Did you? Oh,
Yeah. You started talking about like we're doing classes, and this is week 5. So I'm like, okay, all right, cool. So I got my notebook, I got my pen, my paper. Wisdom available to everybody, or is there some teachings that require prep? So I think that's just it. Is wisdom is available to everyone already, right? Every life lesson that we go through, every trial, tribulation, etc., it all contains wisdom within it, and I think that's one of the points of mystery schools, as it were. The teachings that require preparation is the integration and understanding how to use the wisdom of the things that we encounter in life, so on and so forth. I mean, a couple times it's been brought up how there's a lack of credible teachers, and we've all kind of accepted like the student teacher role it's kind of a Venn diagram these days. It's very blended, it seems. There is no prophet on the street corner, etc. We have this, which arguably could be better. So I think that as we sort of transition ages, that the whole pearls before swine motif should be thrown out the window. I don't think it should be beaten into somebody's head, figuratively, of course, about, well, this is this, and you got to do this and that, and the other. We're constantly on that spiraling, growing path of self-transformation. And so, that being said, yes, my answer is yes across the board. Wisdom should be available to everyone, and these teachings do require preparation. I guess the question that we have to answer or ask ourselves would be, do we understand internally how to listen to the preparation that we need to do? So that's where I land my plane.
That's beautiful. I love that. Rasta, so I will repeat the question. That was awesome. That was very, very well landed plane. So Rasta, do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
There's teachings that take preparation, like he said, through experience. But another place where you find wisdom is it's hidden in plain sight in the symbolism of world religions, secret societies, everything, everywhere you look. The graffiti on the wall, everything's actually using symbolic, esoteric symbolism, even Hollywood movies, if you pay attention.
Absolutely. Thank you. Chaplain, your turn. Do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
So, everybody, buckle up. I will show you the exit routes here. See if you can just prepare for this flight, because this is something where I was always wondering for myself, like, what is like the difference between knowledge and wisdom? And just, like a quick search like showed me that, especially in today's digital age, like anybody can become knowledgeable just by reading, writing, researching, or even memorizing facts, right? But wisdom is knowing how to use it, right? And so when I was shown that, I thought about a Benjamin Franklin quote where he said, we are all born ignorant, but one has to work very hard just to remain dumb or stupid, as he says, and then it reminds me of Forrest Gump, just like, I may not be a smart man, but I know what love is, right? And so this is where, wisdom, again, I have this background, and I don't know if you guys can read it with my face, but anger kills wisdom. Fear kills freedom. Ego kills love. Jealousy kills peace. Doubt kills faith. Now, read it right to left, right? So left to right, it reads now, faith kills doubt. Peace kills jealousy. Love kills ego. Freedom kills fear. And wisdom will kill anger. And today on TikTok, more than ever, I think, sister, when we first finally got to meet, and glory to God for just that opportunity, his timing's perfect. But, we see on TikTok today where people are literally just ticked off talking to one another, right? They're just you can't have just a honest, just genuine conversation about getting to know somebody. And I think that this is where I seek more kind of energies. There's another saying, life is all about finding our kind of crazy, right? And I've been called crazy my entire life, which is just beautiful to me, because who wants to be normal, especially in today's world? And so in an insane world, I know the sane are the ones that are going to be labeled crazy. But birds born in a cage, look at flying, flying that comes from what I call just the pure faith that birds have, right? Just faith that gives you wings, not like Red Bull wings, or maybe, I don't know, but like these things are getting kind of diluted in today's like just conscious vernacular and semantics and stuff like that. And this is something where I really appreciate, host, just the depth of these questions. And so I would say that there are teachings that obviously require preparation, but that preparation comes from the only teacher we all have, life. And so with more life experience, we will have more preparation to be able to hold the wisdom. And so I'll land on this, please buckle up. Like we all have heard, just like you can lead a horse to water, but can't make them drink. And I've always felt like a horse, I've always felt like somebody trying to lead said horse, but then I thought about just like what it means to be the water that people can come to, whoever it may be, and know that if they take a drink from my cup, like they will leave quenched, hopefully, right? They won't be thirsting for whatever they'll go get anywhere else. And so that's why I'm just grateful for streams such as yourself. And I just hope to, see you guys next flight. If anything, thank you for the time.
Absolutely. Well, listen, I'm going to tell you something, Chaplain. I ain't coming back. I love you guys, but I ain't coming back. We can barely hear you, Aurelian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I ain't coming back either. Hey, oh no. But that was amazing, Chaplain. Thank you for sharing, bro. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for allowing me. And glory to God. Yeah, thank you guys.
Yes, that was absolutely beautiful. So I'm not gonna butcher your name again. I'm just gonna, is there some, it's,
Anais.
all respect, Anais. Okay, all
Like
respect to
Alaris.
Anais.
How do I, like Alaris? Alaris? Anais.
It is Alaris.
Alaris? Anais. Alaris.
Yep.
Oprah?
Yep.
Oh, Uma. Oh, no, I'm just kidding, guys. But
So Anais, your turn. And I'm gonna, like I said, I know it's a loaded question, so I'm gonna keep repeating it for you guys. Do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
Yeah, I think that's kind of it's like, you start by dating with Tinder, right? And then you get to like Bumble, and then you get to like eHarmony, and then you get to like, face-to-face speed dating. Then you get to like, just being authentically you in every single moment, because every person who crosses your paths is a potential partner. It's like those steps are kind of confirmed, or the character that's developed from the knowledge of the mysteries become something charming, like wisdom, in the way you talk and the way you present yourself and the way that you're seeking still has more answers to solve, but the grace and peace in you is greater than having to be right and more about being happy. And I feel that question indicates that you and others who are listening are ready to like have a like radical self-transformation, because the reality maybe is that wisdom is in everybody's hands. That's a phone, that's the internet. By all degrees, measures, quantum, physical, mental, social, metaphysical, and otherwise, multidimensional, you have access. You have all the wisdom in the world in your hand, and you've got a demigod that is making algorithms of the next time you're going to pee, or have a craving for junk food, or go on a 3-day intermittent fast, or look up the coolest place to go do ayahuasca next, or doom scroll. I mean, all the above. So wisdom is in the hands of everybody now. And now, like, the question's coming, without the pantheon, without those that will hold our hand through the fire of death, egoic, physical, mental, academic, identity, the previous mystery school, well, no, I was all about, like Buddhism, but now I'm more about like, Norse gods. It's like, yeah, let that death occur. Cells in our body die all the time, like every 7 years to be exact. And the atomic structure that goes from like in one reality and out to another one on a timeline we can't count are dying as well. And they're giving it up just to know and trust that, as challenging as it is, as beautiful as we can make this chaos, we're in the right place right now to create something that's never been created for. And that to me is the greatest mystery of all.
Well said. Well landed. And not that anybody else is great, but listen, I love everything all of you have said. It's so amazing. And I'm truly grateful for all of you to be here, and I think that it's been a long time coming, y'all. And yes, my southern twang has to come out. It's been a long time coming, because we know that like our parents didn't have this opportunity, we know that, our grandparents didn't have this opportunity. Now, they were putting down the stepping stones for this, right? But, they, unfortunately, there were so many before, this exact moment that unfortunately have unalived, just for their truth, right? And so to see this, right, for me, I'm over like in gratitude, over and feelings of emotions, because I'm just so happy that we all are kind of coming to these same thoughts, understandings, because it shows that where they think, and I'm going to say the theys, right? We all know what the theys, the thems are, right? They think that honestly, we don't have the ability to evolve past the separation that they've tried to so willingly, I guess, intricately web into our consciousness, right? And weave into our consciousness, so it's amazing to hear these responses from you guys, and I'm truly grateful, and it's a beautiful, like I said, it's a beautiful time to be alive. It's a beautiful time to be a part of these things, because we are the leaders, we are the ones that's going to show our children's 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 children a different way, so just to hear this, it's absolutely beautiful. And I couldn't be more proud of all of you. So yeah, I land there. Jay, your turn. Before I get emotional and start crying, y'all.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So
I can only be very short time. Yes, please.
I'm sorry. So the question is, what do you think do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparations?
Thank you. For it is not our decision. It is one's time to learn, and can only accept the wisdom once in the moment to appreciate the learning. So a person, a soul will come to the place where it's time to learn. And I know when I was born, I knew nothing. But what I also have learned is that much of which is out there to, in inverted commas, teach you, is actually there to program you. So many of those who are truly beings of love, simply where they have been separated from us, the same way we were, many here, separated from Source. They are requiring support at a time when they are brought forward to learn. And it is in that moment we can then begin to unravel the programming and be ready to take on new learnings that are going to benefit the greater good. So my message would just be this, if I was given the opportunity for an ear to listen, is very simply be so vigilant in terms of what you learn as an evolved being. What are you learning? Is it for the greater good of all? What is the energy behind the teaching? What is the, if possible, ulterior motive behind the teaching? What is the truth? Is it unconditional love? Does it encourage separation? See it for what it is and only take on what is intended. And I hope for that to occur with each and every one here in this room today with me. And I am so very grateful for your time. I truly love you without condition, without judgment, for I am human. Have a lovely day.
You too as well, Jay. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was very well said, brother. Thank you. Thank you. And I love how, sorry, y'all, I love how soothing all of you, like, in your explanations of the question, like, each one of you had your own way of how you soothed, like, the whole topic, right? So I just think that it was, you guys have been amazing. Mary, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hopefully you're doing okay.
Yes, very, very well. Extremely grateful for all of you to be here. Yeah, I'm going to come back up to you, Tio, and then we'll go to Aurelian. So Mary, the question is do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
It's a very fascinating question. Let me turn my phone off. It's gonna drive me crazy here. Hold on here. Sorry, guys. It's a fascinating question because the first few people that were responding to it, I guess I didn't really take into consideration that it could have some different meanings the way that it's being asked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if you're asking whether or not it's good to weaponize information, well, definitely not. Definitely not. We should not be doing that. I'm thinking back, like when I was a kid and my stepdad was a cop, and he used to tell me some of the horrible things that criminals were doing and how they were doing it. I mean, down to the details. And I look back and I realize I never shared those intricate details, because in doing so, I would be teaching people bad things, which is that's a form of weaponizing information, and that's not good. So gatekeeping bad information, or harmful information for that matter, is definitely a good thing to do. The first two people that were speaking, I was thinking, was the question more about whether or not we should be taking in information regardless of whether or not it's good. So I wanted to answer that point of view as well from a scientific point of view. A lot of people don't know this, but our scientists have discovered that our brains, on the sides of our brains, the gray matter, they have figured out is all memory. And it's so much memory that it's the digital equivalent of 2.5 petabytes of memory. That would be the equivalent of 2.5 million gigabytes, or 300 million movies. Now, we don't live long enough to watch 300 million movies, but there's obviously proof here that we're supposed to learn. I mean, we have a memory. We should be taking information in. Whether or not it's good or bad, or we should, that's an entirely different question. But we should definitely be taking information in. They have been able to scientifically verify and watch that 100% of your memories are going in to your memory. They can watch the mRNA go in and form new memories through the hippocampus, where it gets broken into little bitty pieces that all get scattered into different parts of that gray matter, and then your brain grows receptors between those pieces, creating what we understand today as a unique memory. Now, the issue here that a lot of people don't know about, and they're looking at this scientifically, is that the memory capability here is what they're going to label and describe as HSAM, Hyper Superior Autobiographical Memory. In a definition, it's basically a 24/7 high-definition video recorder. But you guys know as well as I do, that's not really how we view our memories. We don't get to see the vivid images like that. And most people, if I asked you what you had for breakfast a month ago, you couldn't tell me. But what's really strange is the memories are in there. Why can't we retain them? Well, they found out that there's a different part that's responsible for retrieving our memories, and that's called the oncinate fasciculus. And they're looking at this because that seems to be where the bottleneck is. They know this because we have just less than 100 people on this planet that do have HSAM. And these people, you can ask them, what did you have for breakfast 624 days ago? And they can tell you. And the thing is, we look at those people like they're special. But it's not so much that they're special. It's that the rest of us have this bottleneck, if that makes any sense. So I just wanted to let you guys know that what I just shared with you is a very small part of what I teach when I go live. I'm not trying to use this as a plug or anything like that, but I was
You know, Barry, not to interrupt you, I was like, oh my God, I follow her like little parts of my. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, because
I was like, I follow her, and I always go to her live, and you break it down, and I love that. I love that.
Yes. So I teach Gnostics combined with genetics, science, forensics, religion, and intervention that all paint a picture of the things that got done to us 6,000 years ago that have led to the problems that we're all talking about right now. And the memory it's not the complete picture, but it's a very big one, because it's a bottleneck, and they did this to slow us down and control us. No question about it. Again, I wasn't trying to steal your show, but I just wanted to.
You listen. If you guys have not checked her out, seriously, do, and go to a live. Go sit with her and listen to what she teaches, because that is a shameless plug. There's no need. You don't have to say sorry to me at all, because I about jumped out of my skin because I heard your voice and I was listening for a second. I was like, hold on, I follow her. Hold on, I've been in her room. I've listened to her teachings. And you do very much kind of like what I do. I don't look at all of the science, right? Like, I can't break it all the way down. But when I'm looking at like certain scriptures and things like that, like, I understand it's in the body, And so you do that. And I appreciate that.
And I appreciate you. And we live in a very physical world. And the issue is that, well, people, they want to go by the scientific facts. Well, that's fine. I'm a science major, amongst other things. I don't talk about my other degrees because it leads to ad hominems. You know, people like to use that to try to find a way. If they don't agree with your understanding, they want to use that to try to attack you. And that's why I don't share all of my other education. But the point is that I want scientific proof. So this is what I do. With all of these topics that we're talking about, I bring it into a scientific understanding, because that way there's no way that anybody can refute it.
Can I ask you one
Absolutely.
question? Doesn't the science say that most people don't have an inner dialogue?
I've never heard that.
That's true.
I've read that and heard that from a lot of people, but it kind of is like, I heard it's about as rare as what you were talking about. And it kind of probably goes back to what you were talking about when they did stuff to change everything, that some people really aren't in constant prayer like it talks about in all the religions.
Yeah, and I don't mean to because there was kind of a flow there, but when he was talking about gray matter, one really specific thing to that question, great question. It's like what I love about really beautiful, passionate, respectful interruptions is it's like, you know, we've got a conductor here. It's the host, right? And like each one of us is a section of instruments, you know, horns or gong or keys or whatever, strings. And so it's like when a question like that comes up that's passionate and it's respectful, then it's like, dude, you're just getting in the pocket. So what I would just make a bridge between what Mary was saying with the, I can't see who asked that question, is that's where gray matter comes in. Gray matter also too is the thing that, you know, kids learn imagination, which they call lying, right? It's this creative act to take a stack of memories and not have to, like, you know, when your phone gets full of photos, it's like you got to delete duplicates. Well, it doesn't delete duplicates. It just doesn't find a need to say how much sugar did you put in your cereal 3 years ago, right? But it says, like, what is the thing that made you put less of getting something in that moment into trusting that a greater thing will come the next moment. So that's why gray matter is huge, and it's a cool place to start a lot of discovery into like the power we have, and it comes through creativity. If you look at like how most unalivings go, because people run out of options. Well, how do you create options? Creativity. You know, like that one moment you wanted to save a friend, they were only seeing like there's no way out. And mystery schools, collectives like this, conversations like this, different perspectives allow us to be creative. And what if that person had just one more, well, you know what, there is a way out. I think that's what we're talking about individually, through our own journeys, through our own growth, through our own community, how to hold somebody's hand through the fire without flinching. And that's what I think will do a lot of the things that we're talking about, potentially.
Absolutely.
Hey, if I could just point out, because he was talking about gray matter, and I think there might be some confusion in the labeling of the term gray. And I think as with anybody, including myself, we would think gray matter is questionable per se. And I think what they're trying to tell us in this scientific information is that this so-called gray matter that's on the side of our brains, on the outermost part of our brains, even though we call it gray matter, they have been able to identify that it is 100% for the use of memory. But we still call it gray matter, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's gray.
I love it. Mary, I love that. And you know what's really beautiful about that? And it's such a good circle back. It's like, you know, when you study any esoteric, any mystery schools, you dive into science, physics, quantum physics, ancient knowledge, like the kind of motif is like balance, right? We're always like, all right, I got to do a little bit less of this and a little, you know, more of that, or I got to detox to retox, I got to cleanse, I've got to have discernment, I got to make boundaries, I've got to purge myself from the programming in order to accept new programming. So what I love what you said about that, and destigmatizing gray matter is maybe a metaphor that I'll land right now with what we think balance is. So I would say and invite anybody that, has any seeking to do or feel like, I took what resonated, there's still something else left, is that like balance, gray matter, is not just the act of like kind of optimizing like the toxics in your life and the non-toxics in your life. Maybe it's about knowing that like you're the stage, these things happening are the dancer, and like being completely in a space of like acceptance, surrender, knowing that like your next death of your identity or what you thought that science or new love or new information that was definitely going to be the thing that got rid of your inflammation or money problems, right, was just an act of being in the gray, being in the middle.
I heard harmony when you said that, when you said what you just said, in harmony. It's the, I was actually talking about this earlier. It's the synchronization. It's the gray matter is the middle space between the brain where both sides of the brain find coherence in the gray matter, which is the space between.
Mic drop. Well said.
Regan, yeah, Dave Matthews Band. The space between. I mean, like I put it as just like, the term narcissist, and I saw this like study where like they asked just like on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the least and 10 being the most, where do we each like rank ourselves as a narcissist? And anybody who says anything below like 5 or something, like they're borderline type thing. So this is where neuroscience, to me, I actually found a study that says like our brains don't care about truth. It only believes what it's thinking on like repeat. And like I see this pattern like loop all the time, especially here on TikTok. And so when I heard Anais, was it Anais that was that you said just like people don't have this inner dialogue, or was that Rasta? But just like when I heard that, just like how can like human beings just not have just like that inner dialogue? And I think maybe because we have TikTok now, everybody is just venting it all out.
Yes.
Like on this app, right?
Yes, Chaplain, no, check it out. Oh my God, Chaplain, no, check it out. Yes, because now it goes back to what the host was asking. Wisdom in the wrong hands. Then it goes back to which mystery school would you go to? Oh, it's hard to pick because like, are we gonna, we have like, I could just imagine if we go back to like, hunters, gatherers, when like the roots would symbolically and metaphysically come out from under the trees, and we would feel this like security, and then that's where the shaman, which was like a war leader, a medicine leader, and everything, this is where we're staying. And so like what you're saying about like having like TikTok is there, like all of these mystery schools are upon us. And that space in between.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Here's the most interesting, intriguing thing I can say about the space in between. Ever since we had this whole technology boom, like 150, 200 years, we went from horse and buggy, quote unquote. Let's just go with the oration, right? We went from horse and buggy to rockets. Then we started building these like microscopes to see smaller. What's the space in between that blood, clot and the different thing? What's the space in between the cell and the outer wall? What's the space in between the atoms? What's the space in between the space in between the atoms? Well, what's the space in between the hits on like bows? What's the space in between space in between? Hold on, let's build. What's the space in between?
This is like,
you got it. I love that.
How much space do we need to like just like go into? Just like what about outer space, deep space type thing, right? So it's just like we can go in any direction, right? Like even in just like the situation, like the host said, like we can be pulled this way or that way, left, right, black or white. But then this is where like when things are black and white, this is when we start seeing true
the gray matter
coming out.
Yes,
but
or
gray
just
matter, or
and
maybe what science calls antimatter.
Let's keep in mind, it's not just black and white. It's all fractals of light.
Right.
I was just about to say a fractal. If you take a fractal back to its smallest fractal, it looks like a Buddha in meditation. Have you guys ever seen that?
Dude, it's
Like,
the biggest indication that you're making movements towards getting outside of programming and manipulation, or like, you know, this software that you didn't build that nobody paid for, but you got debt collectors calling you. What I think we're all in like harmony with right here is that the space in between is that gray matter. It is that fractal Mandelbrot set that has some Leonardo da Vinci golden ratio to it that keeps
Hey,
that shit spiraling.
it is that, Anais, and it's the Fibonacci sequence in and of itself. It's my photo. That's where we're at right now. We're traveling and expanding our lights throughout the Fibonacci sequence to become greater, bigger in our expansion, and understanding that our mind is so expansive that we have the ability to be this for everyone, right?
Yes, no, yes. And on that note, just like keeping the music in the pocket, there's also too like the Fibonacci sequence, the golden spiral, like the movement of that awareness or atom or point. It's like it goes from one little small box to another. What do you think that small box feels when that point moves out of it to go to another box? It's like, oh fuck, God has left me. The design is wrong. No, but it stands strong in the little quadrant that it is. And then wait, it's got to wait till that spiral reaches a bigger quadrant, and then it's like, oh, it's definitely gonna come back to me now. No, motherfucker, it's gonna go back to a bigger fucking rectangle. And they're like, everybody has to have trust in the process of the most incredible, beautiful, intelligent thing that has been operating behind the scenes all day, regardless of our scientific discoveries, the mystery schools. That is what everything is doing already, the case always. So let's celebrate.
Absolutely. So I do want to give Tio a second and Aurelian a second to answer the question. I do appreciate Akin, of course, all of you being here, and yeah.
Thank you for being the facilitator. You know, we couldn't be here
Yes,
without you. So it takes two to tango. You know, TikTok
exactly.
So much appreciated. Glory to God.
It's great minds. It's connections of great minds. So
it's
and then I'm gonna
like energies attract like energies, unlike magnetism where opposite energies like attract type thing. But yeah, just beautiful. There's just like it's science coming into just like its own proof. But Tio, yeah.
We should all get together and create a fucking massive business. That's all we have to do.
Come on, man. There's enough businesses. Like, you know, like the business should be just like business is that, and this is like pleasure.
So Chaplain. So what you would be like the chief innovation, or you know, you would cover the spirit. What he said is, I think business just means where we take. In the beginning of this live, the host was doing this like, all right, so why were mystery schools around? Well, because, you know, people in, you know, Aramaic times were, you know, they were doing cattle. I mean, they were shepherds and they were craftsmen and they were this. And, you know, it's like nobody was really interested in like the greater mysteries because like, shit, I got
the natural universe, right? Like the laws of the natural universe
today. Right. So check it out. So what happened with all religions that we know is that they became businesses, and then those businesses had tax write-offs, and those tax write-offs allowed them to like operate with impunity in sovereignty, which is like, whoa, that's how the Vatican and then London, the United States, the three things of power. Well, it had to do with just only this one thing. The first and original most successful business. I'm not talking about like McDonald's and franchises or Tesla or Amazon or any of the startup companies in AI right now. I'm talking about the most successful business was based on a fundamental collection of people around one belief. And in Hawaii, you could start it on like Aloha Aina, which is this like, I have respect for the land, I have respect for what it creates. And then you can gather around that, making a business with all of our seeking as students, learning the mystery school, and then generating from these ideas with whatever tools we have to create more people to feel secure, supported, seen, heard, and resilient. That's my business. I'll stand 10 toes in it. So I'm about it.
And it goes back to that question I asked in the very beginning. If knowledge doesn't change the way we live, is it really wisdom? Goes back to that question, right? So us as the seekers, you know, we understand that, like, we have not all of the answers, but we have the ability to learn from one another. I've learned so much from my 2-year-old children. You guys wouldn't even believe it. But from my 16-year-old to my 13-year-old to my twins that are 2, we have the ability to learn from everyone around us. And so I absolutely agree. There.
And yes, Mama, what you said is like what we highlighted. Where are the teachers at? Where's the pantheon?
Right.
So because women, and also too the systematic annihilation of the value of women has just been a part of the motif of this current cycle. I think any return to that. So like you will stick your hand in that fire to like hold. Any child that you lured across that fiery lake.
You got
of the
oven
unknown.
mitts, right? You got like the soul oven mitts, right?
I
You
do.
just like,
I
I'll hold on to
do.
that pan, just like, yeah, just like. But on that thing, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this, Taoism quote where it's one of the stanzas, and it says, "What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? And what is a bad man but a good man's job?" And if we can't understand this, then we will find ourselves completely lost in the Tao, right? Just like the everything type thing. Right?
I've read that, Chaplain. Thank you.
It blew me away. I mean, like I don't know if you guys know, like the Tao Te Ching, like the Book of the Way, and it's just like 88. They call it stanzas, and then like in the middle, just like number 44, it's like, this is the most important one. I'm like, why didn't you put this at 1, man? But just like the flow of it. But it's one that like sticks around with me. And when I hear like the word business, like to me is connected to, I would say the greatest invention like that was created was capitalism. The idea of capitalism changed everything. That turned all these institutions that I believe were established by the greater power for like the purpose of being like little checkpoints or something like that for all of humanity. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Now check it out. This is how profound what it is, and when we have this like harmony and cycle. So capitalism is made from a lowercase. You go from a lowercase g to an uppercase G, right? That one designation and symbol requires like that. There's a consensus among everybody that's seen. Right. So check it out. So why I feel like he's really touching on something important, and if I can have 30 seconds, I'll say this. So like the straw man account, like knowing that like how we were talking about business and then religion came in. So what is anything that is in capitalization or capital markets? They're called legal fictions. Your name is a legal fiction. Your business is a legal fiction. What does that mean? Whatever belief, whether that's snails are the multi-dimensional gods that be in battle with praying mantises from fucking Alpha Centauri, fucking 769 quadrant, right? and then you get together to feed both of them on every fucking third moon because that's the only time they can come together, and then you can have a peace treaty. Or if it's Mormonism, Christianism, or operating in any sector, these legal fictions allow people, regardless of how crazy their collective belief is, to operate in sovereignty. So we have the framework. It's all around us. The mystery schools were the beginning of that framework. Because mystery... Yep. Oh, I'm going to land it right there.
Okay.
I mean, like,
So I'm gonna give Tio a choice to answer the question because he's been waiting really, really, really patiently, and then I'm gonna let Aurelian, and then we'll just
let
do
him go
open.
still. I got a bus behind me honking the horn, so I got a lot of background noise. All right.
Okay. So
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you want to answer the question, or
Yeah.
you?
I got background noise right now. Hold on till this
Okay.
bus passes.
Okay. So
Well, I can share.
Aurelian,
Mine
let's
is
go
going to
with.
be short. Yeah, mine's
Let's go.
short.
So let's go with yours. So do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
And well, I was just gonna share that I agree what everybody was saying because it's kind of like we all connected, so we have kind of like the same, But I just gonna agree what everybody said because it's what I think. It's either it is or either not. But at the end, we all have the opportunity to to push yourself to be knowledgeable or to have wisdom. I think it's a self thing, but and if it falls in the other hands or in the bad hands, just put it this way, I think it's how much you're willing to do it. It's how you want it or how bad you want it, because not everybody's interested. That's all I wanted to say. But I agree with everybody. Everybody had a good, beautiful perspective, and so that's all.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Muy bueno.
Jax, I think it's Jax Flame. Welcome to the panel. How are you today?
Doing well.
I'm glad to hear it. So we're kind of talking, so we've already kind of talked about the mystery schools. We walked through the thoughts of those mystery schools. Actually, hold on one second, Jax. I'm going to ask Tio because he's been waiting. Sir Daniel over here to the right. And then I'll come back to you, and then no, the order should be Tio, Semper, and then you. So that's the order we're going to do. So everybody just hold 1 second for your thoughts, and then we'll do open panel. I'm not going to do no more questions because I know we have a lot that we want to talk about because this is a deep topic. So Tio, do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
I will answer your question by answering another question. And that other question is, what is wisdom? When you come to realize these words are programs, you have to recodify these words so it doesn't affect your system. So for me, when I ask myself, what is wisdom? I get a reply saying wisdom is wide interface of source designs of operations of memory.
I like that. Continue.
With that, it comes into play now. What's the difference, like how Chaplin said earlier, the difference between wisdom and knowledge? We have all knowledge, but to have wisdom comes with experience. Wisdom is knowing Aurelian may have 9 out of 10 chances of scoring a goal in a soccer game, but Chaplin has been wide open for 100% of the game. Who am I going to pass it to? Am I going to pass it to Aurelian, who might miss because he's already scored 8 out of 10 goals? Or do I give Chaplin a shot with that wisdom because of knowing he's 100% open on the field, able to have infinite amount of opportunities to shoot and make that goal?
I'm open, guys. Hey.
Goal! You guys picking up on dropping down?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honored for that. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to break the order, but just thank you. Thank you for this. But yeah, I mean, I think that just today we are just looking for just wise mentors and role models, right? Like, I don't ever want to find myself like knowing I am probably like the most spiritually like higher like energy state than everybody else around. Like, I put myself in these environments to like utilize the universal law of the transmutation of energy, right? Which is a powerful law. Like, even Einstein with his theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, right? And then he revealed that once we realize and accept that the energy needed to heal the world and every living sentient thing within it is a love, right? Like a loving energy, right?
traveling
Yes.
at the speed of light squared upon the masses, which at its time was like
Chap.
impossible to grasp. But we are doing it right now. Like we are
Absolutely.
here.
100%. So, you know what's so, and I'm here. Here comes the gratitude circle, like just pumping everybody up. So in that thing that you just said, and simplifying it, like E equals MC squared. So think about that. So emotion, enlightenment equals you being an MC. Everybody loves hip hop and freestyle. Everybody wants to be a master of ceremonies. So how do you master the ceremonies? You square the circle. What's the circle? The 40,000 thoughts that you have every day trying to make 10,000 new ones. So E equals you speaking your truth, living your truth, and squaring every circle so that you know all angles and you can be in the inner as above, so below.
Circle gets the square, or square gets the circle. It's like the thing, like in politics today, just like a circle can't be a square, and I'm just like,
Chap, no, you killed it right there. That was
You just gotta put the circle in the square.
Exactly.
Yes,
It's like
exactly.
how
Yeah, that's
limited
it.
are these like minds? It's like a circle can't be a square. Just like the disclaimer makes me want to do it more, and it reminds me of Confucius. It's like whether you think you can or can't, you're probably right. You know. So this is where it's just like, are we Americans or just a bunch of Americans anymore? We can't have like people coming into this country. We can't have like all this stuff where it's just like, you know.
No. And somebody in the chat said, like, but don't be a square. That's where you get L7 loser. That's where you get Saturn's
Remember
cube.
when they
That's
said
where
it's
you
hip to
get
be
Xbox.
square? You know, like
Remember when we did
this isn't
as
square.
kids?
This is like a
Loser,
right angle.
loser.
Real though.
You do this
Real
though.
bro.
You know the Madonna like vote.
Take
you
a
know, like,
picture as if whatever. So dumb.
yeah, you know, like that's the thing. Like a square
It's a box.
with a hypotenuse. You know, like c squared, right? Like if you ask the kid, what is c squared, and they say a squared plus b squared, right?
Yeah,
And I'm like,
so chap. So that's why math is always changing, physics is always changing. All of these science fundamentals are always changing because like the distance of that square is ever going in and out. But the thing that we can say is like when you ask a child, you know, like how with you feeling boxed in life, think outside of the box. Like nobody puts you in a corner. That's being in a right angle. You have so many right angles, but like then where's the wisdom? The wisdom is like the gray matter, like the space in between. Imagine that putting the circle in the square is your consciousness going ring around the posy or duck duck goose on every one of those right angles. What every fundamental truth is that stands up, if it's Christian, Muslim, capitalism, Confucianism, Buddhism, Gnosticism, whatever it is. You
Wisdom.
circle, you
As long as Humpty Dumpty doesn't take the fall, because if
well,
Humpty
so that's
Dumpty
what we're
takes
all
the
trying to
fall,
avoid, yes.
then guess
I
what?
got-
All the
I got
king's
Gorilla
horses,
Glue.
all the
King's
king's men cannot put him back together again.
So now what's
But a
more
bottle of
profound
Gorilla
about that?
Glue
Host,
is something different.
host.
Right?
So, but it's not. But that's not. Hold on. Take a pause right here because what we're doing when we're joking is actually giving profound truths, and I'll tell you in 2 seconds why. What's arising is actually clicking for people in different parts of that gray matter, which remind them of things that they already know. So Humpty Dumpty is the egg. The egg is the way that if you go to the Iroquois Indians, if you go to some of the earliest shamans, if you go to the Aboriginals in Australia, the way that they see energy is not based on a chakra system. It's not, those energy centers may be there, but what they focus on is how clearly can you see the egg aura of somebody. So if you read Carlos Castaneda, if you know the teachings of Don Juan, so these Indians that were shamans that could shapeshift, dream walk, all that stuff, the way they perceived human energy as it exists, they didn't see the being walking up, they just saw this egg floating towards them. So that's where the egg comes from. Gorilla Glue. Why Gorilla Glue, right? Because if evolution has taken us from ape to men, then the ape animalistic side of us can fix anything. It's all right in front of us.
And it has been the whole time. That's why we can look to videos, movies, songs, right? Like I'm very a photographic type of person, right? So, you know, when I hear like certain things like and I don't know about you guys, but like my inner dialogue sometimes is absolutely, and I'm gonna say it, fucking hilarious. And it'd be like pop goes the weasel. It's so childlike. It's so
It is,
childlike.
and the reason, and then that too, and that inner dialogue, the gray matter. You have to be a child to enter the kingdom of God. See, be as a child. So being as a child may be that secret new mystery, like because we hear about yeah, it might be that like okay, so then on Bashar talks about it, like Ram Dass talks about it, like all of these kind of really great pantheons of new metaphysical information. The common thread within all of them, regardless if it's blindfold meditation, plant medicine, shadow work, Luciferian, like left hand, right hand, whatever the case may be, they all come back to this thing: is that if everything was always being initiated and you were stuck in adult mode, everything would give up. There's some part of us that either is a child that we're working on those wounds with, or that we're just like the adulting gets too tough and the kid arises and he's on your shoulders. He's like, you know what? Stop being a little bitch. We're going to go over there to Zoroastrianism. We're going to learn that shit because it looks exciting. Nothing's happening here.
We're gonna go over there. We're gonna go over there and we're gonna play hopscotch. And guess
Yeah,
what?
exactly.
Hopscotch is the jump all the way from your bottom going up the
Yep.
Jacob's ladder, and you're gonna sit at the top, and you know what? You're gonna throw a rock, and you're gonna skip, and you're gonna hop, and then you're gonna get to the top.
Ooh, all right, you slayed it. My drop. I'm muting up. That was fucking amazing.
I mean, it's so like, dude, it's so blatantly clear, right? And then like, what do they teach us when we're in school? They teach us what's the first things they teach us? Colors and shapes. Colors and shapes.
Right. So what point now?
And they
Bring it back.
teach us how to do spelling.
Right.
Sure, because here's what's interesting thing about that. The live topic was mystery schools, and then what comes up is like, does everybody deserve wisdom? Then the topic comes up like, there's a lot of people that just don't have the right mentors, and it's a little dangerous. Then the topic comes up, we need to deprogram first. Then the topic comes up, well, I teach things in the way that are like scientifical, metaphysical, balanced with this. I leave no room for error. So like we're doing what we see, which is this, like all things are embedded with inversion. Because and then everybody has to show.
Hold on.
Right, so I'm gonna land it real quick here. So it's this: in school, the actual lack of knowledge that is given, there's still the keys that are there. So a tree, when it like a huge, almost amazing, and there's only one place these trees grow this big in the entire world, and that's in Northern California. And if you go to those redwood trees, you see those giants. When they seed and like drop off, that little seed is like sent into the soil, and that soil is really deep and dark, and it rains a lot in Northern California. And those redwood trees are 100 feet. Like, where are all the big trees? What does that mean? So that tree seed, when a tree germinates, most people know it finally has to decide, I'm going to give up my last bit of water here. And then it germinates. A little thing pops up, has to go through the soil, has to hit rocks. It has to hit like dead detritus. It doesn't even know if it's going to get the sun. And so academia, like inversion, programming, all the contrast, the system, the watchers, the reptilians, the galactic wars, the political things, the Epstein list, all of those things are just literal grander and grander reflections of a thing that we have yet to forgive, which goes back to the seed in the soil saying, why the fuck is nobody here to support me? I don't see any other seeds. Where did I come from? Why?
They used DDT and stuff, and they killed off all the forest of.
For sure. So I'm gonna land. So I'm gonna land.
And the mud floods too, and they that happened, they how they killed off all the big trees.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that point, because people needed to know that. Thank you, sir. So on that note, the thing that was like blew my mind is when somebody told me this. It's like, yo, a seed doesn't grow through all of that just because it becomes a fighter. It has discernment. It knows its boundaries. It learns how to
hold on.
It just remembers. It just remembers that it was a fucking giant redwood tree. That's it. It remembers. That's why it grows.
Okay, so I want to read something now. because I read this before, and I don't think that people truly not to cut you off, but I don't think people really truly understood what I was saying when I read it. Okay? And I've read this 2 times before, but I'm going to read it again. And it's called The Tree. I wrote this. No one wrote this but me. Okay? And I did this, and I'm telling you, sitting next to a huge tree. It had 2 big, huge leaves. And I mean, it covered an entire like backyard. Okay. So I read this before, not to cut you off, Anais, but I promise this is going to go
No,
right.
we're making music. You're in the pocket, so interruptions are actually encouraged, because if you feel you're going to make better music, then the piano doesn't ask the saxophone.
You're the
Shut up for a
pilot.
second.
You're the pilot on all these flights. So it's just like pilot speaking. Just letting you guys know, if you look over to the left, you'll see the Grand Canyon. And yeah.
So I'm
please,
going to read this. I'm going to read this, and I want all of you guys to just hear what I wrote. And this was me sitting next to a tree. And let me explain this to you. Because I want to give you some background, right? I had just awakened. Like I've always been, a little bit of a backstory. I've always been awake, but in my teenage years, I allowed them to rock me back to sleep, blah, 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 because I was a teenager and, I didn't really understand what I was going through, right? So I'd always seen things, experienced things as a child, didn't really know what I was going through, didn't have anybody to tell me what I was going through, right? So in my teenage years, they were successful in semi-rocking me back to sleep, right? So then I had my first daughter. I woke up a little bit, and then initially, I would say my great awakening, as one would call it, occurred in 2016. And when it happened, again, for 10 years after for 10 years, even up until, being here on TikTok, I've not had a teacher of sorts. It was always sitting with myself in meditation and listening and understanding, right? So in doing so, what I would do is I would just pick up a pen, pick up a piece of paper, and I would just start writing whatever came to my mind. And this was the most healing and revealing experience I had ever had. And in doing so, this is what I wrote when I was in meditation, after I came out of meditation, sitting next to a tree for hours, okay, hours. And I did this a lot when I first awakened, but this is what I wrote, okay? She offers as much as she receives, rooted deeply into the sacred womb of Mother Earth. The earth in her infinite grace smiles upon her, nourishing and bracing. She is a giver, a nurturer, endowed with ancient knowing, a wellspring of wisdom flowing through time. Beneath the surface she stretches, feeding life in quiet, unseen ways. She enriches all she touches, a silent alchemist transforming soil into sustenance. When autumn comes, she releases with grace, letting go so she may bloom again. Each cycle, birthing the fruits of her love and labor. She is the mother of life itself, her worth revealed in the abundance she brings forth. She embodies the sacred duality of this realm, earth and spirit, strength and softness. Cradle her in kindness, and she will bloom before you. Give her soul the space to stretch, and she shall rise. She feels profoundly and deeply. Speaking to her in tenderness, and she will speak to her in tenderness, and she will thrive. Wound her with words, and she withers. She is the woman we all remember, the divine feminine we yearn to embody. She shelters the rabbit, the squirrel, the songbird. All creatures find a home in her arms. She walks in harmony with the divine, her purpose vast, ordained by the stars. No storms deter her, no winter breaks her spirit. Summer's blaze only fuels her fire, and spring resurrects her in full glory. In fall, she releases what no longer serves, transmuting sorrow into gold. She is relentless in her beauty, unyielding in her will to rise. Her branches stretch toward the heavens, a testament to her faith. When you understand her essence, you will begin to understand your own. She does not seek to shine. She seeks to serve, to soothe, to share. She offers shade on days too warm to bear. She may bend, she may crack, but she never truly falls. With love, with light, with peace and stillness, she transcends those who came before her. Her wisdom is unparalleled, an ancient library written in the roots and leaves. Touch her and you touch the divine. You touch her truth and your own, for she is you, for she is me. And that's what I wrote.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. That was amazing.
Yeah, Gloria.
And I wrote this in the very beginning of my awakening.
2016, you said? Was that moment?
Yep.
And then this has just been ongoing ever since. So 10 years. Just like that's the mastery metric, right? They say that it takes at least 10,000 hours of deliberate practice, like towards any given whatever field or discipline or study to become a master. And so right there, 10 years, I just am grateful to see just the germination and the full growth of just you as a tree from 2016 as this germinated sprouting seed planted in this soil we all call Mother Earth, but the Mother Earth inside you, sisters, it's just beautiful to hear that and just watching imagining a plant, how it comes out of the seed and pops above the ground and then grows and all these things is what I was just seeing as I was closing my eyes, just you as just this seed growing into that tree where, when I met you, it's just now the full on tree, giving shade to some and protecting others, where you're just if you've messed with any of the children, you're coming, that thing where I'm I don't know. I like this energy, but now I see where I get it, and glory to God for just you able to keep that and share it with us. That's amazing, and thank you.
I'd like to hear, I appreciate you, Chaplain. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you guys, and I felt it was important to share little parts of me, right? Because keep in mind, at that time, I had no clue how I was going to grow, how I was going to seed, I had no idea.
It was
But
a leap
now
of faith,
when I read
just
that,
a literal leap
yeah,
of faith, just all right, and
yep,
just you see this chasm, and you're just okay, man. And then we find this bridge, right? We step on, and we're just there's been a bridge there this whole time. Just
yep,
this optical illusion, and all we want people to see is just there is a bridge, but you have to
yeah.
take that first step into thinking whether there is or not. But if somebody shows you,
Thank
just how he
you.
went back and threw all that sand, sometimes showing somebody what we've already learned kind of maybe takes away from their experience to truly, another Franklin quote. It's just tell me and I may forget. Teach me and I may learn, but involve me and I will remember, right? These different stages of the learning and the teaching. So again, just thank you, God.
Well, and I think the most important thing at that time for me, it wasn't the journey. It was the trust in myself that I had to have, right? Because I absolutely, when I say my parents, my family, they did not speak about, these mystery schools, these teachings. They didn't speak about none of this. What they did with me as a child was just throw her in the church, But my mom knew I was different, and I remember, the things where she had taken me to, I don't know, what would I say they are? They're the traveling women. What the heck are they called?
Gypsies?
Yes, she took me to a gypsy. She took me to a gypsy, y'all, and it was only me. Mind you, I had 2 other sisters. It was only me. And this was a night drive. I was able to look at the stars, and I was able to go to sleep and then show up in this place, and she hugged this man like she knew him forever. and talked to this woman like they'd had many conversations before. She knew I was different. She knew, you know.
Do you remember what the gypsy told you? Like, or am I like jumping ahead? Like,
I wasn't.
Hey,
So
that's
it was.
confidential, private client privilege.
hey, as a chaplain, I can understand that. Just like client.
So what I
confidential.
will say is I absolutely agree with what he just said, and this is why, because the gypsy looked at me and I understood that they were talking about me because they kept saying she, me, right? There was no one else there but me, and her husband was a man, so she wasn't talking about my mother, because she would have said you, right? And I was smart enough to be able to make that type of coherence in my own mind to understand what was going on. But after I heard the she, I'm now like wandering around and, trying, because I was a child, I was innocent. I didn't really know what was going on, but I say all of that to say, like, I didn't know where I was going when I wrote this. I didn't, they didn't teach me anything about anything spiritual at all. I was just sent to church Sunday and Wednesdays, go to Bible study, kind of thing. And that was it. Hi, Atlas. I see you in the chat, sir. Sorry, I apologize. But yeah, and so
What I love
it was
about that, sorry, just because there was a little bit of music there that I could have added, but I took a second to have you welcome that person in. So that tree poem, and there's this interesting thing about poetry where, the things that we know about spells and spelling, which it is, and it's probably one of the greatest works of art throughout this past 2,000 years that we took cuneiform, Greek, Aramaic, Persian, like Norse, all these different things, and then made the Romantic languages and called them Romantic, and then made English, right? So we're stuck with this very specific spelling. It's like the code to like command things and people, just like you do a computer, went from like all these different programming languages to one primary programming language that everybody uses. So there's a benefit, a cost. It just depends on what gray matter you use. But what I love about the tree poem and poetry is that poetry means that you take the inversion and whatever it means, it's meant to spell, and you put a metaphor, you put a feeling, you put emotion into it. You become that like crystal at the end of the wand. You become the actual dissolution and not the disruption when you make poetry, because the words aren't spells anymore. It's the feeling you imbue into them to share and make an experience be shared. So that tree is like how you've grown two ways at once. You grew in the darkness and you grew in the light. Your roots had to go down all by themselves, not have anybody to tend to them, and your branches had to sprout up into the light. So you've grown both ways this whole time. So bravo.
The tree reminded me of the tree of life. But what if the tree of life, I said it in the comments, but what if the tree of life and the tree of wisdom are the same thing? Knowledge and knowledge is life. The more you know, the more power you have and everything else.
But ignorance is bliss also, right? So this is where it's just like this balance, right? Like we can
Yeah.
lose ourselves.
There's a
in
scripture
just, like,
that says
the
it's better
knowledge.
to have not known.
Yeah, right.
And what is better to have not known? Because you could really just party it up and like have no consequences if you didn't realize the power of being a temple of God and what that entails. That has responsibility. With great power becomes great responsibility, like Spider-Man. You know what I mean?
Right. And the higher you go, the harder you can fall too, right? Like if you don't like recognize and honor that responsibility, like a lot of celebrities where we see them just like shoot up in the sky and then they just like a week later the hashtag just like have fallen. But yeah, I mean, like the power of the word is like the thing where I agree. There is no doubt for me that in the midst of the garden in Genesis was one tree that was called two different things. The tree of life to all the creatures that were like creeping and crawling and on this, but to man, it was also called the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He was told not to eat from that tree. But
So, Chaplain, while you're there, not to cut you off, but I really want to give Mary the mic because I
oh yeah,
want
please
her
do.
to
Yeah.
talk about this.
I would love to hear from her.
Because I know she's gonna give us some good juicy bits, and I
Good
want to give
water,
her a
good
second.
water. Right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if she will, that is, of course.
Yeah. Just to let you guys know, woosah is just like my landing word. Just like, hey, hold on, woosah for a second, Chaplain. I'll be like, that's like my immediate. So just to let you guys know a little
Gotcha.
bit about me.
Yeah, because I know Mary's gonna bring a different point of view. I know for sure because I've listened to her many times, and I
Well,
appreciate you for being here as well.
yeah, I can definitely share, and lots of respect for people to ask me to share. You're always welcome to catch me live, just so you guys know. It's very in depth, but I'm going to try to break it down. That tree was not a tree of knowledge. Okay, the reason why we are taught that it is such is because, well, I'm going to back up here. I'm going to say the church, they don't know what they're reading. Okay, so what I do and the way that I teach this is anytime you pick up a book, the first thing you want to look at is the binder on that book. Let's say you pick up a book and it says cookbook. That tells you it's for making food. Okay, the Bible, some of them, not all of them, it'll say on the side, the supernatural Bible. What does this mean? Well, scientifically they say this is a topic that we can't really help you with because it's not bound to the terms of science. Basically what they're trying to tell us is they don't really know about it, so they can't help us. But what we can do is we can go by the synonym, and the synonym happens to be extraterrestrial. Now, some people might find that hard to believe, some people might be okay with it, but even the people that are able to agree with that, it doesn't mean you're going to understand what's going on. But in this case, you will. Because you already know, inside your memory, one of the most biggest common red flags that we know as humans when it comes to talking about extraterrestrials, even people that don't believe in aliens, already know about what actually happened in the Garden of Eden. It's just that nobody's looked at it from the correct perspective. So what it is, remember, it's edited. That's another problem. But basically when Adam and Eve were put there and then we find out that their eyes are opened, this is the most classic red flag, the biggest red flag for somebody that's had their memory erased. It looks like Adam and Eve, and we're descendants of these guys, they were probably taken from somewhere else, their memory was erased, and then they were placed here in the Garden of Eden. Now, this is why their eyes became opened, because he told them that if you eat from this tree, your eyes will become opened, which means you're going to get your memory back. It's not that they were created, it's that their memory was erased. And you'll be like God. People have their own metaphors on this, but aside from metaphors, what they're basically telling us here is he had erased Adam and Eve's memory back so far that they forgot that they are also gods. And if most people know about the fact that what we're reading today is the edited version, going back to the old cuneiform, which is not the edited, you would know that this makes total sense because the whole thing was about extraterrestrials. We actually had hundreds of gods. We didn't just have one God. So they decided to remove all the other gods out of the Bible. They even took out God's wife, Asherah. Her name was mentioned more than 27 times in the original scriptures. And they removed all the other gods. And the word God itself is actually translated from the Hebrew word Elohim, which is plural, which makes sense. So technically, when somebody asks you, do you believe in God? The correct response would be, which one? If you really know about the history, it would be which one? So what's happening here is he had erased their memory back so far that they forgot that they are also gods. And then the next sentence says, and, oh God, I got to pull out my book here. Hold on here.
That's okay. I knew you would break this down, and because I've heard you talk about this before.
This happens to be my golden goose right here, and you guys are welcome to share it. This is not a me thing. This is a humanity thing. Oh, knowing good and evil, the most obvious. So what they're telling you right here is he's telling them we're being tricked. Okay. Now, when you guys have time to catch me live, I will go into all the details of what gets done to our species genetically and how we
That
get
she
altered.
does. Yes,
And yes,
absolutely.
and get a load of this. I'll even go so deep that I'm going to scientifically show you the scientific recipe that I've been able to work out with a lot of help, okay, that actually discloses why we wear clothes. I'm not joking. And I'll even explain to you what the hair on our head was supposed to be for.
Yep. I can
That's what
attest. She goes really deep. And I have heard you call it the golden goose.
I know I wear clothes because, you know, I'm not totally comfortable with my body. I mean, like I am, but just like but like, that's deep. That's heavy stuff right there. And like, have
it's
you ever
really
heard of this, Mary? If in terms of like AI kind of like simulation theory, where they say Genesis 1 was like the blueprint, and then the introduction of mortality in Genesis 2 is meant to be a resource management tool for the simulation, and it's supposed to be testing for conscious sentient agents, right? Like, or whether like they are all just conscious agents who just abide by the law, like don't ever touch this thing. But those who like in this simulation, you know, like language, are like the quantum, like these quantum topical conscious computing like minds that, you know, like I think that we're seeing like the separation between the old classical, which went to then a supercomputing kind of consciousness, and then now that was all binary, 0 and 1, and you know, like left and right. And now this introduction of non-binary is those who are now thinking outside of that said matrix, and now dealing with kind of like the interfacing, maybe is the word I want to use here. What do you think? Like, just
There's other stuff encoded in it. Like Adam, it says he took his rib, but if you look it up, it's more like he split him in half. If you split an atom in half, that's a big bang.
Right. Yep.
And you're in, and it's all in darkness and water, and then eventually there's land and light, and that's just being in the womb in general, and it's about the genesis of your actual birth and everything.
like just the cycle of anything, any creation, right? Like if you look at it, just like the philosophical and metaphorical kind of like play, but people who take it very literally, just like, oh, in the beginning, God said, "Let there be light." That's the sun. But then people will come back and be like, "Well, then what's this other second light on like day 4?" Right?
But
And they
why?
have to,
But see, this is the question. Hold on. Let me correct your view a little bit on that. You would need to know there's darkness to need to create light.
Amen.
Yeah, she's right.
Well,
And I
yeah,
gotta tell you, it's the funniest thing because my stepdad was a detective and he had the corniest jokes. It was so weird. And he always loved to quote that part. He used to look at me with the most straightest face and say, "Let me tell you something. God said, 'Let there be light.' At first there was nothing, and then there was light." Just so corny, you know?
Yeah, so on that, which is, and I love it, and just really quickly, like a big hug for everybody on the panel, everybody listening. Just like, you know, come in, the bonfire is stoked, and like we're making some cool music here. What's interesting is like in this mystery school of, you know, constant bombardment of information about new things that we need to fix. Because like if there's not a problem, then why are we seeking? But we're still seeking, so we're working on a problem, waiting for solution, and then we get clarity. Like we have a voice like, you know, Mary, who eloquently can put together a combination of alchemical information that might help you transmute, because the properties of those things like toad's foot or witch's brew or, you know, pure amber bismuth, like you believe in those minerals, those archetypes, those rocks, things that are there for a while and have been there for a while, so their identity are trustable. When we think about Adam and Eve being placed there, Like this interesting. I mean, the most beautiful thing about reality is that everything is there for you to decide. It's all neutral. It's a prop. If this is a movie, then information is a prop. Wisdom
Then
then
you are the star.
absolutely. So what's interesting about them being placed there, and the knowledge of the knowledge of good and evil comes from tree. What is tree? It's something that bears fruit. So what we can say is that them being placed there and having to eat, which means take, absorb, believe the truths about the fruit of this world, which could have been what man's doing, what this is happening, how dark and light are contrasting, what evolutionary processes are like, is it the divine feminine and divine masculine at odds? Is it the pantheon of gods, old and new? Is it the whispers of the wind competing with the four corners? Is it the great angels of, Pleiadia, influencing the fucking praying mantises? I mean, that's the knowledge of good and bad. So they ate from the fruit of the tree. The tree is the most long-standing there in that reality, which Harvest knows is in communication with the light and the dark because it grows in two ways. As above the branches, so below the roots. So eating from that is the very thing that takes them into contrast. What that means is now I have ancestral curses. Now I need to get I need to clear from monitoring spirits. Now I need to get my abundance thing and do mantras. Now I need to seek all that stuff, right? And so then from that place, we start believing in what have they done to us? Who did this? What have they done to our species? And then we're working on a bigger problem that needs bigger solutions. And then people that take the word literally, because in the beginning there was the word. That's why spelling is the word of God. And that's why even in Genesis 1, there's a multitude of ways to look to it, how it's been utilized as an instrument, which is a financial legal term, a legal term in every way, in what finances are described as, everything from fiat debt to credit cards. They're all financial instruments to play to your legal fictition that says that there are going to be some people who always take it literally and some people who know the metaphor, and then others know that you're binding yourself in a contract with every time you say the word of God. And that's why the Bible was in the beginning ways for kings and queens and priests and things to get people into unconscious contracts. And that's why these curses and everything are evolving in the way that they are, just to sum everything up that was said.
Real quick, I do want to say this because most people are not aware, but this is not my information, but the backgrounds that are created, they are mine. I created them. I am the creator. They're not to be copied, redistributed, or recreated in any way. And I just seen somebody ask that in the comments respectfully, because this is something that came to my mind. This is something I created. So out of respect for me as the host and this being my topic, right? I just ask that we don't do that. And that's all. I'm going to leave that there.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
In response to what?
Hold on real quick. I do want to, yes, it was created through AI, but this was my topic that I created. This was my knowledge, my research. Through my own research, my own knowledge, respectfully. So you can say that I created it through AI, but I had to prompt AI to create this in the way it's been created.
Yeah, just like people needed a pen to like put words down, just like we needed
Right.
books to
I actually
just
have
like we
a
needed a
say
typewriter and a computer.
from a book
May
here.
I?
It touches on what you were saying. I don't know if
May I?
anyone's familiar with C.S. Lewis. It's cool the analogy of the tree. He kind of says something similar. I'm not sure. I don't think it's an exact verdict or anything on the matter. It's more of an articulation of the underlying structure. But let's go with it. Ransom has cured me of believing this purely morphological phenomenon, depending on the form of the world. Still less as gender, an imaginative extension of sex. Our ancestors did not make mountains masculine because they projected male characteristics into it. The real process, and then The real process is the reverse. Gender is a reality, and more fundamentally reality than sex. Sex is, in fact, merely adaptation to organic life of a fundamental polarity which divides all created beings. Female sex is simply one of the things that have feminine gender. There are many others. The masculine and feminine meet us on planes of reality where male and female would be simply meaningless. Masculine is not attenuated male, nor feminine attenuated female. On the contrary, the male and female of organic creatures are rather faint and blurred reflections of masculine and feminine. So I thought that was cool because I feel like trees are kind of feminine because they give life and
Okay,
birth.
so I do want to just touch on this. My copyright is right here. This is my creation. So let me be clear. This right here is my copyright. I created this. So it is my intellectual property. And I don't want to have to keep, you guys can go over it in the comments. I'll start blocking people. That's fine. But this is mine. So enough of it in the conversation. Let's go. Sorry.
What is
Okay.
yours? I would say. Sorry if I made Jax. Like
I said,
anybody
it's
can
not
create
my
this.
information, but it is my creation.
You're the one that gave it life, right? You're the one that breathed like this life into just this background that we use AI. And so
this is
that
just
is
a
where
hypothesis here.
And Jax, you were saying
This
like
isn't
you
an
see
actual
the-
verdict on anything.
You saw the
no,
the
it's
tree
just
as
me
feminine.
simply stating my point and my
think
play
that's
as far
cool
as to what
that you
I
got that.
created. You know.
Just if they want to try to take it, just like let them try. But everybody's
That's
gonna
fine.
know
They can
where the
try.
source is.
They can try, but it is copyrighted. Like I said.
This is a yeah, no, it's cool though that there's a general idea out there. There's not an underlying articulation of the structure of things. And I always found mountains to be masculine, trees to be feminine, and so forth. So I was actually I thought that was cool. I don't know about the whole copyright stuff though. That's not really what I was pointing towards. If that was a concern, so I apologize.
Oh no, it was something in the comments. It wasn't you, Jax, at all. Just like
It wasn't you at all. I'm sorry, Dax. I apologize. I should have just ignored the comments and I should have just went on, but I did want to address it because typically I do make sure that it's listed on my backgrounds because these are things that come to my mind and it is my intellectual property as to how it's even created, right? So yeah. Go ahead, Mary. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say it's an interesting topic because I'm a prior music artist using a DAW system. For those of you that don't know what that is, it means you use VSTs, which is Virtual Studio Technology plugins, basically computer. You're going to use a computer to make music, right? And I pushed out 2 albums. I actually got awards. I have no schooling, okay? And then right now, I'm actually working on 3 different albums. But I didn't use DAW completely to make those. I used the assistance of AI. And then we have this big kerfuffle with who owns it and the copyright and such. And the thing, and this is what's going through my head when you're up here talking about this, because people don't understand that just because you had AI assist you doesn't mean that there's parts that you don't own. See? And I write my own lyrics. Okay, so I'm a very good lyric writer, and I write visceral lyrics. People are just blown away. And some of the stuff I write is about human origins, which is really intriguing. And sometimes I talk to people face to face, and they're just like, AI is just so horrible. Okay, well, it's not completely AI. There's human involvement here. That's a little bit different. And everybody just automatically goes to the bad. Just so everybody knows.
The darkness, right? They're just already in
it's
darkness.
always darkness.
The darkness
Go
is
to
on
the
the face of
darkness.
the deep. The deep is just so shallow in their heart. It's like,
I would
Exactly. Exactly. You get it. You get it. But the thing I was trying to point out here is that when you write lyrics to anything, there is an automatic copyright. She was asking in the comments if you registered it. You don't have to. We have laws that protect us. You are given that copyright automatically. Okay? I just wanted to put that out there.
What is wisdom?
knowing how to use all the knowledge that
Who's Socrates, Young,
philosophers. They're all philosophers.
Yeah, they're all philosophers, and they all had a general underlying structure. They didn't point to anything specific, and they carried on the knowledge because they were pattern recognition systems that helped them to survive. And this is a hypothesis. This isn't anything. But they all kind of shared that pattern recognition because it helped them. It was beneficial, and it was shared throughout history for 2,000 years. This knowledge, whether it be Confucius, Young,
Confucius.
Socrates, Darwin.
Let me just correct you there. It's Confucius, not Confucius.
Sorry, I may be a little Confucius.
Hey,
but anyways, this is a pattern recognition that points to an underlying structure that helped us survive, and that's what I think wisdom is, and that's why it was carried on, and that's why it is beneficial to some extent. So it's very good that helps carry on because it helps other people who may well think that they're not always they're alone. A lot of times that's how it happens. So it does help people who are in similar situations as well.
Can I ask the panel a kind of thought question? Do we see
one second, Chaplain. I want to hear from Semper because he's been really, really patient with all of us. And he said, may I, a few times. So I do want to make sure we get to him.
That's my bad. Forgive me.
Dang, y'all. Dang.
Thank you for the patience, Semper. We love you and we appreciate you, brother.
Virtuous.
He was very patient, y'all.
So, back to what Mary was saying. Psalm 82, verses 6 and 7. I have said ye are gods, but ye are children of the Most, and ye are children of the Most High. But ye shall unalive as a man, and ye princes shall fall like others. And then, just a joke. You know how they say when you go into audition for a play or something, break a leg? Well, I've always wondered, why would you say such a thing? That's so nasty. Well, I figured out they want you, what happens when you break a leg? You go to the hospital and they put you in the cast. Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you. That's brilliant. Because they put you in a cast.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, I wanted to see the guy that says, oh, it pisses me off. Well, so I looked him up, and that was the thing that popped up, maybe second or third or fourth or whatever. And he just gets me to laugh. I just love it. Anyway,
that's the beauty of
comedy. You know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah. So anyway, back to it. Belief is the beginning and the source. Everything comes from belief. Remember, the Master said, if you believe, you can be healed. And again, when he went back to his hometown, he couldn't do a mighty work because his hometown didn't believe in him, right? The prophet is without honor in his town and in his homeland. So then the question is, can one gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? In other words, you can't get a crocodile from an elephant. And this is where we see, if the Elohim created us through the power of thought, word, deed, belief, and imagination, image, in its image, in his image, imagination, then we have that DNA, and like father, like son, right? You can't get an elephant from an orange unless you do do some bullshit black magic evolution. So that's pretty much all I had to say. And then I had an answer to the question you asked everybody else.
Yes, go ahead.
What was that question? I don't have that good of a memory.
So
I was working.
Hold on one second. I'm going inside. I have it on my tablet. My tablet's inside. I'm standing outside, putting my feet in the earth. But I'm running up the stairs. So it was. I just ran
Hey,
up the
look, the
stairs for
reason
you,
I
I
was
promise.
Let me save you some like breath. Like, are you talking about the first question where you asked like if we could go back into any kind of time, ancient?
No. I just wanted to see her run. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
I like this guy.
So-
He's a guy that like makes things happen.
So my
For real.
question was, do you think wisdom should be available to everyone, or are there teachings that require preparation?
Well, it's a lengthy answer, and there's no way that I can make it short. And I hope you can see the wisdom in that.
Absolutely.
Because short answers, there's the saying, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. So I'm gonna do that, but it's lengthy. So, here, let me read a word. Doth not wisdom cry and understanding? This has the answer within it, alright? Promise. Doth not wisdom cry and understanding utter her voice? She standeth in the top of the high places by the way, in the place of the paths. She crieth beside the gates, before the city, at the entry of the doors. O men, I call unto you, and utter my voice to the children of men. O ye foolish men, understand wisdom, and ye, O fools, be wise in heart. Give ear, for I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall teach things that be right. For my mouth shall speak the truth, and my lips abhor wickedness. All the words of my mouth are righteous. There is no lewdness or frowardness in them. They are all plain to them that will understand, and straight to them that would find knowledge. Receive mine instruction, and not silver, and knowledge rather than fine gold. For wisdom is better than precious stones, and all pleasures are not to be compared unto her. I, wisdom, dwell with prudence, and I find forth knowledge and counsels. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, as pride and arrogancy, and the evil way, and a mouth that speaketh lewd things do I hate. I have counsel and wisdom, I am understanding, and I have strength. By me kings reign, and princes decree justice. By me princes rule, and the nobles, and all the judges of the earth. I love them that love me, and they that seek me early shall find me. No qualifier. Riches and honor are with me, even durable riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, even than fine gold, and my revenues better than fine silver. I cause to walk in the way of righteousness, and in the midst of the paths of judgment, that I may cause them that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. The Lord hath possessed me in the beginning of his way. I was before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, and before the earth. When there were no depths was I begotten, when there were no fountains abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled, and before the hills was I begotten. He had not yet made the earth, nor the open places, nor the height of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set the compass upon the deep, when he established the clouds above, when he confirmed the fountains of the deep, when he gave his decree to the sea, that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth, then was I with him as a nourisher, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him, and took my solace in the compass of his earth, and my delight is with the children of men. Therefore now hearken, O children, unto me, for blessed are they that keep my ways. That's the only qualifier. Hear instruction, and be wise, and refuse it not, That's another qualifier. Blessed is the man that heareth me, watching daily at my gates, and giving attendance at the posts of my doors. For he that findeth me findeth life, and shall obtain favor of the Lord. But he that sinneth against me hurteth his own soul, and all that hate me love unalivement. Wisdom hath built her house, and hewn out her 7 pillars. She hath unalived her victuals, drawn her wine, and prepared her table. She hath sent forth her maidens, and crieth upon the highest places of the city, saying, Whoso is simple, let him come hither. And to him that is destitute of wisdom she saith, Come and eat of my meat, and drink of the wine that I have drawn. Forsake your way, ye foolish, and ye shall live, and walk in the way of understanding. He that reproveth a scorner purchaseth to himself shame, and he that rebuketh the wicked getteth himself a blot. I always say, you can't teach somebody that knows what they know. So stop trying to tell them something, you know? Rebuke a scorner, lest he hate thee. But rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. Give admonition to the wise, and he will be the wiser. Teach a righteous man, and he will increase in learning. This is the verse, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord, and the knowledge of holy things is understanding. For thy days shall be multiplied by me, and the years of thy life shall be augmented. If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself, and if thou be a scorner, thou alone shalt suffer. And then it goes on, well, here's the opposite. A foolish woman is troublesome. She is ignorant and knoweth nothing, but she sitteth at the door of her house on the seat in the high places of the city, to call them that pass on the way to go right on their way, saying, Whoso is simple. So she's talking to the simple too. Let him come hither, and to him that is destitute of wisdom she saith also, Stolen waters are sweet, and hidden bread is pleasant, but he knoweth not that the unalived are there, and that her guests are in the depth of hell. The verse that I thought that I was talking of is, the first sign of wisdom is to get wisdom. So I would say that, if you're seeking for wisdom, then you're going to find it. And it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you keep seeking for it. And if you can't find wisdom, maybe you're not looking for it. And that's the only reason that wisdom should be kept from you, because wisdom, being wise, knows who to withhold herself from. And I yield. Thank you.
Can I just say something about that real quick?
I got something after you too, really fresh and good.
Yes, please.
And I'm not going to dive in super deep, but this is something I want to let you guys know. I was like intently listening. There is a barrage of things that are talked about in that the average person is not even going to have a clue what it means. And there's underlying things that are going on in the background with, unfortunately, us humans being tricked. Okay? This is the sad reality that we live in. And I just wanted to once again throw it out there that hopefully I'll see some of you when I go live, and you'll get a better understanding. But I should have him send that to me, and then what I can do is I can break that down when I go live so that it makes a lot more sense, because it's definitely not going to mean what it sounds like to the layman. It's going to be way different.
Just have a large...
What'd you say, Semper? Sorry.
Just have a Laura flip it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got something good if you want to stay on that, and just to kind of honor what homie, that reading, because it was really powerful, and it ties just as most things that occur in the now. If the now started by the mystery schools, if the general
Your mic's messing up. Try now, maybe?
Microphone check 1 2.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Yeah, so I was saying it's really beautiful, like what happens in the now and why a lot of things talk about focusing on the now is because you started with the intention, beautiful graphic, beautiful intellectual property, a beautiful like kind of direction to go to. Like you made a weather report for today and it ended up being the topic of mystery schools. The major kind of binding thing in that is like, well, okay, which one would you go to? Why do you like it? Well, what do you think about everything now on the internet and social media, or access to everything's available? Where are all the teachers? Okay, so if we can look at different mysteries, which are different gods, different religions, different archetypes, way before this, we talked about the C.S. Lewis thing with the, morphological archetypes, which just basically mean that like we can make everything or everything nothing. We can combine it. So we can even combine things like the qualities of Athena or Mary Magdalene with Kuan Yin, or we can combine the qualities of copper with iron, or we can make genetically modified foods that don't have seeds in them. So this interesting thing about what he's just talked about was kind of a really beautiful summary of it, of where people, what we're saying is, where people are at. And, the first inclination is like, well, people aren't ready for wisdom. We got to break that down. Well, his example is like, that liar in the bed, all of her, her friends and the people that, she conducts with are in hell already. So like they're just in the fire of constantly needing something in the wound, right? And that wound is just like the atomic particles keep firing. It's like the thing that like makes a whole new experience happen, which is night and day. And so like the source of all of this is one, like realizing we're not going to be done seeking until we trust that the problem maybe is the thing that is the only thing for us to continue with. Maybe the challenges, the suffering, our childhoods, like the very like conflict and like, well, we got to watch out for who's programming. Well, I mean, go back to your parents that like lied to you about whatever, Easter Bunny, this and that, and feel how that felt. And then know that. And then know that, yeah. And then know that like everything after that, you looked at like teachers, politicians, boyfriends, girlfriends, groups, influencers. You look at everybody like that then. It's just kind of like, well, what are you taking from me? I got to have boundaries. I can't trust anybody. I don't trust nobody, right? So like that is the return of the knowledge of fruit and evil. That is the return of the C.S. Lewis thing. We can look at all these versions of God, which could be capitalism, it could be gambling, it could be sex, it could be social media, it could be everything is a new thing to be like that. So I find it very interesting and powerful that when we get together like this,
the thing like the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus isn't a total lie from your parents. You're being introduced to things of the mystery schools. Like the Easter Bunny is like the rabbit hole, going down the rabbit hole. There's symbolism there. The Santa Claus is about the clostrum's syrup, or what do you call it? The Christos oil that's within you and going up and down the side. It's the same story as Jacob's ladder in the Bible.
Not to receive, right? That's another thing with Christmas, right? Sorry.
Yeah, and taking care of the children, and then going around the world and being blessed in one night. But even there's a true story to Santa Claus being a actual Russian saint that every year he gave toys till he was given toys with help through all the kids of Russia.
well, yeah, there is. And it's like, that's what the C.S. Lewis quote that homie came by. Like everything that was shared, so, we take what resonates, leave the rest. There's somebody that will find a teacher in the information that's shared, or see that their first period teacher, which was the host, is in the same vein of wisdom initiation as every other speaker that spoke on the panel, and then take all of that and be like, this is my teacher, and be brave enough to contradict whatever our conclusions are to come to a greater state of grace.
Absolutely. So I did want to say something. It's interesting, and I do just want to kind of tell you guys that you guys have been some confirmations for me in this live. and I hope that we have been that for one another as well. One of you mentioned, and forgive me because we've had quite the conversation here, and it's been amazing. But I was able to equate the ancient city of, and I would like you guys to do your research on this too. But I was able to equate, and this might tickle Mary a little bit, but I was able to do my research on the city of Ur and understand that, this was connected to the E equals MC squared. So when you guys came in here and you were talking about that, and then understanding the Mesopotamian God sin, right? And we understand that God and sin can exist in the same space and place, right? So and I say all of that to say, like, some of these things we have to look deeper into, much like what Mary does, and as I'm explaining that I've done, right? And we have to understand that there was a ziggurat in the city of Ur. And we have to understand that these ziggurats that existed, these were the centers as to how these alien existence, as Mary had spoken on, absolutely came in and out of these cities that are in these Bibles. And these cities are you. These apostles are you. And each one of these cities, as above, so below, those are, the city of Ur, I equated that to the urinary system, right? I also equated it to the chakra, right? Because you have urobilium, I think is what it's called. Sorry, excuse me if I'm butchering the words. But when I was looking into this, I understand that is what causes your urine to be yellow. What also is yellow? Your chakra, right? And
Cool.
so you understand that these are places in your body that where you're taking the journey literally up the ladder into your mind, right? And when we look at the tree also exists in our mind, right? It's not outside of us. We have 2 trees guarded by a snake in our brain. And I promise you, if you look, you will see it. But all of these places, people, and things are us. They're not outside of us. They're inside of us. They're everything that we are. These cities, these people, and whether we want to sit here and we want to call it, basic instructions before leaving Earth, or we want to call it a Bible, there's truth in all of these pantheons that absolutely prove that they were talking about us the whole time.
The word culture has
Yeah.
the cult of Ur I in love the you. word. Thank you for bringing it home the way you just did. You literally just landed like the largest aircraft that has done like a flight from Australia to New York City for the first time. Fuck yeah, that was beautiful. Well done.
The word culture, I noticed that it has cult of Ur in it.
Yeah, and Ur was a city of cults as well. I'm going to tell you
And
that.
the priests of Ur are still kind of like called upon through many of the mystery schools, from ISIS mystery schools going all the way up.
And these are your Mesopotamian gods. These are your Egyptian gods. I mean, if you look at all of these different times, there was all of these pantheons were there. They were not separate. And so it's like when I looked at these things, and as Abraham was told to leave because sin and God cannot exist in the same place, right? So that would mean that Abraham was a God himself, and that's why he had to leave the city of Ur. You see what I'm saying? So, and he had to go into the promised land. So he had to take the journey from his urinary system in his own body to go up into his mind, and these are things that we're understanding now, and we're literally deciphering and understanding that, we're casting down these lower fractional selves, right? Because we are absolutely, when we're in those lower states of self, we are in our animalistic minds, right? And so we have to leave those places. We have to cast all of those 7 deadly sins to the side. We have to, you know, we have to clear the chakras. And as we're going up Jacob's ladder, we're absolutely going up the spine into these chakras, clearing these chakras, and going to a place where now we've decalcified our pineal gland, right? So that we can see things, we can understand things, we can have our own.
Can I lovingly put some music on that? So, the priest of urine, yes. What's the water that you're in? You are in, U-R-I-N-E, you are in emotion, yes. Urine, and in urn, what the water is held by. So whenever we say Y-O-U-R shorted, nowadays is you are, that talks about you are in what? What type of water are you in? How clean is your water? What is the color of your water? You have to drink your own water sometimes. That's absolutely, absolutely huge. When you talk about cleaning the chakras and what you said about on every one of our bodies is a snake. Well, yeah, it is, because that's the Kundalini. So when we eat from the serpent of good and evil, that was the challenge, to say that you can remain ignorant of everything and every transmutation, and you know there's no challenges, everything is blissful. We fell from the heavens down into the density. When the moment you do, you're gonna break a commandment and be in hell. Well, yeah, you went from the crown all the way down to the sacral, Jacob's ladder. This is beautiful. You're doing great. Everybody's awesome.
Yep. And then this is the last thing I'm going to say about the city of Ur. The city of Ur was the land of first light. That's the last thing I'm going to say, you know.
City of first light.
Yes. So, I mean, when we look at these things and we understand that, you know, sin wasn't just a moon god of Egyptian times, you know, he was, well, sorry, let me say that. He wasn't just an Egyptian god of a Mesopotamian city. He was also the person who governed night, darkness, and time.
There you go. And that's why they say first light is the same thing.
See?
It's called the morning light, the dawn of light, which, you know, like if you look in the Bible, this is going to trigger some people, but when you understand that why Lucifer was only used like once and then all the other names, and why Lucifer is actually, everything's inverted in this world, right? So Lucifer isn't a he, it's a she. And the first light is the dawn, which is the time that the waters are first heated. And you know that our body needs to be at a certain heat level. Like, it's all there. Really beautiful.
Well, here, I'm going to give you one more thing, too, while we're on this topic. Because this is just my own study, okay, y'all? Because I'm that person that wants to go deep, 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 deep until it bottoms out, okay? And so when I talked about this a couple of days ago, right? Ur also means original, which would be primordial, which would also be proto, right? So it also means in ancient Hebrew, U-R or O-O-R, which means light or flame. See? So it's like we have to start breaking down these words, and we can't take things quite literally in the book. We have to, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I've looked at some of these words, and I broke words down, and then I went the etymology of the word. What did it mean, you know, in Hebrew? What did it mean in French? What did it mean in English? You know, what did these words mean? Because y'all put all these words in front of us, right? And we know words are spells now, right? So we also know that y'all told us that Lord was our Lord, right? But we also understand that means master. So hold on now. I need to look at all these words.
Can I add something?
My Bible had like Lord, like all caps, right? Like it started off with, in the beginning was God, and then it went to chapter 2. Then the Lord, all caps, and then God, big G, and then it became just Lord, all caps, and then like Lord, like I'm just like, what is going on?
Why do you think we all love capitalism? Why do you think that capitalism is the number one thing we chase? Come on now.
Capitalism. Also, I think it's like for us, like in a day of like where we're all about acronyms, just like UR and BRB and even KFC and CDs and MP3s and stuff like that. This is like the trend of just like how our conscious collective, I guess, has been gone. So I look at God as
Bro,
just
you shouldn't
a
have stopped.
acronym.
You were doing a freestyle rap right there. I love it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
CDC.
Yeah, I mean,
So in essence,
that's
I
just
do
true.
want to say this, and I'm gonna land my plane right here. The journey of is the journey out of leaving your ego. That's all it is.
And into the shadow working, or like coming out of the shadow work and now
By allowing
transfiguring.
the light, the first light,
Yes.
to shine on your shadow,
Right.
to leave the city of to go into the promised land.
There you go.
That's
so check
all I'm
it
gonna
out.
say about it.
Now check it out. Yes, hold right there,
And
everybody.
when it says that in the beginning was the Word and the Word was with God, there's other words that can be there, like the logos can mean the teaching or the
Sure,
principle,
yes,
and
yes.
then God can mean the teacher. So in the
Yes.
beginning was in the beginning was the principle, and the principle was with the master, and the master was the teaching.
Yes,
Is
and
even what he
absolutely.
could say there.
Yeah, so whatever that resonates with you, that you get magnetized towards, that you gravitize towards, that you orbit, that you pay attention to, attention is the highest currency. You being able to be like C.S. Lewis and look at it morphogenetically, which means that you can morph any image, which is an icon, an idea, belief, genetically, which means that you're just taking it out of the context that it's in, because it's a legal fiction. It's a consensus fiction, which means only a group of people need to be allowed enough for a long enough time to make up religion, and everybody say this is the one. So with that said, in that sense, you're going to come to an understanding of the principle, and that you just morphogeneticize that thing. Now you're flexible. Now you can move from the body, which is urine, which means that your shadow is where you're pissing, because when you take a pee, you're usually, not facing the sun, and then the water hits the first light for the first time. When you urinate, that's the holy water leaving your body and going to the promised land, which is the land
You're
that you're on.
innate,
It's right there.
right? You're just an innate being now. You're innate. No.
So urinate means you're in infinity now. When you urinate, it means you're
just just
I think we're taking something. We're taking something from a different time, culture, and place without fully understanding the context. Because if you mistake the context, you mistake outcomes for causes and appearances for merit. I think that's something that experience teaches us, which is the only thing. It's why there's so much multifaceted interpretations within the Bible, is because they understood the meaning of symbolism, and that experience is what is the real teacher here. It's not something that you can influence others with. If you're trying to fix somebody, change someone, you're going to entrench them away from any word or any seed that you try to sow.
Yeah, and it means something
you have to
different every
acknowledge
time, too.
that there is a lot of superficiality in this world, and without the true experiences, that's the only real thing, because it comes from the heart, and that doesn't lie. So that's what I got to say on that topic.
Do you guys ever experience like the people who just meet us and they're just like, you know what your problem is? And I'm just like, already? Just like, tell me what my problem is. It's just like
all day.
Yeah. What's
all
up,
day.
brother?
So check it out. So big love.
You guys should look up what's his name? Somebody, Dusty Slay. He was talking about having an overactive bladder and having to take the elevator, and his biggest fear being the elevator getting stopped midway, right?
Jacob's ladder, going up the chakras and having a blockage.
Yeah. So while you're all laughing about this, somewhere in the Proverbs it says something about, I could probably quote you the exact verse, but I'm not going to. It says something about, as when one letteth out water, being about almost impossible to stop. So, the awakening is definitely impossible to stop. So once you get started, you take the red pill. Once you get started, you can't untake it.
I love it. And every guy knows this, which is basically like this. When you let that little lever of bladder control, and it's with women too, by all means, when you start peeing, it's really hard to stop. You can't stop it, right? So what
I've had 4 kids.
I can definitely stop it, but
I've had 4 kids, and I've been karate chopped in the bladder more times than I could count by the children I bared into this world. And let me just tell you, when that karate chop comes, there is nothing that is going to stop you. Nothing. Not even yourself.
Wait,
right. So what that's
on the inside or the outside or both?
Oh my gosh, right?
From the inside.
You're going more phonetic on it. I love it.
It's doing sparring. Who is this? A
Right,
Van Damme
right.
or
And
something
not
like
to
that?
mention, I carried twins with very little room.
Oh, good
Okay.
job, Mom. We're proud of you, Mama.
And
Good
when I
job.
say they would literally sometimes just jump on my bladder like it was nobody's business. Okay.
What else are they
And
playing
every
with
little
now?
ooh, ah, oh, I'm gonna pee on myself.
Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, ting, wah, wah, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. So just a quick note. So what the gentleman said right before a couple of things ago, where he was talking about, we got to understand that, like, the context of the wisdom and the information. It was written at a different time. It was in a different, let's say, orientation of hyperdimensional vortex symbols, which is language, right? Sound. And that we need to really know what we're talking about in order to know what that is. And so we're all kind of like just making it up. So I would say that's true. And that's why mystery schools were exactly that and not. And I'll say the way they were is because they took the influences from the stars, from prayers, from meditation, from, the old gods, from the new gods, from the earth, from divination, from all of these different influences, which are making up. Then they took the context from things in the past. They weren't translators for some of those sacred texts. Aramaic and Sanskrit and cuneiform only went so far. And then a lot of people had their own cuneiform, and then a lot of people had their own Sanskrit. Aramaic kind of stayed true, and then there was Hebrew. So everybody was taking interpretation since the beginning of taking anything and witnessing it could be. We never see it as it is, no matter if we've got the exact language coded from it. Because the point of it is that you got to make something new up. So that's why fake it till you make it, gray matter, mystery schools, waiting for the right teacher, and standing on business is the fucking business right now.
right? You're in business, right? You're in business. That was like a joke that my friend had. Do you guys mind if I share just like this little like story about just Albert Einstein, where when he
Can I say
published
something first, Chaplain?
Yeah, sure, Tio.
And this is going to cover chat conversation too. The question, why love them if they can't love themselves? And the reply was because of their own faults. So that answer in itself is why I know that person is operating under their ego. Because it shouldn't matter. You still love them no matter what their faults are. Even if they can't love themselves, you provide that love for them.
Once Chaplain is done, I would love to piggyback on that, but Chaplain has been waiting for a minute. But you bring up a really great point, sir.
Yeah. I mean, just, like we're all in our ego, right? And this is the thing where it's like, everybody says, oh, like it's his ego or it's their ego type thing. But then I think about it, like, do we know what we're saying? Just like, we were talking about like Anais when you said, just like, do we know like the original sponsored kind of like mystic, like wisdom that was now this like diluted version. So again, I wanted to share this story about Einstein, like who was invited to just all these events, and this one who was just all the bougie aristocrats in his time in, like England, who asked him just like, please, Professor Einstein, like explain theory of relativity, where he couldn't even get the scientific minds of his time to grasp what this meant. And so the story is that Einstein just stands up and says he was out on a hot day in Germany with his blind friend. And the blind friend just looked at him and said, he looked at the blind friend and said, I could really go for a glass of milk. And the blind friend just said, what is milk? And so Einstein looks at his blind friend and says, milk is a white fluid. And the blind friend is like, what is white? He's like, white is the color of the feathers on a crane. And, his blind friend is like, what is a crane? And then Einstein tells his blind friend, a crane is a bird that has a crooked neck. And the blind friend says, okay, I know what a neck is, but what is crooked? And so this is where Einstein takes his friend's arm and he pulls it straight and he says, this is straight. and this is crooked. And then his blind friend just turns to him and says, oh, now I know what milk is. And then Einstein just sits down. And like, that's like the story. But, you know, like the commentary on it was just like his critique on how students and teachers were not like a symbiotic relationship, but like just this thing where it's like a hierarchy, right? Students aren't coming to like learn like what their mind can do, but just like put in places where they are programmed to teach their mind to do whatever they're told, you know, type thing. So when he says, just like when kids are coming out with degrees from Cambridge and Oxford with like quantum degrees and stuff like that, like, do they know like any of this? And he went back and just said, light is like, he said, God is light and God is good. And the light that enlightens others to be good and to do good is what we call love, which is like gravity, because these are two forces that are attracting us to one another. And so there is this constant hunt in science for a unified theory of everything, or a grand unified theory, a gut or a toe. They're looking for a gut or a toe in their whole, you know, principle. And so again, like when I was able to always have like that childlike imagination, right? Like I grew up blessed to not lose the child within me, right? Like, but I do know many people who grew up like my age, I'm 44, who are now reverting like Benjamin Button back into a childlike state where they can't just like regulate and stuff like that. And maybe I'm just like asking myself, they need a vent. But when I just recognize this venting happening in this feedback loop pattern, this is where I see this spooky action from a distance, right? And so does that make sense, guys? So I see everything coming to this mutual understanding. And I think it's going to be a grand moment. It's going to be the next like BC to AD, like timeline thing. You know, like imagine that moment in our lifetime. Just like I was there when we switched over to this new way of keeping track of time. You know, just like if that makes any sense. And I think that we are the light. We are meant to be the light upon this world. You know, we are the birds above the firmament. And then there are the waters below that have gathered onto dry land, you know, that are now back to Genesis 11, where the Lord God saw that man spoke one language and like sought to do the same thing, and they decided to build a tower that reached the heavens, right? And I don't
So
try
hold on, Chaplain. You're stepping into something else
Okay,
that
sorry.
I just spoke about a couple of days. So if you read that, and I had Semper, and Semper's actually here to testify to what you're talking about, Genesis 11:1. Semper, when you read Genesis 11:1, and then I want to let Poison, I want you to respond, and then I want Poison to talk, because I know she's been waiting up there for a second. And welcome, beautiful, by the way. But Semper, when you read that, what did you feel when you read it again? When I read Genesis 11:1, what did you think? And when I broke down the word, was it hold on, let me pull it up. There's a word in there.
You got it right here. And
Yep.
the whole earth was of one language and of one speech.
Right, and so there's a C word in there. And we broke the etymology of that word down. And that's the thing. You have to look at some of these words, right? I think the word is confound, right?
Yeah.
The word is confound at the very end of that verse, right? And what confound actually means is to defeat, right? And so when we were reading this and we were looking at it, it means to defeat, it means to confuse. And so when we were reading that, we were understanding that this is the God of this realm. This is not the God of the highest pleroma, right? Of the highest heaven. This is the God of this realm, which would be the lower realm God.
This was verse 7. Go ye, or
No,
go
no, no,
to,
no.
let
It
us
was
go down, and there confound their language. That they,
right.
yeah,
Yeah, that one.
that's verse
Yeah.
7.
So when you look at confound means battle, perplex, confuse, right? So why would you want to confuse the language if if people are supposed to be unified, right? This is where the separation of tribes occurred, right? So, and this was not, let me be clear, this was not Adonai, the nameless one, right? This was the God of this realm.
Jehovah.
And the thing is when we're reading these texts, we have to remember there's many gods, as Mary mentioned earlier. There's many gods in this book, right? And so we have to remember that we have to conceptually understand what some of these confusing words are, right? So when I seen the word confound, my brain was like, look that word up, right? And so then I looked it up in the also what is it? Sorry, my brain's running faster than I can think.
Dictionary? What, the dictionary?
Strong's Concordance.
Strong's Concordance. Yes,
Oh, okay.
we looked it up in the
Yep.
Strong's. And
I've
so
got
that's
it right
what.
here. It's Balal.
Yep, Balau. Exactly.
I was just about to say in Hebrew, it actually breaks down to Balal.
Yep.
And it's not that languages were separated, but in Hebrew and another way that I study Hebrew, Balal breaks down to an incoherence of the same words meaning something different to different consciousness. That's the best way that I can break it down.
Yeah, it says right here a primitive root to overflow, specifically with oil by implication, to mix also denominatively from 1098, to fodder, anoint, confound, fade, mingle, mix, self. Give
But here's the other
provender,
thing.
temper.
Here's the other thing I read. It's an old-fashioned curse used to express mild anger or annoyance, and they would give an example would be to confound it. That's what they would state. Confound it.
So you opened up probably one of the sets of mysteries that could accelerate any student in their own studying in their own time without a, let's say, expert or highly initiated, somebody who's come back to service all instead of self. So one quick hack on that, right, with the etymology, the thesaurus, and looking at origins is going to be anything that starts with con is going to tell you that's the left-hand path absolving themselves from karma in this new highly developed systematic language and programming that we're being programmed by. Which also too could be taken as like, shit, well, we were growing too fast and we're just gonna in this little season let all gods, with chaotic natures kind of just fucking figure out how we can refine this like new mineral called consciousness into something like a diamond for everybody. So there's that. But when you look at any word confusion, connection, consciousness, that is the word of this realm's God to say you are consenting to a legal fiction, which that's why a con man, like we all watch those movies about con mans. I don't want to be con, but then listen, you're saying and accepting everything from connection to contract to confounded. Oh, quite
Well, I
dear.
mean,
I'm
and-
so
and
confounded. You're right.
So,
You're right.
and also Ananias. When I was
Hey, don't
thinking
forget,
of this,
Aeneas, about consent.
it's Ananias Semper.
Thank you guys. Yes, and I'm not going to forget about
And contradict.
Right.
Yes.
And so then when I was thinking about this, I'm like, so, if we were never to be, I looked at this and I said, and there were maps of Pangea, right? When all the tribes were together. That was this time, right? That was when all tribes spoke the same language, and it was not an actual language. Let's be clear, because we know that we all who are chosen ones or, highly gifted or whatever the case may be, we can talk to one another. When we take the Jacob's ladder journey, right? We can talk to one another through our thoughts. We don't have to literally physically speak.
Yes, and on that.
So we
and on
know-
that- yes.
so
on
we know
note,
that they-
Yes. On that note, I have to just share that because you made a peak in the mountaintop, and I want to refine that shape. That's what music. That's why music moves us. That's why music moves us beyond anything, because we can speak different language. We don't need to know math, which God is what, but the right song comes on and any group of people will come and dance together. That's in the way that we used to speak. If you want to say Pangea, if you, all, Mu, Lemuria, whatever, that is true. So then what is the opposite of Khan? Like how does the balance or alchemy or transmutation or service to other or holistic healing on all levels, mental, spiritual, physical, historical, multidimensional, quantum, and otherwise happen? Well, here's the funny thing. It comes with humor. That's what a kid has all the time. It comes with humbleness. Interesting. What are some of the greatest things that heal the body? Humming. Humming. Humming actually releases...
And how do you truly bless your food? This is good.
So what they left
Yummy,
for
yummy,
us,
yummy. I got good in my tummy.
Yummy is hum. Y is H. Yes. Yummy is Y and H are the same. They can transpose. But anything with an why do you think everybody says so much in between when they're talking? Because they're trying to reset the homeostasis, the natural flow, but they have to use con words to keep going, and the always interrupts it. Interesting stuff. It's really powerful.
Yep. And so this is the last thing I'm going to say about it. But in that perspective, right, we know there are 13 tribes. They told us the whole time, and I'm just going to go down this road real quick. Let me rant for a second. We know that there was no separation until Genesis 11:1, okay? And we know that at that time, all of the lands were together. This was absolutely when Pangea existed, okay? So it wasn't over there. It wasn't, it was all right here, okay? And so what I mean by that is we also know that there were 13 tribes, 144,000 of each of those 13 tribes, right? We know that our lunar cycle has been messed up because they changed the Gregorian calendar, right? We know that there's 13 months in a year. Walk with me. There's 13 months in a year. The reason I say there's 13 disciples is because there was a twin brother, right? Many don't know about. There was a twin brother. And so in that, and also if you don't even want to follow in line with that, Jesus was a disciple. He was an apostle.
13.
So when we look to this understanding, right, we also understand that regardless of the situation, we know there was 13 tribes, 13 original tribes, 13 original bloodlines, right? And so we also know when we look to our body, we have 12-strand DNA. But actually we have 13, right? That 13th strand of DNA is what they call our junk DNA. Well, it absolutely is junk DNA until you activate it. This is your remembrance. This is your powers. These are your gifts. These are everything that you've been looking for your entire life. It's everything. It's those external senses outside of you have 5, but there's way more senses than that. This is your telepathy. This is everything returning back to its original state, right? So they've told us not to be concerned about this 13th strand of DNA, right? But that's absolutely not the truth. When we know that there's 13 strands, right? We also know there's 13 gates, right? And we know that each of these 13 tribes were connected to these 13 gates. They were responsible for the protection of these 13 gates. But they originally only told us there was 12 because they didn't want us to know that the 13th was the lost tribe, right? Because we also read the book and understand that there is a lost tribe. That lost tribe has been found. That 13th gate is activated, and it is our way out. They didn't want us to see that the 3 is the balance of the masculine, the 6 is the balance of the feminine, and then your 9 is mastery on your way out.
Hey, host.
Yes, sorry.
No, I love your ranting, and I don't want to interrupt, but I feel like if we go too far forward, my question won't make sense.
You just lit it up. Yeah, so here's the most beautiful thing, and I love this artistry.
Hold on. I do want her to go. Let her go real quick because she's been sitting up there quiet.
No, please forgive me. I could not hear anybody. My bad.
That's
so
okay.
I love the rant, and you're literally so speedy on the as quick as my brain is putting up, you're putting down, and I love it. I'm picking up everything you're putting down. But before you move forward, I have a question, and I feel like there's probably musically inclined people that are at least on the panel. So most everything is vibrational, right? And vibration is light. Light comes in waves, but also particles. That's how quantum physics works. That's how the manifestations work, right? But we work in octaves when it comes to frequency. So my question is there a correlation? Because I'm not musically inclined. I know that there's 7 colors of the rainbow. I know that there's 7 placements when it comes to a musically octave, but is there a placement for 13 within one octave? I'm
So
sorry if
let me-
that throws it off, but do you
That's
understand like why I'm asking?
That yes, and I absolutely have your understanding of that. So if we look at my picture here, up here in the corner,
Can't see where you just posted. I want to just let you know.
I'm actually going to give you a better picture. Okay, so we look at the octaves, right? We look at the waves. We know that the waves are flowing, right? And the Fibonacci sequence, yes, 5, 8, 13.
Yes.
And where mine just gave it to you. That's why I said that my profile picture is the Fibonacci sequence.
Yes,
It
and I
is.
noticed that. That's
Yes.
what brought me here, first of all.
So those are also, and if you give me a second, hold on, I'm going to pull the picture up. Those are also the first, there's 7 sounds and 7 colors of creation. So hold on, let me get to that. And I've actually, let me see. I'm going to actually put it up. Give me a second.
No, seriously, thank you. And I didn't mean to like cut off where you were going because
No.
I'm going where you're going. But I want to know because I'm not.
Also-
and I was just talking to my son's dad about like the octaves of like we were talking quantum immortality, and we don't have to like bring that up right now,
Right, yep.
But not denominations. What am I saying? Dimensions, right? So like if we are in a certain octave, first of all, it's oct, which is technically 10, right?
Yep.
Okay, you hear me? You feel me?
I got you, girl. I'm following you. Okay, so I understand exactly why your mind went to what it went to, because this is exactly how I made the connection. If we look at the Mayan sandstone actually shows us that it also shows the 13 tribes. It incorporates with the Dan 10. It also incorporates with the 13 months of the year that we're supposed to have, the 13 lunar cycles we're supposed to have. Now, when I find this picture, I'm going to go back to what you're talking about. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Give me a second.
While you're looking at that, I do want to say that when you were talking about like we have 13 months and we've been lied to, right? I realized that at such an early age, and nothing against men, right? But being a woman born with those woman
Our cycles are
right?
off. Yep.
It's 28 days. I know I don't need nobody to track nothing. It is 3 days before that full moon and maybe 2 days. Okay. It's been legit every single month unless I'm with someone who throws me completely off balance, but then it still goes back to 28 days.
Yep.
I was like 10 years old, 12 years old, and I'm looking at this, and I was raised in like Christian household, right? So like I'm like, why is the moons this? And I'm literally with the moons, I'm born in October. I'm like, why the heck is October the 10th month, but it's actually 8? An octopus has 8 legs, right? So like it's called numerology. So like the numerology of everything I realized was very messed up, which made me understand the spelling that you guys were talking about earlier. Like spells are spells because they are putting you under a specific programming if you even unconsciously consent to it.
Speaking
Absolutely.
of an octopus, you know how an octopus goes into battle?
Is this the joke or serious? Because I don't understand either.
An octopus goes into battle fully armed.
Okay, it's a joke, and I love that. I love that. I was afraid you were going to be so serious, and I was like, oh no.
I know. Hi, Aware Mind. I did want to say hi to you. I'm going to talk to her about this real quick. But so look, so this is the light. So within the light, we have the star, the true Star of David. Okay, the true Star of David has a nucleus. This is what they didn't tell us. It is the eternal light, right? And as you're walking through this, right? These are, hold on, sorry, y'all. I don't want y'all looking. I don't have any bad pictures, but
we've all been there. We've all done it. It's all good.
okay, so if I can get it to go bigger again. Come on, please. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Because I'm like trying to swipe through here and it's selecting more pictures and it's irritating me.
Just woosah. This is where I gotta tell myself, just woosah, Charles. You know, just slow things down and just.
Okay. So, all right. So then you go to this picture because it's being stupid with me. Okay. So you go to this picture. The Star of David always has a nucleus, much as an atom. Everything has a nucleus. And they've taught us our whole life that it was supposed to, you see what's in the middle of it? La. You have ka, sa, ra, ta, ya, ah, right? These are the first words of creation.
I did know that.
So that is, it incorporates into the Fibonacci sequence, right? And it says that we are all children of the same universe, right? So to go even deeper, I'm about to show you an esoteric picture. So let me find it real quick. This is hidden. This is what they don't want us to know. So give me 1 second. I have a lot of pictures, dude. Like I do.
Hey, host, if you don't mind, I would like to ask you to like maybe not feel so stressed that you have to like be pressured to do it very quickly.
Oh, okay.
We are all here, girl. We are all loving and willing
We're
and
turtles.
waiting.
We're turtles.
I feel
in
like
the
you're
rabbit
like
race
pressured
of
to
life,
like go
right?
so fast. And I don't want to absorb that like anxiousness. You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you for saying that to me because listen, sometimes my mind will run faster, right? And I'm like, hold on, wait. So thank you I appreciate that.
Thank you for receiving that well. I was a little nervous to say it, but a chaplain, he said it first, and I had to really make sure it was reiterated.
I've been there, you know, just testing water.
So then
just
so this is your sound right here. That goes
Okay,
into
so
your
we're getting
Fibonacci.
into like the 13 that I was talking about.
Yes, this is your Fibonacci sequence. These are your emanations, charging and discharging. This is when the motion is happening, right? This also incorporates into this, right? It looks very familiar, right? You have your generation, degeneration, your positive, your negatives. This is a sound wave.
Yes.
This is how sound and light emanate.
I love that it has acidic and alkaline in it. Sorry, my science brain just had all kinds of flares.
So then this also includes your universal mathematics, right? I can't really explain all of it.
You don't need to.
But it's
at least for me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know you're understanding what I'm saying, but so then you have your sound waves, how it bounces off of things, right? You have this is everything that I just explained to you. And then this is all directions curved, all motions in a spiral, right? And charging, electric, discharging. It's the structure of your atom. It's you.
Right.
And then it also does the same with this as well.
Would it be appropriate if I asked what source that is, if I could have a link to it, or if
this is just my research. I'm a researcher.
No, and same. I don't actually like talk about or post the things that I research.
I can send you these pictures.
Source. Yes, thank you. I would appreciate that so much.
And this is how it incorporates going from the beginning of the spiral and spiraling out. This is your relationship to music.
That's lit. Oh, can you? Okay, just share it to me because I'm not gonna take time on your panel. But that just unlocked that specific one with the spiral and the bee. That I'm already seeing it in my head, but I
And
haven't
so
seen
I
it.
have one more to give to you.
Yes, please.
And
Thank you so
this
much.
one, oh, you're welcome. This one is even deeper, and it's actually the pre-octants. You said octagon, right?
I
I'm going
said
to show you.
octaves.
Octaves. Well, these are your octaves. These are your octane levels of consciousness as you're flowing through your consciousness and expanding throughout the cycles of life. Right?
Right.
So if you get stuck at the dyad cycle, well, let me give you a name that we've all probably heard. If you get stuck at the monad cycle, you're stuck at this portion of the Fibonacci sequence. And until you complete that cycle, you can't continue to spiral out.
No, I love this so much. Okay, so with my original question, I would really love these images if you don't mind sharing them.
Yes.
But how does the 13 play into the octave?
Because you have 12 pre-octant cycles.
I may need to look at the picture to understand, but I interrupted like your tangent that you were going on, which you were going in a very great direction.
That's
but like
okay.
I've really been trying to understand the octave of the dimensional awareness when it comes to like light frequency, also correlating with like the frequency of just existence, right?
So again, the 13 goes into the Fibonacci
With the
sequence.
Fibonacci, yes.
Yep, which is it also is included in all of those things that I just showed you.
Thank you so much.
Yep. You're welcome. Absolutely. Okay, so let me put my topic back up. I know some of you may not have understood, but I promise one day you may, but I'm sure just by looking at the pictures, you guys could understand exactly and precisely what I was saying. So,
I was
and if
drawn
you guys
because
want
it's
them,
Esmazil 5, you know, like I'm V, so yeah.
I feel like Temper is saying something, but I can't understand him.
Me either.
I want to
And-
hear
and-
you harp on the 13 again. That was really dope. And then I got a
Oh.
question for you.
And then let's not forget that same Fibonacci sequence was used to build the Colosseums, the Roman Colosseums, and things of that nature. It's also the chambers of your mind as well.
I was just about to bring that up, but I felt like somebody else was gonna say something, so I didn't want to say anything.
Can you? I like walked away, but I heard you say just like some people end up like spiraling out, or like what? Do you remember when you said that? Like that.
Well, so essentially, there are points in the Fibonacci sequence which create cycles, and you
Right.
have to complete those cycles. Otherwise, you get stuck in that spiraling out, right? And if you don't pass that level, you're kind of doomed to repeat that level, right, of the Fibonacci sequence until you complete it.
Right. So you're not
And
even like
then
spiraling. You're just going around in a circle, thinking it's kind
In
of
that
like
same cycle.
Right,
In that
right.
same cycle, essentially. Yep.
Interesting.
So-
This is where like a rabbi like told me.
I guess those cycles include reincarnations.
Well, like this is the thing about reincarnation is like the circle of life, the cycle of life is like called a circle, not a spiral. And a rabbi,
Cosmic disturbance, theophanic signs, but not specific.
Hey, Divinity.
I'm listening.
Fifth,
Can you mute Divinity? Whatever
I'm
you're
good,
listening
yeah.
to is overpowering.
it just
Yeah, I
Thank
don't.
you.
But yeah,
Sorry, I
like our
apologize.
goal should be to like go through the circle of like or the cycle, but then be able to spiral upward into the next.
Yes, exactly.
All
That's
right?
what you're doing. Spiraling upward.
Yeah.
Can I give
Yeah,
like
go ahead,
kind of a mental understanding?
Mm-hmm.
So we've all seen like fractals, right, Chaplain? So I feel like what you were just talking about, you can be stuck on one point of the larger scale spiral, and we're again talking about octaves, right? So she brought up like the monad sequence. That is one point on the larger scale of the Fibonacci cycle that your consciousness can go through. But that one point can have its own spiral, like a fractal. So you can spiral out on one point. Once you graduate your consciousness from that, then you move on to the next point of the grander scale or the larger octave of the next level of consciousness. Did I explain that right?
Absolutely. You did that so great.
With like the universal kind of like flow that we're all just kind of supposed to go through the cycle, right? Like, I say, yeah, beautiful. Like rather than just getting like charged up, like this is where I believe they call it like muons and quirks, right? Some are like spin up, you know, like some are down, some are strange, some are charm, some top and bottom, right? Like these like new discovery terms and stuff like that. So.
Yes, and how me personally, this isn't something that I've read or that I've understood. It's just like how I see it. You are your own toroidal field. If you know what that is, you know, it spirals all the way up to the top and then it comes out and then it's going to spiral in a different location, but in the same direction. And when you're looking at like those points on that larger, like universal spiral, if you're looking at one singular point, that's a toroidal. And you want to go up the spiral, and there's nothing wrong with going down the spiral either, but each point on that spiral, you're going to have its own toroidal, like that fraction, that fractal. So you're going to go up, you're going to go down, right? You have to understand from the bottom to the top, that one pinpoint before you can graduate to that like next level of the grand spiral.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I was going through, like, every pattern in our life repeats until we learn the lesson. The moment we choose differently, the loop, I can't read, sorry, but, you know, like, this thing of just, like, this feedback loop, right, that people are getting stuck in, especially in this new matrix of this digital frontier, the grid, right? Like, I imagine, like, what it would look like for bits of information, like, to go. They look like motorcycle ships, right? So, yeah, the fractal of light.
I also do want to point out she's on point, but also you have smaller toroidal fields within your hands and within every part of your body. These are your chakras. These are your you have major chakras, you have minors.
No.
I'm sorry.
Pressure points even, right? Like just
they're your meridians.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's why they do like hand kind of like positions and stuff, like in kind of like Eastern kind of philosophy.
This also, Chaplain, this is included in the law of gravity as well.
Mm.
Wait.
Law of gravity?
Whose law of gravity? Chaplain, you got it.
I've been down this.
I'm just saying.
Gravity doesn't even exist. It's not even real.
I don't believe in what is understood. Yeah, and gravity to me is electromagnetic. It is not mass, and so gravity in the normal understanding doesn't resonate with me. But if we're talking electromagnetic, absolutely.
Negative 9.8 meters per second squared. It's just like, that means nothing to me. You know, type thing. But then I found like Einstein's letters that said he was trying to explain to the world that like God is just this energy, or, you know, like in E equals MC squared. So I like drew this out. So do you guys like see this? Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
If E equals MC squared,
it doesn't make sense.
Squared.
No.
Okay, well, I mean, just like how I got to this point.
Yes.
Right? Like, okay. So now, what if I flip it over and show you guys this, right?
Then it doesn't make sense, right? And that's why I don't resonate with it.
Okay, so what part doesn't make sense? The fact that it could be an irrational number? Like, if you take the square root of the energy divided by the mass, then how could it be plus or minus C? Does that make sense? Like, this is where I see it, like, leading us to looking for antimatter, dark matter, and energy in this thing.
Before I answer, can I ask a question?
Yes. I'll give you at least 5.
Did you know that Tesla actually wrote a paper arguing that Einstein's theory of gravity and relativity, that it was incorrect. And shortly after, things happened with Tesla and his papers were burned.
Burned or
Did you?
confiscated?
We're gonna use burned.
Okay.
I
didn't hear about
confiscated
that,
is not
did
proven
hear
neither
that.
here nor there. But
I didn't hear about that, but I did hear
did
that
you
the
know
E equals
that
MC
Tesla actually
squared.
wrote papers against the theory of gravity?
The special, there's a special relativity theory of gravity or whatever it's
I
called.
didn't
Like,
know.
If
I
if
did
you
not.
didn't know, then my questions will be irrelevant until you do look into that, and then I can ask those questions. Hopefully, we will be on a panel again because I love you guys. But my questions will be
Supposedly.
irrelevant if you don't have that understanding or knowledge that Tesla
I mean, like-
actually. And these are all theories. Either way,
Jesus love you. Opposing. What was that, host?
I am Jesus.
Jesus, we're all Jesus. The Jesus, us, man. You know,
Like, but Jesus, but Jesus. When you say
that's the
but
thing.
Jesus, you're only saying Jesus
Hey,
to
it's
yourself.
where-
But Jesus.
It's where
Listen,
two or
I've
three of
dated
us
a
are gathered
Joshua,
together.
okay? Joshua is Jesus, and we all know how that panned out, okay? So we're
Right.
just gonna negate everything about it.
It was a G bus. Just like, did you guys
Okay,
see right
so-
here? It says
Bus
Jesus.
to understanding and consciousness, yes.
I mean, did
Okay,
that ever happen
so-
to you? Do you guys read the Old Testament and get to that part where it says Jebus? And I'm just like, is this a spelling error? It's like-
So I want to go back. Poison, to the E equals MC squared, right? So
Okay.
Yes.
I agree with it as the E equals MC squared, right? But then I disagree with it with the way that he wrote it, the other way, right?
This way.
So paradoxical thinking. One
Right.
thing can be true, but the opposite can also be true.
Right, exactly.
Okay. I'm with you. I'm okay with it.
So in that way, like, we have to consider time. Does that make sense?
You're getting on the wavelength that I was getting on, and I don't want to ask questions for people who aren't there.
Yeah, because my wavelength goes, time is only constituent in this realm on Earth.
You think that?
Absolutely.
I'm not arguing against.
You said
only
time is only
stating
constituent
my understanding.
on this earth, like
In this realm, yes.
in this realm. This
And
realm
here's
being
why. Because
TikTok realm or
No, the
No,
physical
Earth.
reality.
the physical
3D.
reality. And here's
Okay.
how I got to that. Because my NDE absolutely showed me that.
okay.
Oh, so we are the same. Okay, I'm gonna shut the heck up and listen.
Because when I unalived, what felt like was, 15 minutes while there, hovering over my body, having said conversation with what would appear to be the Reaper, right? Was actually way longer because stasis set in, my body was stiff as a board, and I had defecated on myself. So what felt like 20 minutes to me was not 20 minutes. It was longer.
Longer.
So 20 minutes there. What I'm saying is 20 minutes there, right? Was
that
way
realm.
longer here.
in the NDE
Can I
realm
ask more clarifying
way
questions
longer
about your experience?
than
Yeah,
here.
you can.
Sorry, Chaplain, I didn't mean to interrupt because you
Oh,
were
no, no,
asking a question.
I was just making sure I'm tracking. So
You
thanks for-
we're asking the same question, right?
Yeah.
So, in your NDE experience, the time that you were able to conceptualize was shorter than what was the reality in this dimension, this plane, this existence, right? And I know
Yes.
that we are on the same page, okay? Now, the clarifying question I want to ask, and I want to be very clear that I don't think that going to a lower dimension is like going to hell or like that you are a bad person. That's not what I'm saying. So like we're literally thinking in science terms. Would you let me ask it the right way. The
okay.
experience that you had, because it is the opposite of mine, right? do you think that it could have been that you went into more of a 2D experience when that consciousness, like maybe you dropped, right? So like your 20 minutes was 3 hours in the level that was above you. And I don't like to say like up and down because it's not correlation to like good or bad. And I feel like a lot of these conversations end up that way, right?
Right.
But do you see what I'm asking?
But then here's the thing. I had another experience in DE. Completely opposite.
And that's why I'm asking, because I've only ever met one other person who it was the opposite, where their experience was like, oh yeah, I was there for 20 minutes, but you was out for 6 hours. What do you mean?
Right.
So another
like
clarifying
Einstein
question I would
riding
like
the
to
beam
ask
of light,
of that
right?
particular experience, when you were having that experience, like your awareness, what did it feel like physically?
Physically, I felt nothing. I was gone.
Okay, okay.
Like, what do you mean?
physically-
Like before?
That's not what I'm. Okay, let me try again. Spatial awareness.
Okay.
So maybe physically is not the right way to say it, but like spatial awareness. What was your spatial awareness in that 20 minutes?
So in that 20 minutes, what I felt was somehow lifted above. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So in the physicality, I felt nothing, right? Because I was gone. I wasn't in the physical reality anymore. But there, I felt, it's hard to explain. Like
it, and what I'm even trying to ask is hard to explain. So thank you for trying.
It's like, okay, so I felt like I was above my body, like in a higher dimension, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Not in this physical plane existing, right? But still existing at the same time, right? And time was still existing, obviously, in the physical
You were
body.
spatially aware of like time.
Right. I was aware. Yeah. And so as I was above my body looking down at this situation, right, I felt like I was high. I didn't feel like I was low, if that makes sense.
Yes, and that's why I didn't like to use the term that I use to explain what I'm trying to ask.
Okay.
So maybe this will make it easier. Was your experience in what we're just talking about, right? Like where I said lower, and I don't like to use the word lower because it automatically has like an idea in your head, right? But that experience with your NDE, and then your second experience with the NDE where it was the opposite, where time, it was 20 minutes, but it was 6 hours in this plane. Did you have, like in those two in comparison, what was different?
Oh, they were completely opposite.
But that's what I'm asking. like what
So,
of it?
okay,
And
so
if there's
this one-
words, we can try.
Okay, so the first one was the inversion of what I had experienced with the one I just explained to you, where I was above my body. The first one was literally me traveling through time. That was my perceptual reality, was me traveling through time. Does that make sense? I don't know how that makes sense.
Look, I get more than you think I might. So like, just say what you say, and I apologize if other people on the panel don't. But this is the first time I've ever resonated in this way. So give it to me, girl.
Yeah, so the first time I was in a tunnel traveling through time towards the light. You see?
Okay, so the first one, no light, stuck. Well, the first one I'm talking about.
So it was like, so the first time it was all darkness but light, traveling towards the light, having to go towards the light, no choice, no nothing, just moving towards it.
Go ahead. I'm gonna shut the fuck up, but continue. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. Sorry.
So then like I said, the second time I was outside of my body, soul left the body, and I was in a higher plane of existence above my body, looking down, bird's eye view as to the situation.
But not going anywhere.
No, not going anywhere.
Do you see what I'm about to say?
Because there's two perceptions of time, two perceptions of this thing.
Yes, and the whole reason I asked this, and I didn't know that you had two NDEs when I started, right? Because my opinion, and like I said, you have yours, and I'm not negating that.
Right.
My opinion of what time is, I think that we're actually in the fourth dimension, but we can only knowledgeably experience it in the third. So if you're in the second dimension, you can only knowledgeably explain and experience it in the first dimension, right? So to me, time is light.
Right.
Light is the frequency that travels a particle from one place to the other. That's how spooky action at a distance can happen instantaneous, because light moves faster than you even comprehend. You don't have to blink your eye. It's already fucking there. But if you were in the fifth dimension, you could look at light like it was me
Moving
throwing
slowly.
a tennis ball, right?
Like moving slowly.
Right. So like if we were consciously in the fifth dimension, we would see time in that fourth dimension no different than a tennis ball moving. So you can see the splices of reality happening one after another. You can see that separation in that existence. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Because
go ahead.
Because what I will say is in those two different experiences, the one traveling towards the light, I was a child, okay? The one traveling towards, so I would have been not consciously aware, but I would have been sitting in my childlike essence and my childlike vibration. You know, at that time I wasn't ever put to sleep. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so I was I was already
dreaming?
in.
Was it like a lucid dream?
No.
Okay. So different from like that.
It's more real than real.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So in the first experience, right? You know, I was a child, so like it was like I was perceptually understanding and realizing like, hey, I'm going through something. I'm traveling towards this light. I don't know what the hell is going on, but what the fuck is this light, right? Excuse my language. But that, you know, as a kid, you're like, what is this? And all I could do was, okay, we're not going to veer left towards this darkness. We're going to go towards the light, right? And so I would say that probably at that time, I would have been a higher dimensional being, having just came into this realm, still having all of my gifts, no programming, you know, things like that, right? Where as an adult, you know, having gone through it, you know, the time that I did go through it, I was going through domestic violence, which would have instinctively lowered my vibration significantly, right? So I would say that you are on the money. Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate the confirmation of my understanding. I don't ever try to assume anything, but I'm glad that my understanding and like how, because I've had these experiences, I'm very appreciative that not only did you confirm, but also that you can see the line of sight that I'm in.
I can absolutely, because, you know, it's experience, right? While it may not have been an experience that I wanted to experience, it was integral to my journey at the time. Does that make sense?
It does, because, and this is in the most selfish manner, right? Your experience, because you went through both of what you went through, you have no idea the way that is touching my consciousness, my understanding, and where I'm about to go, because I've already been asking questions, and you have greenlit some doors to be open. Does that make sense? So I hate the negativity that came to you, but I am so grateful for it because it's
Right.
bringing positivity to me.
Absolutely. Because, like I said, that your concept of the 5D being something where it would be you moving like a tennis ball, right? Absolutely true. And then being more 2D lifted to 3D, right? And the second,
You get it.
yeah,
We're okay. So if you understand, and Chaplain, I know that you have something you want to say. I have felt you wanting to say something for a minute, but but so if we know like spirit science, right? And like not being funny, but how often in your studies, in every religion, every sect, every like you're a book reader, people in the panel, they like knowledge, right? How many times have you heard the concept of circling the square or squaring the circle?
we were talking about that before you came in.
Oh,
Circle against
okay.
the
I didn't
square.
know that.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
know
yeah.
that.
Come on.
So I'm going to bring it to light that what I'm saying about we are actually fourth dimensional right now, and we have since we were born, right? It
Right.
wasn't our experiences right now. And a lot of people in the spiritual community who try to teach and guide are saying, let's get to 4D, let's get to 5D.
Right.
Baby, we were born in 4D
Right.
because that circle is bigger than the square. Our
Yep.
consciousness only understands the square of the 3D. What we really want to be doing is understanding that we are in 4D, and when we have hold on.
Because see, listen, you're bringing something to my mind right now.
Go for it.
And so
Spirit told me to shut the fuck up just now.
because
So
listen, you just took me somewhere because okay, so the reason why many, and I'm about to go here and I'm about to break this shit all the way down. This is why a Mason looks for a divine feminine, because a divine feminine is the circle. She's not the square. The Masons are standing on the square, only able to go to the 33rd. They're not able to reach the third without a divine feminine because they don't have the circle in them.
can I say that I disagree with you?
It's a free country.
You can. You can. Because listen, their concept is once they get to the 33rd, and I know this because I had once upon a time dated a Mason. They say that when they get to the 33rd, they have to come into a union with a divine feminine because they need to get to the 33rd and a third. Right?
Yes, I don't disagree.
We have access. If you have not, I guess you'd say, allowed, how can I say this? I'm trying to think of how to perceptionally explain this. When you haven't allowed the darkness to overcome you.
Okay, never mind. I don't disagree.
When you have not allowed the darkness to overcome you and you've naturally reached that 33rd, right? And you've actually gone through the lessons, you've not skipped any steps, you've taken every single step and elevated your mind through every single step. You don't need anyone to get you to the third of the 33rd, the 33 and the third. They are capsulized at that 33rd because of their works with the dark, if you will.
Okay, maybe I still disagree. We're
So
aligned
what
on
I-
so much, but
what
my
I mean-
understanding is different, and maybe we
Ebbs and
can.
flows. Ebbs and flows.
Yeah,
So what I mean, so let me elaborate just a little bit, okay?
Thank you.
So what I mean is they've illegally accessed the 33rd. That's what I mean. In whatever way. They've illegally. We naturally, as beings, traveling both the dark and the light, they don't travel both the dark and light. They don't do inner work.
You're talking
They need
Masons
my-
or men? Like men in general?
I'm talking.
Chaplain, I love that you asked that because that's actually what I'm going to touch on the reason I disagree, but I'm wholeheartedly agreeing. If that makes sense. Like paradoxical, okay?
I'm still
So
on the
because-
flight, so it's just like, yeah, like I'm ready.
The way that I understand it is the woman is the access to
the next higher level.
Yes.
Especially in Masonic kind of like
Yes. And
like
this was revealed.
hierarchy.
This is something that was absolutely revealed to me by a Mason. So I cannot dispute what was told to me. You know what I mean? Like
I knew a kid who was just like, I'm a Mason. I'm like, I thought they were a secret organization.
and so
Should you be,
so then I
should you be like,
understood. So I understood that my ceiling, his ceiling is my floor.
Can
I remember you saying that, right?
May I?
There's people where the sky's the limit, and some people the limit's the sky, right? Like you are like the sky that is above. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Though.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Poison.
No, you're okay. And Chaplain, I appreciate that because you segued right into what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong, okay? I think that, and mind you, that my family goes back to before 1550 with the Knights of the Templar into the Freemasons and beyond, okay? I think that whoever told you that, they're not wrong. But what they were saying is they were using you as a key to a door that they didn't work to unlock. Okay?
Exactly.
Does that make sense, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to use masculine and feminine here, and they are gender neutral. Okay? These are energetics, not sexual reproductive organs.
Yin and yang.
Okay?
Call it yin and yang. The
right.
yin and the yang.
So you're not wrong and they're not wrong in what they said. Like, hell yeah, I can unlock this energetic frequency a whole lot better having a female, a very feminine being into my world because it's going to make me not have to do the work. And this actually ties back all the way to the beginning of me jumping on the panel talking about ego. Ego is the shell around a seed. Okay, masculine, and this technically is reproductive organs, but the masculine is the seed that gets planted into the ground. Okay, ego is the shell that is around that seed, and it's actually a protective layer. It is not something that you're not supposed to love. You should fucking love that shell because it protects you from the darkness. It shows you where your roots need to go, right? It allows you to know when you're allowed to sprout up to the light, right? So when you have a seed, the masculine, that's planted into the darkness, it doesn't want to do the growth part. It wants to automatically just blossom into a tree that provides fruit. When you have feminine, and again, not using sexual reproductive because penis havers, if I'm allowed to say that, they have a really great balance of masculine and feminine. Like this isn't just the reproductive organs, right? But especially someone who is in these ideology groups, these sects that make things put in a box. So they think that their masculine has to have this key to unlock really fast growth when really they could do it just by accepting who they are and making it available to balance their masculine and feminine. They could do it on their own. They just don't want to put in the work, right? So that's where I'm disagreeing, but I'm agreeing, right? So you're not wrong that person said that because they're like, oh yeah, you're going to be a fast track to fucking... Sorry. You're going to be a fast track to the light, right? But any person who genuinely wants to seek knowledge are going to deep dive their roots into wisdom, into understanding. They're going to have paradoxical thinking where they can see two truths as being opposite of each other, but not wrong in their own fashion, right? But feminine energy is the thing that points them directly to the light. And what's the fastest thing that we understand? Light. We can't get to light speed, right? We can get to sound speed. We can't get to light speed. But feminine energy
light speed is my
available.
sight. Like that's light speed when we just see something.
Light,
we're
no.
Well,
light speed is beyond.
Yeah,
No,
I
light
agree.
speed is beyond vision.
Like you
Light
can,
speed is beyond sound. It is
yeah.
Okay.
beyond comprehension.
That's what this is, right? Like if
That's
E equals
why.
mc
Okay, so
squared and c
so
squared
let me
is
And
the
that's why I
speed
think
of
that
light.
that's why I think that is wrong.
let me
This
prove what Poison is saying. Do you see the lightning strike first, or do you hear it first?
Thank you.
yeah, you would see it first, and then you can track
And
like
then
how
hear
far
it.
away it is by when you hear it, right? Just like
So
one
you hear the
Mississippi, two
thunder
Mississippi.
after you hear you see the lightning strike, and then you hear the thunder. You hear the crack of the lightning.
Hmm. Yes.
So
Yeah.
that proves that lightning strikes first, and then you hear it.
Right. So if we like sight, like through light strikes first, then like the frequency and waves and vibrations hit next through our ears, and then I would say the balance of the ego, right? Like it's just like I've tried to like set myself in the mindset of just like I try to be able to see and feel not with like the sight and my ears, my like hearing, but through my heart, being able to just like blind out that light or darkness and just see if people are in the light or if they are in like maybe this capsulized. I love that you said that, right? Like they reach the highest degree of masonry, 33, and then they're told you cannot get to the next level, even to the next level, to the next third kind of like stage, unless you find a divine feminine kind of comparable helper, where it's just like if they choose to believe in that boundary, then they're going to get stuck. Whether you think you can or can't, that's what the test is. And like type thing. So I think this is just a Turing test for sentience, but you're right. Like for like a relationship, a union, especially like a marriage between, like two souls that become one flesh, right? That's a very
Well, yeah,
deep.
because the book tells us we go 2 by 2. You need 2 people, right? If we go 2 by 2, right, then you're made with a person in mind. Now, when you come into union with your person, you have 2 feminine aspects, 2 masculine aspects, balancing both. You see,
Like the
the
yin and
space
yang,
in between,
like the circle
literally,
in the
the
darkness
space
and the
in
light, right?
between.
Right.
See,
I
the
love
space
that.
in between, the negative space in between.
The darkness within the light and the light within the darkness in the union of the yin and the yang energy.
And then also, I'm gonna just throw this out there. You're in the 0 point energy of the Vesica Pisces. You're flowing. You're in the infinity sign.
Okay, so here's my issue with 0 point
I
energy.
think Poison wanted to say something before we
I
go
want to
there.
ask Chaplin, and it is with the EMC squared or E equals MC squared, right? So if you have, let me say this in the right way. E equals MC squared is Einstein's theory, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
relativity.
Einstein also correlates that you can have spooky action at a distance, correct?
Correct. Well, Schrodinger
So if you
showed
have
that to Einstein. Just like, yeah, that's spooky action at a distance with
But
Schrodinger's.
I'm
like,
going off of the theory, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So if you have a particle that is connected to the same particle at the beginning of time, right? So if I move entangled, right? Yes. So if I move the particle here on Earth at the beginning of time, that particle that is entangled with the particle I just moved is going to immediately transition, correct?
Transition or be affected, right? There's got like type thing.
Be affected. That's what. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you agree,
transition.
right?
Yeah. Like if that's what you mean by transition type thing,
Yeah,
right? Like
yes.
yeah,
It's going to be
yeah,
affected
okay,
immediately, and that's
In
literally like
agreement.
there is no
Vague.
thought. There's right. So if E equals MC squared, the amount of time that energy would have to move from right here to the beginning of time particle does not equate to E equals MC squared. It moves faster than the amount of time that light would have to take to get from right here to the beginning of time in that particle. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think I do, and I'm actually correlating it to the story that our host was
Yeah.
sharing about just like when she had her first NDE, that you
Yes.
like spiraled up into the next kind of circle, but maybe you found yourself in like the bottom spin
The
of that
octave
next
changes.
like particles have like rings or orbits, and like every orbit, like when atoms are energized,
It's a
like that's
shorter distance the lower on the spiral that you get. Is that what you're saying? Like when you're higher on the spiral from one, let's say A sharp to the bottom rung of the next A sharp, right? That dimensional spiral, that time that it takes to get from A sharp to the next A sharp lower than you, it's going to shorten.
Okay, so I drew this like an hourglass, right?
Yes.
So I look at your first NDE host as just like you entered in this kind of wide gate, and then as you just kind of did this through the darkness, then you found your point here, where I would say this is where you called it like the period in your life where you were going through the domestic issues and stuff like that, and that's when the next NDE sent you in the next part above. That was the light type thing where time slowed down, like you're riding a beam of light, as Einstein thought about it deeply, just like riding a beam of light. Just time slows down, and when you reach whatever speed people are at, then time could have passed dramatically faster or slower. Like if you're not on the same beam of light
100%.
that other people are on, other people come back, then it could feel like this kind of thing. So the topic of darkness and light is that if E equals mc squared, and we are told, just capsulized, that c squared is a constant. It's whatever, ridiculously fathomable number to deter us from really trying to seek what he was trying to talk about. It's very easy, relative. You could explain it to a 5-year-old, right? Like the square root of the number 4 is 2, and also -2, right?
Yes.
Like any rational
Again,
positive
going back
number.
to the 2 by 2. 2
Right.
by 2.
Yes.
But then there are people who are also -2, type thing. So this is where if we say...
I'll pause. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
Finish your thought. That I was interjecting out loud. My thought came out of my mouth. I apologize.
No need to apologize. This is the kind of forum that I love being in. And I shared a story about Einstein just with his blind friend about starting with a glass of milk and then going through this whole chain to a bird. So it's just there are just beautiful people like you who get me to really explain these thoughts. So thank you, God, for just this opportunity. I've been really hoping for this, and I love the flow of this, right? I'm not in this state where I'm trying to control.
Me too, and thank you.
Can I answer divinity? So the -2 would be the unawakened.
The negative
Hold on.
C. NPCs would be the -C.
Poison said, hold on.
Yeah, if you take -C, squared
Because-
it, then it looks like positive C. But if you look at the root of how this square came to be in this circle of life.
But let me just say, it doesn't necessarily have to be an unawakened. It can just be a negative polarity.
Can I, by a raise of hands, right? Just yay or nay. How many times from the time that you're born, and I know that you guys are at least close to my age, right? Have you said, damn, that was a dumb thing I did 5 years ago, right? Raise your hands, yes, right? Raise your hands, yes.
5 years today? Or just
right now, how many times can you look back in your life and say, I have learned so much since then. That was such an idiotic choice that I made, right? Everybody can say that.
Likeness attracts likeness.
So when you say on that toroidal field, that Fibonacci spiral from, we say lower level consciousness, right? I'm not saying that they're dumb, and I'm not saying that they're bad. I tried to be very clear about the NDE experience, right?
Right.
Just because someone is on a lower rung of that Fibonacci spiral doesn't mean that they're soulless.
Right.
It doesn't mean that they don't have consciousness. It doesn't mean that they're an NPC. because you yourself have been on a lower rung. And if you haven't been, then that means that you've been on the same point on that toroidal field for entirely too long. You should level the fuck up. But
Right.
if you're at least 25 years
Get a
old,
parachute.
if you've been
Just in
at
case you
least
drop again.
25 years in this existence, right? You've had to look back at some of the choices you made and be like, you were dumb. You messed up. And you have to accept it, right? And the conversation I was talking about the ego, when you're in that ego and you're in that seed, every time that you make that bad choice, that's you sending a root down into a darker, deeper shadow. Ego is not something to overcome. Ego is not something to desolate. Ego is not something that is bad. Ego is you are in the soil of that pot and your roots are growing deeper and deeper to root you into the reality that you want to bring yourself to the light with, right? And if you want to talk biblical, right? The tree of knowledge, the tree of life, both are the same. They had to have roots before they grew to the freaking light, right? Tree of knowledge, the tree of life. You have to go down if you want to go up, right? So ego is what puts your roots into the darkness. If you forget your roots, what happens to a plant? What happens to a seed if those roots rot? Do the leaves flourish? Can you provide fruit from a seed that the roots rotted? Ego isn't something that is negative, that is bad. So, Chaplain, what you were saying about, with the E equals MC squared, why is that so hard to say, right? You have to have that entropic neutrality to put your roots in the ground for it to grow up. And when you flipped it, can you show me the opposite? Because, boy, I can't even say
What, this one?
equals MC
This one,
squared.
or-
Nope, the
or-
other one.
This one?
That, right? So you said about NPC. That can be true if you are not going to look at the entropic, and I hate the fact that mass is in this equation, because mass always tries to equate to physical reality.
Me too.
I think that's why it's hard for me to resonate. Okay.
Okay.
But I'm trying to level. But am I resonating well enough with that
You
equation?
are. You
Okay?
absolutely are. You're getting there.
So when you are able to plant your roots, so ego is the shell around the seed. Any plant that doesn't break out of its shell and doesn't realize that it is greater than, right, it will never grow to fruition. So ego forces you to go deep, dark into the shadows and the depths of that darkness. But if you don't learn how to grow out of that and realize that you are greater and bigger than that, you will not flourish. But
Well,
I
because
don't
the
think
thing
it's
is sometimes we stay in ego longer than we need to because
Yes.
we're not listening to what we're being told. We're not
Yes.
listening to our internal compass.
yes. And I feel like that's where that root rot comes in, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
So you have to grow out
root
of
rot TikTok. That's what I call it.
root
Just-
rot. No, I love that. I love that.
Y'all are going down like
but-
you guys are gonna burn. It's just like, geez, what did I say, man? Just like,
to tie it all into like what you were saying, the reason why I gave this whole scientific lesson, my bad, but you were talking about, like there are NPCs. I think that that's a really unfair, and I'm a simulation theory kind of conspiracy theorist, right? But I think that NPC is unfair because when we were talking about the toroidal field, can you share that, Alaris? The
Yeah.
toroidal field, and it's specifically the one where you showed us like the Sophia and the monad, right? So if we're thinking about the toroidal field and that Fibonacci spiral, we want to graduate consciousness from like a lower rung to a higher rung. And what I talked about, like a lower octave to a higher octave. As much as I would love to say that my younger self, my less informed self, my less conscious self, yeah, maybe they were like, they didn't understand consciousness. They had zero participation in society, which is what I would consider NPC, right? If you
Right.
are,
And I think, and to denote the fact that any of us have never been an NPC, we've all been toxic at
right,
some point.
right. So I feel like if we don't, again, like that self-actualization, I love this so much, right? Because we were talking about like one point right there on the bottom right, that monad cycle could be its own spiral, and you have to go through every level of that spiral to get to the next, right? So that doesn't make that person who isn't on your level of the rung, it doesn't make them unconscious. It makes them less conscious. And less does not mean bad. Because if you're capable of understanding that they are less conscious than you, that means that you can consciously know how to vibrate higher to bring that person frequency,
Transmute.
right?
Transmutation of
Frequency,
energy.
transmute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
into
know-
consciousness as well.
Exactly. So if you know that you are on a higher rung, instead of looking at that person like they're dumb, they're ignorant, they're choosing this, literally they just don't know that there's a vibration that they can match that's higher than them. You can put your hand out in unity, which I think is the purpose of our creation on this entirety of existence, right? Put your hand out to yourself. Because we are all the self of the same self, right? We're all the source.
The
that
image
is
of
together.
God, right? Like we are all made in the
So
image
you
of
have to
God in some
You
way.
have to put your hand down lower. Oh my God, is that the Sistine Chapel? I'm disgusted with myself.
Huh? Where did that
You
come
have to put your hand down lower on that spiral. That was a whole download that I'm not going to talk about.
Did I just
But you have to
like
put your hand down
skip or
lower.
something?
And you have to be like, hey, dude, like, this light is really freaking cool up here. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what's possible from where I'm at, right? So when you vibrate that frequency that you're at on the rung that you're at, you can bring that next person up. But if you look at them like they're separate than you, I feel like that's where you're going to fail and bring yourself back down to a lower rung.
Well, and I'm also going to say, you know, this is also in the book, right? It says we are the body, right? We are the body of Christ. And don't get hung up on the word, because the word is actually supposed to be Chrisyst, right? And so when we look at that, we understand that we are all, we can't argue with the fact, oh, I'm the toe. No, I don't want to be the toe. No, you have to be what you are regardless. Like, you, just because you're not the head and you're the toe doesn't mean you're that any less significant. You're still important.
As long as you're not a tumor. I'm not a tumor. It's like, well, actually, kind of you are.
Right, but even
I am the heart.
Sometimes you have to be a tumor, okay?
Exactly.
Sometimes you have to be a tumor, and sometimes you have to be the scalpel. And you have to be okay with either one. It's not a sin to be one or the other. It just is, and you have to accept it.
Right, like
absolutely.
Sin is gone, right? Like, that's the thing about sin. In mathematics, there's sine and cosine and tangent, right? And sine is
Come
sin.
on, because when I seen that,
I have a question, because I don't know mathematics.
Well, you're looking at. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I can
said
try
it a
to walk
couple
with
of
you
times
a
here,
little
right?
bit.
That like sin in math, right? In my understanding, and I'm not asking anybody to believe what I believe, but in my understanding, the only sin that can happen is separation, believing that you're separate from the whole.
From what I understand, it's the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, which in Jewish tradition, that's the Ruach HaKodesh. And that is the mother.
The blasphemy of the Spirit. So would that encompass just like those who call blasphemy of the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, right? But there is
Holy
the Spirit
the
of
Ruach
truth,
HaKodesh, the
and then a
mother.
spirit in error, according to 1 John 4, right? And then this is where I would say It is, let the righteous be righteous still, let the wicked be wicked still. But like those who call light darkness and darkness light and good evil and evil good, those are the ones that I would say are in this sin cosin, right? Like in mathematics,
So you
in a
would,
right
you would say
triangle.
that I'm sin?
No, you're not. Like, that's the thing. There is no sin. All the things that we were going through that we thought were like disconnecting, we had to go through to become the image and like energy that we are today. And if we are able to look at ourselves in a mirror and say, man, 5 years ago, we went through a lot of dumb stuff, but man, if we didn't go through it, I wouldn't love you like this, man. So thank you, God, for doing that. Rather than sitting in this lower state of just like regret and just like just time travel where we're stuck in the past. We're no longer in the present because
Yeah, that's cool, and I dabbled in that for a solid year, Chaplain.
Which part?
And it doesn't, what you're explaining.
Which part?
And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The sine and cosine, it doesn't make sense. What makes
Can you
sense
break it down?
is if you look up sin and the meaning of sin, it literally means to miss the mark. Like you're shooting with an arrow at God's bullseye.
Can
It
I
literally
can I
means
ask,
to
when
miss
you look
the
it up,
mark.
what is the etymology of sin?
It means to miss the mark. That's what the etymology is. To miss the mark.
And so the best way out, this has to do with equity, and I have been studying equity because big backstory, I won't get into it. Anyway, the best way out of sin, missing the mark with your neighbor, with you, Chaplain, with Alaris, with Poison, if I miss the mark with you, I need one thing from you, and that is reconciliation and forgiveness. And that's the only way to get your relationship back with the father-mother.
Easy peasy on that, bro. Like that's a given with me, bro. Just like if I just like lost you somewhere, I appreciate you just saying, "Hey, chap, you got to reconcile this for me, man. Otherwise, and like that's the thing where we are so scared to be like, I have a question. Like I don't know. We're all like teachers ask all the time, just like everybody understand, and just nobody says anything, especially like in a big lecture class, and that's the scary part. That's the spooky action at a distance. Do they really understand or do they not understand? Even when Jesus was like asked by his disciples, like, why do you speak to them in parables? And he's like, because like, I'm paraphrasing, just like what I am here to do is not for them, but like with you can ask me anything. And like they asked him like something about like the sower and he explained it. And then he asked them, do you understand? And they were just like, yeah. I was like, they didn't get it.
But did you know, Chaplain, that Mary Magdalene actually housed many of his secrets that he would refuse to tell any of the other disciples?
Yes. Like that's the thing where I'm just like, does nobody else see this? Just like the importance of Mary Magdalene, like being like the first one, like in all these things, she was the one who was like funding his ministry type thing, like her role.
Exactly. I said
in
this
the
the
whole
other
thing.
day. She came with the money. She came with the boats.
Yeah.
She came with it all.
And with the
And then
the
she
water,
went to Ireland
washing
and started setting up.
Catholic
And then
Church.
she went to Ireland.
She
and
brought
started
the wine
setting
to
up
get drunk.
ministries.
No. And this is the thing where like these divine energies, these divine like partners like in life, like I see Mary Magdalene being Christ, like the Son of God's like comparable like balancer, right? And just like his mother Mary, like the Virgin Mary found or was appointed to Joseph the carpenter, whether it was by choice or not, like it all worked out to be able to produce this fruit that was not just any fruit, but like the fruit from the tree of life, giving the knowledge of good and evil amongst generations and generations of his time. And so this is where I look at people today on TikTok so focused on being the best debater. Everybody wants to be the master debater, like Charlie Kirk. And then how do you become that? You got to learn how to bait
my goodness.
people, right? So you got to become a master baiter. So it's like all these words are just taking on a new meaning type thing. Like we, Poison was saying earlier. So
quite understand what you guys are saying about sin.
Oh, okay. So let me explain it to you like mathematically like this. Okay.
Hold on 1 second, Chaplain. Hold on.
Okay.
Hi, Benny.
Hi, I'm sorry. He said master debater, and
I literally had to keep myself on mute for far too long.
Yeah.
Agreed.
How are you today?
No, I'm one of the best of the blessed, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Madame Rizzo.
Yes.
Love you, Alaris Novera. Wow,
Yes.
you have an amazing name.
It was with much thought. Much thought.
Wow, Alaris Novera. Oof, that's a big deal.
Yep. Hi to you.
Sir Daniel.
Oh, do you guys know each other?
I know Benny.
I've never met Benny.
Ask Benny if he knows Archangel.
Do you know Archangel Uriel? Uriel?
Yeah, Uriel is actually one of my besties.
I'm his bestie.
But
I'm telling you. Tell him that I'm nuts. That I'm going to know that.
That is that's Uriel right there.
Yeah.
Hey, brother Benny,
Yeah.
how you doing, man? It's been a long time. It's been more like 5 months. I haven't seen you, bro. How you doing?
Well,
Uriel.
I had to move a few times, so it is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now you're here. See, you ended up here because I didn't even have you on this account, and I'm just looking. I'm like, and I tell Larry's like, I know Benny. He asking about Uriel. You know how it is, kids. All right.
Yep.
I'll let you guys tell. Yeah. I'm happy to see you, bro. I'm happy to see you again.
Hey, always a pleasure and a treasure to be within your measure, my friend.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate you too. And I'm not talking here a lot. I'm staying quiet. I'm
That's
just listening.
Uriel.
And,
That's Uriel. Yeah.
Uriel. See, all right. Thank you, guys. All right, I'll stay muted, Ben. If you want to share, you're welcome here to share.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna stay quiet, but we'll talk. We'll talk soon. Yeah, I'm right here, brother.
All right, y'all. I'm done with what I was up to. This plane hasn't landed, so give me a parachute. I'm gonna jump.
Okay, Semper. We love you.
I wish you would
Alright.
step back
Jump.
off that ledge, my friend. No, I'm just kidding.
Always faithful. Semper Fidelis.
Is that what that means?
Love you, Semper.
Hey, you know what?
I tell you, Ben, that I got people that fucking know.
Always distinctly resilient. In other words, I'm gonna keep coming back.
Listen, did you guys hear what the guy said? Did you guys hear what he said earlier? His name was J World. He came in here and he said, always remain vigilant. He pulled, what do I always say, Semper? Everybody that's been around for a while, I always say, remain vigilant.
Have you guys seen the movie V for Vendetta?
Yes,
It's like,
absolutely a favorite.
Hey, rest well. Rest well.
You as well, brother. Remain
Yes.
blessed.
Peace and
Remain in
abundance
the
to
light.
you. Remain vigilant, brother.
I love you.
Farewell.
Bye.
I love you too. Bye. Love y'all.
Vigilant. Like, like that whole rant where he goes on the V's, just voila, like a victim of
Remember the 5th of November.
my birthday.
No,
I was born on the 5th of November. So when I saw that movie, I was just like, my birthday. And everyone's like, shut up, Charles. I was like, dang, I got a lot of friends in this theater right now.
Uriel is showing his face. I haven't seen it this whole time.
Well, now it's a gift.
We can't hear
This is to all of you guys. This is Uriel. So if you guys
Good to
haven't
see you,
seen
brother.
Archangel Uriel, this is me. Happy to see you too, Benny. Happy to see everybody, Chaplain and everybody.
Hey,
here.
Aurelian
You should
Knox.
show us your
Like-
audio
You too.
dance.
Remember, I used to dance. I haven't danced in a minute, or I did painting, but I haven't danced. I'll be dancing probably soon. I just working on stuff.
Did you catch that, Benny?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a Kinja, so
A what?
I don't know if you know what that. I'm a Kinja.
A kinja?
Kinja.
Okay.
Oh.
Not like a ninja,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like a Korean ninja? Or what's a
No,
kinja?
no, like Kinfolk Ninja, but it's a dance troupe. If you've ever,
Oh, that's pretty cool.
yeah, we're really good at dancing. So yeah.
Like
Do you post
Jabberwocky?
any?
Kind of like.
We're not ninjas. We're not shinobi. We're kinjas. You know.
So do you post any dance at all, Benny?
My brothers do, but I have my own.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out. That's why I'm asking, because I like to go check and support people. You know.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. Shoot, let me give you some love on this.
And actually, can I tell you guys a story? Like, Betty, tell me what you think of this. My younger brother, for like the first time, like, you know, in our adult life,
you,
came to
guys.
me like excited to like do like a Halloween costume, like collab, and he said he ordered like a Jabberwocky shirt and the Jabberwocky mask. I don't have to do anything, like type thing.
See, he
and
knows.
like the
He
whole
knows.
time, I was just like, "Yo, little bro, we have to stay at least like on the opposite side of the room because the moment we get together, people are gonna think like you're not gonna expect us to start freaking
Yup.
out, man."
Yep.
And so I totally-
Hey, and big shout out to the Jabberwockies. Hey, mad love to the Jabberwockies.
That's the thing. I had that
Mad
mask
love
on.
to
I was
the
at a street
Jabberwockies.
corner, and I like took off my mask just to breathe. And some like
Yeah.
people at the corner were just like,
It's
"Are you
so
really
hard
a Jabberwocky?"
sometimes.
And I was just like,
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
I know.
Asian. Like,
It's
what
the
makes
same
you-
thing with the Kinja.
The beauty of being just like an Asian American or an Asian in this world
Yeah.
today. It's fun.
Hey, hey, I'm blessed that I at least live on the West Coast. So, you know,
Hey, that's a beautiful place.
it is. I mean, for Asians, most certainly, or Amer Asians, or whatever you want to call them, or
Amazing. Amazing, man.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm not Asian
Amazing.
American. I'm an American Asian, aka Amazing.
Yeah.
You can call me
Amazing.
Yeah. This guy,
Dude,
his ego is
that's-
so off the board. He thinks he's amazing. I'm like, no, you guys have itching
No.
ears. Don't hear anything that I'm saying. Right? Like,
Amazing. I'm amazing.
That's what they called us. You know, like I didn't
It's
say
amazing,
it.
but amazing.
They said it. You know, like they said it.
I mean, it's just like my father told me, just like, you are an American. I am an Asian American. You are an American. So don't let anybody tell you
Yeah.
you are an
Yeah.
Asian American. I was just like,
No, hey,
He said I'm amazing.
yeah, I put that one together
you're 100%
on my own.
right.
Yeah. So when I say like I'm 100% American and 100% South Korean, this is like
Oh,
my test
yeah, oh,
just to see
yeah.
if people can compute. You know, they're like 1 + 1
Right.
can't equal 1. I was like, really? I'll take that challenge. You know, like I love like a
Like
challenge.
it's like they're saying to you, Chaplain, like you're
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
child, you're not the children of Genghis Khan, but you still are the children of Genghis Khan. Come on now.
It's just
I am. I am.
I know
Exactly.
I'm the child.
You both
of Genghis
are.
Khan.
Like, no,
Like,
no,
okay,
no. I
forget
got-
Genghis Khan. Let me tell you about Mr. Pong. You know, I think my
No,
father.
his real name is Temujin. His real name is Temujin. But you know, like, yeah, I do have Genghis Khan ancestry in me, so I can't.
Hey, that's awesome. I
can't
did
knock
not
it.
know.
And
But-
I'm also Chosun and Goryeo dynasty, and Japanese dynasty. It's
that is
It's-
awesome. That is freaking awesome.
yeah, it's a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's freaking awesome because like
But I also
we're all
have
cousins. We're all cousins,
al-
you know, Benny.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I also have Scottish. I also have British, and I also have
See?
Dutch in my family too.
See, you're my cousin.
You know. Yeah.
You're my cousin.
I'm kind
We're
of.
cousins,
I'm
Benny.
kind of a Heinz 88. You know.
Me too.
An amazing.
Me too.
I mean, the crazy 8 or what? The Heinz 88.
The 88s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The crazy 8s? No, these
See.
are the amazing.
You get the
amazing
joke.
eights.
You know what
The
I'm talking
amazing
about.
eights.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking
Absolutely,
about.
Poison. Poison said the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Absolutely. And
That was,
and
that
I was
was
like,
so funny, but I love that you said that.
The mitochondria is what? Like the mitochondria
The
is the
powerhouse of the cell. We all related, baby.
yes, all
Yeah.
of us.
We
We're all
are.
related.
We're all connected, my friend. And the things that we should concentrate on aren't the things that separate us. It's what brings us together. You know,
Okay,
forever.
I was trying to let the conversation carry on, but I'm ADD and I'm also autistic. So you brought it back up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen. I truly believe that we are all 100% connected, and that's the question that I asked earlier about the mathematical sin, because you guys were correlating it to like sin of the Bible, and I don't understand.
Well, okay, so let me
No
give you my
thanks.
correlation. So my correlation goes to sin.
No thanks. Hold on.
I have another one. Not to like
No, I
blow your
love
mind
it.
out of the
He just
water.
was like legit, like no thanks.
No,
He said no thanks.
when you're talking about biblical when you're talking about biblical terms, like I don't. Listen, I know Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1 and 2 Samuel, 1 and 2 Kings, 1 and 2 Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Solomon, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel, Ezra. I can rip the Bible, you know.
Memorization is different than understanding, though.
Yeah. A parent can
when
recite
you've
Bible
read it
verses,
as
but
much
does
as
it
I
know
have.
what it means?
Yeah,
I'm not calling you a
exactly.
parent. I'm not
That's
calling you a parent.
the difference.
But
I don't
That's the difference.
do like the comparison of male outside genitals, right? But I've read the Bible front to back at least 20 times.
Right, but you know there's
and
other
there were-
Bibles out there
and there-
too.
Yeah, I have
Right.
read from
There's
at
an
least-
there's an Ethiopian Bible. There's
Yes.
also the Dead
There's
Sea
the Apocrypha,
Scrolls,
there's the
Apocrypha of
1876, there's the 1902, there's the King James. Yes, I have.
She's on her game. She's on her game.
But
She is
but you're on
her
a
game.
panel that I wouldn't be up here talking if they
she's
didn't
on her game.
also have the understanding. So it's not just me.
Yeah.
The people
I
who
don't-
are already up here.
I don't prescribe my existence based on the tenets of those books.
So nobody asked you to.
I used to, but I don't do it anymore.
And hey,
I
Benny.
think I'm
Hey,
gonna
Benny.
I think. Go ahead, host.
Hey, Benny, and that's okay. I know that we're talking about like, I guess the metaphorical of the the word sin, because we know that it also exists in mathematics.
It does,
I have a
yes.
different interpretation of it because I also know that there was a sin god in the city of Ur, who was also the moon god.
Yeah.
And that the moon is the Saturn of your brain, right? And that sin based on God's, elaboration of sin.
You're talking about Nana Sin, the Sumerian god, the child of Enki. Yeah.
Yes.
See, because
So sin
you're at like episode 5 of the mystery schools, and I've been to the halls of divinity, so I love what you're talking about. I love
Yes.
what you're
So
talking
for me, when I see sin, I see the Mesopotamian god of sin, and I understand that the reason why Abraham was cast out of the city of Ur is because he had to drop his ego and go into the promised land, right? Taking the journey up the ladder, right? And he had to leave because God and sin cannot exist in the same space or place, right? So I understand that.
Absolutely.
And so I also, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, you're okay. I interrupted you, host. This is your show.
Yeah, so I also understood that this Mesopotamian god, this city of Ur was a cult place, right? This is also where Inanna, Ishtar existed. That's the same being,
Sorry.
right?
My necklace. Oh, sorry.
And so I
No,
understand that.
I love Inanna. Like I love Ishtar. But yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And I also understand that there were other gods there as well. There were many gods.
Yes.
So, I understand why Abraham had to leave because Abraham's beliefs were different, right?
That is what you would call Yaldabaoth.
Okay. So we're not
Yeah.
debating
So-
that though. The point of what I was saying, and I'm sorry, host, but the point of what I was saying is you are on a panel of people who have a level of understanding that you also have. And the question that I was asking is based on the mathematical understanding of the panel. to also correlate to our understanding, not just of the good book, right? But like many books, many understandings. So we were talking about sin in a mathematical sense, as well as sin is like, oh God, you did a really bad thing. But the correlation between it, right? Not just the Bible said don't do this thing, right? Sorry, host, but
The disclaimer just makes me want to do it more, God. So it's just like, don't tell me not to do something.
Oh no, you're
But-
good.
Can
I?
Yeah. So I went.
He was doing his background research over there. Like, if
Yeah,
you
I was.
see him,
I was doing my diagram.
Yeah, he
I
was.
prepared-
He totally
I prepared
was.
I
my
seen
I
it.
want to know how many people on the panel don't have their laptop open to research right now.
Listen, I'm only walking around outside for a second, but I do have my tablet very well open.
Very much so. But I do want to ask
I'm outside,
again, like,
not me.
because where we left off was like the understanding of like sin in the Bible, but in the correlation with the mathematics, because we were talking about the
Right.
toroidal field, we were talking about the Fibonacci spiral and the
Right.
understanding that you like level up
Yep.
in octaves. Okay,
Mhm.
so you guys said when I first came on the panel about sin mathematically, and I'm trying to get an understanding how that correlates.
So that's what Chaplain, I think it was gonna give us.
Yeah.
But then Sipper was gonna give it to us. He was gonna have a counter.
He was really
And then
awesome.
he left. Then he left, and he said that he didn't understand the correlation between the sin and the cos, and yeah. Anyways,
That's where he needed me to
Sine and the
reconcile.
cosine.
Right? He was just like,
Yeah.
"Chat, you need to
the sine and the
reconcile."
cosine.
Okay, so let me begin like this. So sine, cosine, and tangent, right? The
Yeah.
common uses are finding missing sides. If we know one angle and one side length of a right triangle, we can use sin, cosine, or tangent to find the other side lengths. Finding missing angles, if we
Can
know
I raise
two-
my hand real quick?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking
It's
down. So
called
yeah.
the hypotenuse. It's called the hypotenuse.
Right.
Hold
Like, so
on.
this is
Yes.
this is the
When you
relationship.
say sin, are
between-
you is that the same thing as sine? Like
Yes.
SYN?
No,
Yes.
Okay.
in mathematics,
no,
it's
no,
not-
no, no,
it's-
no.
it's not SYN, it's SINE in mathematics, but it's pronounced
Yes, SINE.
sine.
Yep.
But like it's like shortened to SIN. So if it's like like it says SIN, I was just like sin.
Okay.
Like when I
That
looked
that makes a
geometry,
difference.
right? So
And it
that's-
actually,
Thank you.
if I remember correctly, is it not that sine turns everything into a multiplication
sine
and a decimal? Am I correct, Benny?
It's what you call a forced multiplier.
Yes,
And
exactly.
does that go into negative and positive when you're using sine?
Yeah, there's sine to the negative one, cosine to the negative one. Like like
That's
these
what
are
I
all
was telling you about your
reciprocal.
experiences in DE.
Yeah. Like the negative
Okay.
one that turns
I'm
into
tracking.
then
Thank you.
just like the same.
No, that is the mathematics of zero. Like, that's why the ancients knew what zero meant. 9 was the
Completion.
highest. Yeah, the completion. Yeah, and then you got to restart the cycle again.
Literally 10 would be the next zero
Yeah.
in the next octave, right?
Exactly.
Precisely.
But the 1 0 was incomplete. The 10 is incomplete because it has to start over again. Oh shoot.
Well, and here's another thing. When we look at the decimal, right? We
Yeah.
look at the 3.14, and this is where I'm at in my understanding, and I'm gonna pickle Benny's brain over here, right?
Okay.
So
Love the pickled, yes.
so when I look at the
I love cucumbers.
3.14, when
Some
I
people
look
like their
at the
cucumbers
3
with
point,
Sorry.
when I look at the 3.14, I see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
alpha, the omega. I also understand the point is the Aztec sandstone, which connects everything back.
I think it's a perfect circumference, but an imperfect circle.
Right.
Circling
Right.
the square.
You understand.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
You
yeah.
understand
Okay,
exactly what I'm saying.
that's the best way to say that. Yeah.
Ooh, I just came
That
up with like a
Can
I
eureka
say
moment right
something?
there. Like, yeah. Like,
Can I
really
clarify
quick.
something?
Actually, never mind because the download is still downloading.
Yeah, and so give it a
Hey.
second. Give it a second to compute. It'll compute, and when, sorry, go Tia.
Pi is the firmament. It's the dome. It's the half circle. That is what pi is.
Right, but
So
there's
that-
another half circle underneath us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
They're,
reflection. But it says that in the Bible. It tells us the mathematical equations when you read it, as above,
Right.
so below.
Yep.
as within, so without.
Yep. As for one,
Yep.
as for all.
Yeah. Without the doubt.
Yeah.
right? So
Sorry.
when you said pi is
I want to just raise
3.14.
my hand.
Okay, yeah, but like that's the thing. Let me land on this. 3.14, right? Like just listen to that. Forget numbers, just the word, like the homonyms, right? When 3.14, right? Like when we point a finger at someone or something, we have three fingers pointing back at us that we are not seeing type thing, right? So like again, just like this is what I call
No, you have
right
four.
language.
You actually have when you point a finger, you have four pointing back at you.
Oh yeah, I'm
Because
talking
keep
like
in mind-
FOR, like also the number, right? Like yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got unless you do like the shooter, then you got one pointing up, which is a bad number.
Listen, I finger gun my way through life as
But
a
the Alpha
tickling
V-
baddie. Okay, mom finger gunning everywhere.
But
Holster
the
those.
alpha, here's the interesting thing about the alpha, the omega. The alpha, the omega is your 0 and your 1 and your binary code. It's your whole and pole. The woman and the
Alaris,
man.
do you have a visual representation on how 3.14 like correlates on a what am I trying to ask?
I know what
On
you're
a
asking.
circle?
You don't even
So
have
we're
to
talking
ask.
about like the left and the right, the up and the down. If we're putting it on a 2D, right? And we talked earlier, we're 4D. But now I'm asking you to give me like a 2D representation of 3.14 so I can see the pattern because it is very flower coal. Flower coal is not a fucking
Yeah.
word. It's
No,
not,
but
it's
you made a
flower
beautiful
coal.
word. You made a beautiful word.
flower coal.
Yeah. Flower coal.
I'm right though,
Come
right?
on.
So like
Yeah.
3.14, as much as it is infinite, it doesn't go infinite left and right. It goes
Right.
infinite up and down. Does it not?
Yep.
The trajectory is the toroidal field.
And so it's continually spiraling
In and out, up and down.
out and wider, if that makes sense.
Starting with like the number 3, like the 369 type thing, right? And then it just is a
It
never
looks like
ending.
a figure 8.
The things that I'm seeing right now are astronomical. I obviously can't put words together.
I have plenty of pictures to send you. Poison.
Words don't do
Plenty.
it justice at all.
No, not at
No,
all.
but
Yeah.
I'm understanding
At all.
and like psychologically seeing.
You're not understanding. You're overstanding. Now.
I'm
No,
Or
understanding.
understanding.
No, no,
I
no, no,
am
no.
understanding right.
Omni-standing.
Yes.
I'm
Omni-standing.
understanding in a way that
Yeah.
I'm correlating personal experience that I've had. I'm
Understanding and
understanding
overstanding
of,
are different
like
things.
even the conversation and how this has progressed from the time that I joined the chat to got on the panel to now. Like I'm literally seeing.
Man, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
Me too,
No.
baby, because I was there.
You remember?
And I was
Yeah,
seeing
you
it
remember?
all, and it
Yeah,
was
I
just
know. It
boom,
was just like
boom, 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 boom,
yeah,
boom,
yeah.
boom. And I
It
was like,
just
hold on, wait. I can't. Hold on, wait. I
No,
gotta
I was
compute.
so jealous.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, it's like
Hey,
warping
but
in
no,
Mario Brothers.
but she's
3. Just like I skipped like a
she's
bunch
exactly
of levels. I think.
she's exactly where she's supposed to be at right now.
Exactly.
You know, like
I'm usually the one to like teach the elevated understanding. So like being on a place that elevated understanding is teaching me is such a freaking blessing. Like I'm not joking. Like
No, hey.
I'm so very, very grateful.
Faithful, grateful, and thankful.
Yes.
100%.
Just
please and thank you.
And I appreciate that you guys use the Bible in a way of a tool of cognizant understanding and not as a tool to indoctrinate me.
Right.
Or attempt to indoctrinate us.
She caught it.
That was
You got
sexy. I'm sorry.
Thank
That was
you.
sexy.
No, the only thing
That was
sexy in
sexy.
this world
That
is
was-
literally brain, okay? You can give
That
head
was
all day.
sexy.
The only thing sexy in this world is literal brain.
Right.
The biblical understanding has always been something that resonated with me, but I didn't resonate with what it told me. I resonated with my relationship to the understanding. And
Right.
you guys are doing that.
Yeah.
And we
That's
don't
true.
all have to agree, right? But we can have a conversation that I don't even think
Yeah.
we've even
Edifies,
been heated, right?
that
We haven't been
edifies,
heated on the panel.
that, like fellowships,
One of the
right?
best-
rather than like war ships, like WAR,
Yeah,
or like that thing,
right.
like. So again, with like 0
I'm
point
just saying,
energy,
like,
guys.
my
like-
gratitude is like at maximum right now. Okay, that's what I'm saying. My gratitude
Thank you.
is like,
and that goes to God,
beyond
right? This is when like we should say thank you, God, for just like this.
that, yes.
This-
I'm
Just-
very, very
right?
grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you, right?
Like,
and that is
yeah.
where, when you guys say 0 point energy, what I see you guys saying is just that if E equals MC
E equals
squared,
MC squared.
E equals 0.
I still
which
got it.
means
I still
all
don't
of
agree.
this Don't mean
I
anything.
don't either.
He
I
is.
don't either.
He's
But-
not wrong.
But whatever.
He's not
I still
wrong.
disagree.
But I disagree.
But I respect it though. I respect
But
it though.
so
You know,
the
like-
paradoxical thinking, right? Like I know that two things
Welcome
can
back.
be opposite but still true, right?
Opposite and equal.
No,
Opposite,
because
like a
I
yin
don't-
and a
I think
yang.
that's-
Like,
I think they're still not equal. I don't think that they're equal. They're two very different things. How do you divide 0 by 0?
You can't. There's nothing
You
to
can't.
divide
by zero.
But
By zero.
To me,
But see, as a child,
that's
I would
what-
always say 0. Like
yeah,
Vinny
that's the
said.
easiest.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that's the easiest
By
answer.
zero.
If you waffle
I
on
would
that
say
one,
it's 0.
it's just
Zero
like you need a
divided by
tutor.
0 is 0.
No,
well,
no,
it's
no.
1 divided by 0.
You're trying
Zero.
to put them into numbers, but
No,
in
no,
the
no,
real
okay,
existence and ones and zeros, is
Okay,
you're binary
Benny,
coding
I
it.
appreciate
Okay.
your understanding, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm
I
trying
don't
to
understand
open up
anything. I know what I know, and I surrender to what I don't. But I know what I'll need to know when I need to know it.
and I appreciate that.
Yes,
And I'm not
yeah.
asking you to believe what I believe, but I'm
I
saying
don't believe in anything.
from
Okay,
how
gotcha.
my mind can comprehend. Okay? If 0 divided by 0 is 0, 1 divided by 0 cannot be 0.
Why would you put the one in there?
In comparison, because it's the
Why?
next higher level.
What? Yeah.
But
what are you
one
chasing?
is anything divided by
Why would you
one
put the
is-
one in a zero? Yeah.
because she's
Like,
trying to
Why would?
like speak. So Benny, like just from like you know, if
Sorry.
you can, one amazing to another. Just like it's an amazing thing, just
Yeah.
to just kind of like listen. So you came in like towards the end, so you gotta like kind of get a read of just like where we're all
Okay,
at. We've
so
been
what you
sitting-
were asking for, I don't know that I can really show this. Like, there's parts that I'm gonna have to move out. What you were asking for, Poison, I'm about to show you.
Thank
You were asking for, and this might, because I have a photographic memory.
Me
and
too. I did it.
And I'm kind of ADHD, and I guess you'd say I'm kind of a little
Labels are
autistic.
weird. You're just fucking smart. We can say that. It's okay. Humble is behind us, okay?
So I hope that TikTok does not get fucking absolutely pissed off at me, but there you go.
That is what I was about to bring it to because you were the one who brought it up, the alpha, the omega. You
Five.
can't have 0 divided by 0. 1 divided by 0 is going to give you infinite
Do you know what's behind my
possibility.
finger? Do you know what's
Yes.
behind my finger? I'm sure
No,
you
I
do.
don't. No, I don't.
Oh, well, it's a
Hold on.
gynae and a penis.
Man,
It's
why does it
almost
always
like
gotta go back to that? It's just like
Because it does.
I know, I know.
It does.
Because every creation
okay,
needs the feminine and the masculine in
Benny
its
wasn't
that
wrong.
interaction.
Yes.
They need sex, basically. Let's call it like that. In every realm, you need to have, and
Every hole
it
needs
doesn't
a
matter
peg.
if you're in this realm. Every realm, you have to have this unity that comes together. Yeah, it doesn't
no,
change in any other realm.
You're 100% right,
Betty's
and
just
we
like-
kind of said it earlier. The host said it. Alaris said it earlier. When you have two perfect people, you're divined to be with that person next to you, right? That person isn't going to be your masculine. That person isn't going to be your feminine. You have to
They're gonna
have
be whole.
the divine within yourself to be masculine and feminine. The unity will come when that person that you're divine to be with will also be masculine and feminine. Doesn't
So
matter
it's-
what your gender parts are.
So it's the coherence of the brain. The coherence between the masculine and feminine aspects of the brain have to happen prior to any union.
Do you, okay, and not in an argumentative fashion. You're saying brain, but I'm very literal, okay? So you have brain and you have spirit and you have body. In my opinion, your consciousness is your like spirit, right? Then you have your brain, which comprehends emotion. That is what you intake from this world. Your consciousness is what you take from the world that isn't physicality. And your body is what the ego is that bridges the understanding between this world and the next, right? So that Holy Trinity is more important than a yin and a yang. So feminine would be your consciousness that is connected to everything outside of you. Your masculine is your brain that is actually emotion, and we have it so fucked up in this world where they say, you're so emotional, you're such a girl, why are you being so feminine? Your masculine is what connects you to this physical dimension. That's your emotion because you're going off of what the
And
world
let me say
gives
this
to you.
while you're there. The feminine is the feminine is the feminine, but the masculine is the aggressive nature of the feminine energy.
Yes, and masculine is emotion. What drives you the most? Your emotional connection to an experience, to a relation, to a thing that happened. Masculine is actually more connected to feminine, and the actual feminine is what connects you to outside, above your conscious level of understanding. Ego is what bridges you between those two and allows you to grow. If you don't have ego, you're not going to understand how to make those things be cohesive together. So when
So
you have
I'm going to give you one more picture of what you're talking about.
When you have a
'Cause I-
positive and you have a negative, if you don't have a magnet to show it, which is ego, right? If you don't have a magnet to show the negative and the positive, you're not connecting yourself efficiently.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Sorry.
Please send that to me. Please send
I
that to
wanted
me.
to-
That you
wanted-
put my words
wanted-
into the vision.
I wanted to talk about the Mobius strip, and I wasn't allowed, the circle and the Mobius strip. There is a big difference. And Aurelian Knox.
And
we got
remember
you,
when
pimp.
I told you the 0
Yeah,
point energy
Aurelian
and the
Knox, we
3.14?
got you, pimp.
That's the point.
Like,
that is your
yeah,
point. The
that-
Maya sandstone. Maya is
Yeah.
in the middle.
Maya, the Maya. Yeah.
Yep.
And then to the left is the three, like the three body problem, like mind, body, soul.
I know, she was just talking about how
You just said
ego
three
was.
body problem, and I love that you went to the macro and the micro. Thank you.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, so this is your three, like you said, three body problem point, and then your existence of the remainder of your 3.14. And as it
That's a
continues,
unity. That's a unity.
The void.
Yep. It's
Okay,
the
but
void.
then all of that
Void
is
is not
within,
bad.
within
No,
the
not at
source
all.
of
It
consciousness,
is not.
all existence, right? Like
Yes,
all of
it's
this
all-
is within
it's-
the absolute.
It's all existence. It's the source of
Yep.
consciousness. It's the absolute. Yep.
So this is where I had a similar kind of the infinity that says, live the life you love, love the life you live. And if we can just kind of keep going in this kind of flow. But of course, then we're gonna get caught in that 3 body problem where it's just like,
So-
I don't know, man, I'm not really happy or something like that,
So
right?
this is
Hey,
this,
big
I'm gonna
shout
go
out to
back
you,
the-
Chaplain, dude. Instant
Yes.
follow. Instant
Yes.
follow, bro. Instant
this
follow.
is this is the question that I have even with that, right? Because we were talking about sin. I still want to understand sin mathematically because I don't have a mathematic brain. I have very feminine, okay, very outside of this world understanding. I try to bring myself to the understanding how it correlates in the micro compared to where like my understanding is like in a macro sense.
Okay.
So
Okay.
when it
Challenge
comes
accepted.
to sin, right? And we use that
Yeah, right. No, I said the same thing too. Challenge accepted. Like,
Thank you. And I appreciate
Sorry.
that. So first of all, I'm going to mention, I've already said this like time and time again. This is my first time on this panel. This is probably the best panel I've ever been on TikTok. I'm very grateful. We're not argumentative.
Thankful.
We're curious and expressive, right? Not one person on this is like, you're fucking wrong, right? Like, I can be wrong. I'll accept that, but I also want to get my
Knock
idea
on wood,
out.
everybody. Come on, guys.
That's why.
I'm
That's why
very, very
that's why I
grateful.
say to
I
everybody
am.
that come in here, this isn't a debate live.
Yeah.
We're not here.
This
to
is an
debate.
exchange of
Right.
ideas. This
Yeah.
is an exchange of consciousness.
And anybody
You know,
that
like-
knows me and knows me well, I don't do arguments well because I'm the type of person I cut the head off the snake real quick.
So I thought you were gonna do that to me when I was very first
And-
in the comments.
and big shout out to
you
the
were
moderators.
talking about like your copyright, and I thought you took
No,
me
no,
as
no, no,
being
no. I
argumentative,
promise-
and I was like, oh no,
I
she's
was not
gonna hate
talking to
me.
you at all. Hi, Jasmine, by the way. Welcome. I was
Yasmin,
not talking to you at all. There was this
Get girl.
woman. There was this woman. She came in, right, and I love everyone, right, and because they're not. Some people are just not in the same place, right, where I would expect people to understand, like, I created this with my own intellectual property. Another person who may not be there don't understand that, right?
Right.
You know, so when I see that type of thing, like, it's like, how dare you? Like, how dare you insult my intelligence? You know what I mean?
Man,
Like,
when I joined in the commentary, but I was like coming from a place of love and like trying to
I know.
show you
I
protection. I was like, oh no, she called me out on the live. I have fucked up.
no, it was somebody who has came in my life before and has been problematic before. And like, I'll let you kind of come around for a second. If you continue to be problematic, I will just block you. Like,
No,
I don't have to deal with it. You know, it's a
Yeah, no,
boundary.
I'm grateful because I really thought that you were gonna boot me, and I'm like, no, don't get me wrong, because I love the exchange of ideas here. I'm grateful.
I've seen your name, and I know how transcendent. Alaris Novera, are you kidding me? That's just man. You're cheating. You're cheating the heavens with that name. You're
Well,
cheating the heavens
Benny,
with that name.
You said you loved me
Let her know,
already.
Benny. She's cheating.
No,
I'm just
Aurelian,
kidding.
he said he loves me already. If you didn't hear him, remember?
Yeah.
Yes. I love you too, Alaris.
He didn't say he loves Alaris. He said he loves someone else. He just doesn't realize that's the soul emanation of me.
Oh, you got
Okay,
me cold on
let's
that.
get back to Earth. No, I'm just kidding.
You got me cold. Never
I love that. I love
Anyway,
that. That's
okay.
what we call like the big, like D energy. I don't know, like
Hi,
the big
Dave.
BD.
Hey, Dave. How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? How's it going?
Welcome
Oh,
back,
not
Dave.
much. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me back.
Yes, of course, as always. We're
guys
still
talk
kind of on the same topic as we were earlier when you were in here. So
Well,
welcome
we did
back.
a lot of this going.
Are we on
like,
to question 3 yet? Just out of curiosity.
No, we
third.
never made
We're
it
on
to
question
three.
3.14 right now.
Oh my god.
It never happened, Dave. Never happened.
Perfect.
It
My
never
notes are
happened.
still up to date then.
The third
My
one.
notes are still up to date.
Just jump right in, man. You gotta miss the thing. The water's
So-
still cool, bro.
Hey.
So Dave, with that thought, would you like to hear question 3, Dave?
I would love to hear question 3.
Okay, so question 3. As we were talking about the mystery schools, let's go to this real quick, y'all. So I can, because Dave was so brilliant in taking his notes. So, all right. So we will start. The question is, what's the difference between gaining information and gaining wisdom? And I'm going to start with Poison. That's a good question, huh?
That is.
Say it again. Let me resonate, please.
She said, okay. All right.
Lock in.
Yes, it's going to get deep, real deep.
I already felt it, but I want Spirit to speak to me first.
Between gaining
can I say something
knowledge
first?
and gaining wisdom. What's the difference between gaining knowledge and gaining wisdom? Was that
Gaining information?
Information.
Gaining
Okay,
It says
information.
so gaining information and gaining wisdom.
Hey, Benny,
going
Benny
to
wanted to say
say-
something.
Most
Go ahead,
people
Benny.
chase information, but all can gain wisdom. And I'll just,
That's awesome.
Amazing. Thank you, Benny.
I disagree. I think it's the opposite. I think that books, especially in the age that we're in, right? Not just that we had the internet where you could get instant answers at your fingertips. Now we have AI that thinks for you, right? So knowledge can come. Wisdom is the ability to have a connection outside of yourself. And we were just talking about that feminine, right? Wisdom is having the connection outside of yourself to be able to utilize the knowledge that you have of this world and the limitations that that knowledge brings, and connecting your energy outside of it and bridging how to use that knowledge to do
I've never
something.
used AI. So
But that wasn't the question. This wasn't about you personally. Love you, but what I'm saying is you can have knowledge at your fingertips. Your discernment gets to dictate how you utilize that knowledge, okay? And wisdom can come in a negative or a positive light. Are you going to use that knowledge to separate yourself or separate others? Or are you going to use that knowledge to bring people together?
everybody
I love
that's
that.
ever met me knows that I bring everybody together. So, yeah.
That's awesome.
Can I say from an emotional standpoint a little bit about how I feel?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
When I first came into your life, I was
That was beautiful. Like
That
what she
was
said,
really-
that was
yeah.
amazing. That was amazing. I
That was
want to
awesome.
give hit my cap and a shout out. That was tip top.
Mm-hmm.
I
Absolutely.
appreciate you. So I don't know if they're still in the comments. I haven't looked at the comments since I've been on the panel, but I obviously was like in the comments before I got brought up, right? There was a very kind individual who dropped themselves from the panel where I could come up, but there was an individual in the chat who was very, how do I say loud, right? Very opinionated about wisdom and knowledge. And
Was that
Right.
consciousness? I think maybe
it was something. I don't remember.
yeah, it's okay. We don't have to rehash.
But emotionally, right? Like there was conversations that came up because of that, where we were talking about wisdom and knowledge. That individual had talked about ego, and they asked a question. My answer was, oh, it was about school. That individual said that no matter how much school you go to, you're not going to get the wisdom to know about life.
That's the difference between intelligence and wisdom.
But hold
100%. Yeah.
Because I think that where we are failing, and this is a very broad scale of understanding, right? Where we're failing, especially in America, you
She sounds
educational system
she sounds like my sister.
The educational system is to partake in the knowledge that is accessible that someone else controls. And the only problem with that is if that young individual does not have a village. And everybody wants to say it's a parent's responsibility. I didn't want to argue in the comments, right? It is not a parent's responsibility. It is the village of people who are surrounded by that young individual to teach them the discernment on how to utilize the knowledge that's given to them. Knowledge is what we have the educational system for. The village is what's supposed to be showing them how to utilize the knowledge. If you're just using the educational system as a babysitter so you can go make
Come on now, girl.
Right. And I'm not
She's pulling cards on people,
right?
bro. She's pulling cards on people right now. She's pulling cards on people.
Right.
Yeah.
We're using it as a babysitting system, and that's okay. Like I can fully homeschool my children. I promise you, we will hate each other if I spend that much time with my children. But when they come home, I ask them, "What did you learn?"
Children, whenever they're at home, like that's what I tell parents. Like when I chat with just
and that's the thing. When they come home from school, I ask them, "What did you learn?" So I can connect my wisdom to the education that they're getting and show them how to utilize it into their understanding at their level. But that does not stop at high school. That doesn't stop at college. I'm still teaching my peers the things that they're learning. I teach them how I have utilized that knowledge to better my existence and coach them into being better. Right? If it is the connection that makes it fucking important. And that's
Absolutely.
Hey, Poison. What future are you from?
You're getting into things that are not on topic. We can talk about that, but we should be friends first.
Have y'all seen what they've been doing in
I'm
Italy
from the
lately?
future. Italy?
Yeah.
So let's stay.
From?
Okay, so let's stay on topic. Hold on. Let's stay on topic.
That's why I didn't answer.
Let's stay on topic because Dave of Thay has came back for a second time to this live, in particular for this third question. So let's get to it. Let's get it.
She did rip up a magnificent diatribe.
She did, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so Divinity, I'm not sure if you're here is still here with us. Are you up there?
And big shout out to Charlie Chaplin.
Yes, of course.
Chaplin Charlie. I wish I had the thing. But again, I have a lot of meaning in my name too. I used to do stand-up comedy. So it's like an homage to this, but I'm also like a chaplain.
Yes,
I'm
I'm
trying
here.
to be like a social media chaplain. So yeah, Chaplain Charlie or that Amazing guy. But yeah, thanks, brother. Good shout out.
For Divinity, the question is, what would you say is the difference between, again, let me be clear, no right or wrong answer. We have the ability to disagree, right? But what is the difference between gaining information and gaining wisdom?
Wisdom is the memory of the ancestors. And
Okay, so
intelligence
information
is how you're supposed to.
Divinity answer real quick.
Yeah, let Divinity go, Benny, real quick, and then I promise we'll get to you. Go ahead, Divinity.
Okay, so real quick, information is what you acquire. Intelligence is your ability to process. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
Oh, I can hear you just fine.
No, we can hear you.
just fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we could before. You were on point.
Okay, yeah. So I was saying information is what you acquire. Intelligence is your ability to process and manipulate what you acquire. Knowledge is what you understand from processed information, and wisdom is how effectively you apply the understanding. If that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Absolutely.
You took the words out of my
Absolutely.
mouth. That's
Thank you.
Yes. That's it. That's it.
Finger
That part.
snaps. Finger
I'm
snaps.
I'm so happy. Like, dude, that got really loud. Like, I was screaming on that. That was amazing. Okay, I'll mute myself. You just keep it pushing, mama. No. That was the best ever. It's exactly what I would have said. You pulled my card like it had a phone number. Like, it was, yeah.
Okay, so now let's go to Chaplin. I think we'll see if he's coming back. I think he's probably coming back because I know sometimes he flips through his pictures. So, all respect and love to you, brother. So what would you say? And again, like I said, we don't have to get specific. This is just what your perception is, right?
What's
So what's the
marinating?
difference between
Gaining knowledge.
information and gaining wisdom? And gaining wisdom.
So, I would say again, like diving off of like what Divinity, and thank you Divinity for joining us here, and thank you God for allowing us to finally meet you as well. But like information today, and like just like what I know about like computer science and all this quantum theory is just, again, like she says, are we classical conscious computing systems, or are we the supercomputing like classical systems, or are we this new quantum like computing like system that people think is just like literal like hardware like computers, which it probably is, but it has a application with our like collective consciousness. And so this is where I know there is like theories and experiments, especially in this like Garden of Eden. This is like in the beginning where we can create whatever we want to create, heaven on earth type thing, right? And it comes back to just like this figurative thing. So, like all knowledge, Bruce Lee said, is self-knowledge, right? It's what we like learn about ourselves, but whatever that may be. But like sometimes it's a cycle. Like Mark Twain said, the most important days in every human being's life is the day we're born and the day we find out why. And depending on what that why is, like it could be an eternity, or it could be just like a ending point type thing. It's all about a perception. And so, like wisdom can make people just like the whiz of being dumb. Like the wordplay is just off the chart for me. And so like my follow-up question that I wanted to ask is just like, would I rather be sorcerer? I mean, just like, would I rather like meet somebody who is knowledge able or like wise? Like, is there a difference like there, right? Like
We are able.
we are knowledge able to make one wise, right? I would say, right? Like, or make some just ask just like why? There's that too, right? There's the wise, and then there's the why. What? Why? And it's just like, I don't know, man. Just look it up on Google.
Whining.
He's like,
who am I?
when
Don't
Jesus
forget that
turns
one.
water into wine, I see just like wine and cheeses. Just like, you want some wine and cheeses? It's like, what'd you just say?
Do you want some wine with your cheese?
Yeah, cheeses. Just like cheese. It's a Family Guy like reference. It's like cheeses. What'd you say? I said, do you want some wine with? Do you want some wine with some cheeses? He's like, yeah. They're trying to figure out a name. Tobias? Should we name him?
You know what's crazy though? If you look at, I want to point this out real quick, and then I want to hear from Jasmine. If you look at the Y, right? The Y starts in a straight path, going up, and then it branches. Why do you think it branches? If you really think about how the word looks itself.
I have an answer, but it's a tangent, and I want the panel to answer the original question.
Yes.
I-
We'll wait.
That's exactly what I wanted to say too. Actually, I got an answer,
I know
but
why.
I didn't.
But it's just we're gonna think about that one. Okay, Jasmine, are you here?
Hey, Chaplin.
Yeah, I'm
hey,
trying to
hey,
change
Charlie.
my
Hey, Bros, you're
Yes.
amazing.
Yes.
You're dope as shit, homie. Like, no, I'm just I was listening to you the whole time. Your entire diatribe on that was just there was nothing I could disagree with. Dude, you dumbfounded me, homie. Like, you are incredibly intelligent, smart.
Dumbfounded?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he went.
confounded and dumbfounded.
Here's the
Yeah.
thing. He went inside. He went inside. He went up.
I know.
He went down. He
I
went
know.
all the
I
way
know.
around.
Well, you were talking about the difference between intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence is it's the talent that you're given. Wisdom is the knowledge that you know. And there's the difference between those as you grow. And that's why, like, man, he broke it down very nicely.
It's the Mark Twain quote for me, really.
It was the Mark Twain. Yes.
It was
He
the Mark
totally
Twain
hit
quote
the
for
Mark
me.
Twain
That
on
part
it, you know,
right there,
like
that.
come on,
It is
man.
so
Like,
rare to hear somebody bring
I
up
know.
And if
I
you ever
know.
look at
I
him,
love that.
like if you look at him when he's speaking, his eyes are
I mean-
closed and he's feeling it as he's saying it. He's
Well,
remembering it. It's taking
least-
him somewhere, which is
At
so
least he-
beautiful.
At least he wasn't quoting
Just
Billy
thank you.
Shakes. You know, like
I don't even
sorry,
thank
William
you.
Shakespeare, but you know.
To be
When you know
or
him,
2D?
when you know him as long
That
as
is
I
the
have, yeah,
question.
yeah. When you know him, to be or not to be, that is the question.
I mean, that is a big question.
When you've known William Shakespeare
What
as
is
long
the
as I
question?
have,
I'm kidding.
his name is Billy Shakes.
To be
you know,
or
Billy Shakes.
2D, 3D, 4D.
I mean, hey, we can.
I mean, like Shakespeare, like, you know, like I never really appreciated Shakespeare, but you know, these are just like like
Well,
information.
Shakespeare
that-
was a queer, if you didn't know.
Yeah. He was a
Come on, man.
cross-dresser.
You don't have
No,
to like,
man, no,
know who wrote Oedipus
He did
Rex.
great.
You know, there's something weird going on.
Oh,
serious.
Copy. But what?
But queer is just a definition of someone who is strange or odd to a
That's what they called him. They called him a queer.
mess. Right. That doesn't
Well,
mean like
that's
his
what they call
like
him.
sexual orientation. It's just like when people tell me just like, Charlie, why are you so gay? And I'm like, because I'm
That's
just
a
like
them-
happy,
that's a-
man. I'm just like, would
yeah.
you rather me
That's-
be like depressed?
that's
You know,
a
they're
them
like,
problem.
You
I'm
know
gay.
like what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
I'm
I'm
happy.
like, you're calling me just like this? Like I don't understand. I just said God is love. And
Yeah.
so like I'm automatically just
Okay,
like,
Yeah,
so-
God is love and love is life. You know, and life is love.
But love
You
is
know,
also
like, just-
a score of 0 in a game of tennis where people are just like hitting a tennis ball back and forth with, you know, I think we were talking about being on a,
I
a
hope
tennis
not.
ball.
I hope not. I hope it's not like that. I hope it's
So,
not like
okay,
that.
so I want to
No
get to
offense.
open panel because I want
Okay,
Poison to be able to
copy.
get to her point, and she did state in the comments she may have to
Yes.
drop here in a second. So I
I'm
wanna,
sorry, Poison.
So if we
and
can,
she
if we
is
can hold,
amazing. Hey,
Yes.
big shout out to Poison. She
if
is
if we can get to it, I want to pay
awesome
respect to
intelligent.
everybody, of course, right? Thank you, Poison, for putting that in the chat because I was literally thinking of like in my brain how to do that. So I think Jasmine is changing her profile.
Love you,
name.
Yasmina.
So,
Love you, Yasmina.
so we're gonna go to Aurelian. Are you there, sir?
Love you, Knox.
Hey, how you guys doing? Well, thank you for allowing me. I was gonna say, can you give Daniel first? I'm doing something, and then I'll answer the question
Yes,
that you
that's
have.
fine.
I'm gonna put it on my way, like on my mind. All right.
Okay.
But
All right.
go ahead.
Okay. So Jasmine's back. I'm gonna jump to her real quick. Then we'll go to Tio. Is that okay, Tio? Or do you need the answer now? No. Okay. All right. So what's the difference between gaining information and gaining wisdom for you, Jasmine?
Well, honestly, information is everywhere, but you have to really understand it in order to actually, you know, comprehend the information because you can read stuff all day and not really know what you're reading.
Okay. That's perfect. I think that's short, simple, and sweet. And it hits the point very easily. So I appreciate that. Is that where you want to land? Or did you have something else?
Yeah, and then can y'all help me out a little bit when we done with the end of the conversation? Because I've been trying to change my profile name, and I tried to do what she did, said before she said it, and it wouldn't let me change it, but it keeps telling me to go into my seller account information.
Yeah.
It's not.
If
not
you
gonna
have
let
a
you do it when
business
you're live.
profile, it's different. If you're on business, you're not going to be able to change your username. More than likely, you have to go through like a 30-day waiting period where you enter a new username. If you have a regular profile, you don't want to be on live. If you have a regular profile, don't be on live and just go like to the little profile like button on the side. You hit it, you hit edit, and then it'll give you the prompt to change your username. But if you have a business, it's not going to let you do it the same.
Right. Yep.
Okay,
I
thank
would
you for
go
telling
with-
me that because I thought I was going crazy.
I would go
Choose
with
wisely.
Yasmina.
You know, you got to stick with it for at least like 30 days or
Yasmina?
something like that.
Yasmina.
Okay.
Just saying. Just saying.
So
Just go with Yasmina.
So I promise I'm
You'll
good.
pull it off, I promise.
I'm gonna let the leash go here in just a couple minutes, okay? So Tio, your turn. What's the difference between gaining wisdom and gaining information? Either way. It's gaining information and gaining wisdom. What's the difference for you?
Is it information or is it intelligence?
My question is information.
Yeah.
No, 'cause
Well,
I thought
information.
you guys were saying
I was thinking about
intelligence.
intelligence, the same thing.
But she's asking how you're interpreting what you're saying.
Exactly.
So you're asking for context that she doesn't want to give because she
Yes.
wants you to bring the context to the forefront
Yes.
and explain your understanding.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
To
I was in the same
come
mindset
into
too.
the intelligence, I'll use that term. You have to become AI, and AI not as in artificial intelligence, AI as in the awareness of intelligence. So you have to identify what intelligence is coming to you so you can come into it. It comes to you. But with that comes wisdom and discernment. So it comes hand in hand. There's no separation within the two.
Do you mind if I ask when you're saying like AI and I resonate with you, but I want to like kind of clarify when you're saying intelligence comes to you, you're saying like your conscious connection is bringing you an understanding and it's not coming from like a book or what somebody else is like guiding you to know. Am I correct?
I'm saying intelligence as in there is intelligence all around you. So, this table
I
has
resonate with that.
has its own intelligence. Now, if I choose to, I can communicate with this table through telepathy. And with the power of the imagination, you have a conversation. You now build a personality for the table. You understand?
So putting
I
on the
do, but I
power of
think
the
I would explain it.
imagination.
I would explain it differently, but I think that I do understand what you're saying.
I'm explaining it the only way I know how to explain it.
No, and I'm hearing you.
You're doing
I only
great.
asked I only asked a clarifying question to make sure that I'm resonating with what you're saying.
Yeah,
No, I
I'm with you,
understand.
boss. I'm with you, boss. I resonate
Me too.
So, knowing that, even with this tree, it's its own intelligence. It operates on its own operating system, its own geometric operation design. It's its own God. That is what you are. You are geometric operation design, being God. That is what I call God. That is what God is for me. So, if all the languages
snapping my
that we
fingers.
use, you had to recodify the languages, and I've been saying this since episode 1. You got to take a pencil and a paper, write A, B, C, D, E, F, G, da, 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 all the way down to Z.
He did
And
the
then
work.
under each letter, using your imagination, make it into something else. And you do that with your letters, do that with your shapes, you do that with your numbers. And
He
now
sure did.
you create your own language. and then you come out of the matrix
No.
programming.
No. You remember your original language. It's not
Exactly. You
artificial
come into
intelligence.
your light
It's
language.
artificial.
Hold on, Benny.
You come into your light language. You come into your hologlyphics. You come into who you truly are. But you must empty out your memory though too, because your
Yep.
brain is a computer. Your body is the vessel. Your body is a machine that the brain, the computer operates. So once you start communicating to your brain as a computer, and you
No, he's right.
use
right.
terms like recodifying, because that's all you have to do. When people say, "Oh, don't you feel pain?" Pain for me is placements of aligned interface networks.
Amen.
I
Right?
just
Like
took
this.
away all that power, all that spellcraft,
I'm not gonna lie.
all that programming just
right.
got deleted and
He
reprogrammed.
ain't lying. He telling the truth.
Listen,
No
I'm
lie
trying so
detected.
hard to not interrupt because what he's saying is freaking truth. I want to
I'm
hear it
saying
though.
this, and the only way I'm able to say this is because I've been activated with my oversoul. I've been able to put my ego in the passenger seat and finally take hold of the steering wheel, hold of the controllers. This whole time, humanity, humanity's been the little brother, right? And the ego has been playing Street Fighter, and he hands you the controller, and the controller's not even plugged in, but you think you're playing.
It's literally
Trying to play a
VR.
game without a
literally
controller.
VR.
When you
Are we
get
watching
properly
somebody play
activated,
this game?
when
Or
you go through the means and you get properly activated, you get your controller plugged in and handed to you
activated, optimized is what
by
I call
father and mother. By father and mother.
Activate
Father and
Optimus
mother comes in and say, "Hey, little bro,
by the
what are you
All-Father
doing?"
and the Great Mother. Yep. Copy that.
Wait, sir, I want to ask because it literally hit my soul, but your words were not heard, if this makes sense, right? You used GOD. What were the terms that you used in that acronym? Because it hit my
Geometric
soul.
operation design.
Oh my god.
For me, it's my goals, objective,
That was
destination.
Your
fucking
sacred geometry. It's your sacred
That
geometry.
was sexy.
Okay?
Yeah.
That was sexy.
Come on, you guys. Like,
My soul heard it, but my ears did not. I needed that so much, sir.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I love
Absolutely
it.
beautiful. Well
That's
said.
awesome, Tio.
That
Thank
one
you.
went in the notes
yeah,
for sure.
man.
That was amazing.
Bravissima, baby.
Well, okay, so I'm
Bravissimo.
gonna say this.
Come
Tio has said
Sorry,
this since the beginning, since episode 1. He said,
Yeah.
just take your pen, and he said, Alaris, he said, make your A. If you want it to be an E, make it an E. If you want your circle to be a square, make your circle a square. If you want your square to be a star, let it be a star. But change all of it.
Because if you're
What did you say that the
accepting-
acronym for PAIN was? What did you say that? PAIN. What you said something there too.
Placements of aligned interface networks.
Can somebody drop both of those in the chat? I'm gonna copy paste for my own research
Fear.
purposes.
Fear. Frequency of energetic alignments of remembering.
Damn
I did know fear,
Listen.
and the same as Bible.
And I'm
but-
going to tell y'all something. I have the
Body.
greatest Uncle Tio
The body.
right here.
Body. Balancing
Love you, Uncle.
operations, designs of you. You. Your
Sir,
own
can
universe.
you will you drop those in the chat, every single one of them? I'm not trying to assign you anything, but I would really like to be able to easily copy paste because my brain is not braining. Your brain
That
before
girl
me,
is
Girl, that's why I
I
actually
am
have it
outliering
right here.
my
This is the
cognitive
perfect time.
abilities right
So
now.
all of us should think of
I
our
am
own
so
acronym
grateful,
for COD, PAIN.
That sounds like awakening right there.
Man.
Awakening another part, another piece.
Hey.
It's beautiful.
The snooze.
Like I said
Are you
earlier,
gonna hit
and
snooze, Poison?
Hey,
Are you gonna do
listen. Can I share something? I was gonna share what you guys were talking about.
Copy that, Sir Knox.
It's very simple. It's everybody's willing to be open. It's called you guys are wise because you're open to receive, a new understanding. So that's why basically having wisdom and being wise or smart or knowledgeable, whatever you want to call it, is by recognizing that we don't know everything and we're still learning on this process,
Yeah.
And you are remaining open to listen to others to actually be able to keep growing in this journey that we all have at this time. That's what I wanted to share real quick.
No,
A
he's so right.
1,000%. And what I was saying earlier when I did have the floor at the beginning,
My
right?
best
Love
friend.
you,
Go
Knox.
best friend.
Hey.
That's best friend.
Love you,
Best
Knox.
friend. Go best friend.
Love you, Knox.
But
Love you, Knox.
I
I love
did
you too,
say
brother. Love you,
earlier-
Benny. Thank you,
Yeah,
brother. I
man.
love you all. Love you all. Love you too, bro. Thank you.
Love you, Knox.
I'm
Yeah,
just
man.
listening, and I'm like,
Earlier
yeah, you guys are
about,
talking about it, and then it's
Dude.
right there.
No, this is like the most special place in TikTok right now. Like, there's nobody that, dude, this is like, we're like some weird people from other places just like coming together, like, and we're just like having fun together. No, it's
Benny, I'm from one
scary.
animal after another.
Well, and you know what? I do
Epiphany.
Benny.
I do want to say this. I feel sorry for those
Yes.
who aren't in this room right now.
Yeah.
Same.
Real talk, you're missing
Not sorry.
out.
Let's just pray that they eventually find
Sorry.
a room
A lot of people are
like
missing
this, right? Like,
Dude. Like, man, dude, even Charlie Chaplin is like, everybody here is so awesome. Like,
Absolutely.
man,
Yeah, everybody here.
dude, and even Poison, man, she's so dope. Like,
So I just want y'all to hear. I want y'all to hear.
I know,
my
right?
boy.
I was singing the same thing too. I was like,
I want y'all to hear my boy Dave of Thay, because I'm telling you, he's about to bring it. He's about to bring it. I know.
Okay.
I
Don't
know.
you set me up for anything that I can't complete here.
No,
Everything
listen,
that I
know,
wanted to
I
say
know every
has
time.
already been said. There's nothing that I could add to that. The difference between, what did you ask? What's the difference between gaining information and gaining
wisdom?
That's
Yep.
already been answered tenfold. There's nothing more that I can add.
by the
to that.
highest of minds.
I don't want to give
by the
you
highest
lip
of minds.
service here.
Nothing
I don't
left.
want to. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to like.
He's like, we're gonna leave
know,
it right there.
Yeah, there's no reason. If
But
there's
hey,
something about
that's
dead
still
horses.
the best
you know?
answer you could have gave.
Hey, cheers. Cheers. Thank you for having me here. I
Yes,
love
of
this
course.
place.
There's
I love what you're
there's
doing
always
right now,
a reason
Alaris.
why I tell Alaris to save me for last.
He does tell me to save him for last. Now,
I'm following you, brother.
but-
I like it. I like it.
I will say this. I do want to hear from Audio, the angel of wisdom.
Well, I was already. Everybody have their uniqueness, and
I
I'm
know
not
everybody
gonna
said
try-
something.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But everybody. It's like it's perfect.
It is,
I don't have
yeah.
to like. I just gonna be like Dave. Like, what would I have to add? Like, I could add just something else that it has to do with the topic. That when it comes to knowledge or wisdom or intelligence, I could add something like in a simple different point of view. Or a different way, like using my lighter, like using fire, right? If I'm using my fire, let's go with the fire. I'm just gonna share this fire. Okay.
Yeah, use
So let's
fire.
put out-
Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's
I'm
use
coming.
fire. Okay, let's use fire. Okay,
Where's
so
the fire?
with knowledge. Let's use fire with knowledge. Okay. So knowledge, right? It's knowing that fire burns, right? Everybody knows that fire burns, so you're not gonna burn yourself. That'll be like the knowledge. For the intelligent part, it'll be understanding how that fire works, And then for the wisdom, it'll be more like knowing when to light up this fire, knowing when to put it out, and knowing when to walk away. So it's a different point of view. But I'm just trying to put the fire, sharing what a fire. Like what you can do in different points when it comes to knowledge, but they're not separated from each other. It's just like a step by step. Just put it that way. I would have said.
It's like some Prometheus right there.
Yeah, that is, man, you stole.
I give you
Dang it! Yeah, you stole the words out. Yeah,
I got
on
kicked
some
out for this,
Prometheus
so you guys
shit.
better like
You
enjoy
know,
it.
Prometheus.
This is fire.
You got me
Fire,
cold on
BTS,
that
even
one.
BTS, just like fire is like
You got me cold on that one, Dave. You got me
So
cold
okay,
on
can
that
I
one.
can I break it down? I think I have something I want to say.
All right.
So Dad has knowledge. Dad can tell me anything, right? Dad can teach me many things through his discipline, right? But Mother teaches me how to apply the knowledge that Father has given me. She gives me wisdom as the child being understanding. That's the only thing that I would say in regards to any of that.
Amen. God bless mothers and fathers. But just like, you know, like.
Hold on. All right.
Benny said, hold on.
I got some disagreement.
Oh, Benny, it's your turn, Benny.
Yeah.
I just
Sorry.
simplify my things. Like I try to simplify something.
Hold on. Let me
Because I mean,
try to find this.
it's like I said to y'all before. You know, I said this on a
All
one
right.
live. I was like,
Okay.
oh, mom says, okay, stop doing that, right? If you don't stop doing it, right? Who is she gonna go get? She's gonna get Dad, right? And then you as the child have to come into understanding as to why you rejected wisdom, right? You rejected wisdom. So then knowledge had to come and show you why you don't do what you was doing. And now you have gained an understanding because Papa done put the beat down on you.
Papa don't play. Especially at the paying house. Like, can I share something real quick? Like my father always told me, just like, son, parents, there are children whose parents just like tell them, just like if you see like a cup on fire, don't touch it, right? Just don't touch it. You know, like that's all they need to say. And the kids just listen to that and just don't ever get burned. But then there are kids who obviously get that like same information, but then have to like see it.
Show
and
me
then,
the
like,
fire.
Show it, right? Show me. And then just like, hey, I forgot. And then like touch it.
Show
Like,
me the
ow,
fire.
that really hurt. And it's like, oh yeah, my parents told me not to touch it. Now I understand why. And they told me then after like I got out of college, just like my father always told me growing up, this same metaphor, these two types of kids, right? And then when I got into just like my transformation, my chrysalis phase, you know, like in my cocoon to transform into this beautiful,
chrysalis.
yeah, whatever,
Butterfly
like butterflies
cocoon.
and moths.
Yep,
You know,
yep.
that's what, but you know, like my father just told me, just like these two kids I told you about. But then there's you, Charles, who has been taught like the fire, has touched the fire, gotten burned, and even hurt other people like by touching it, and you still keep on touching it. Why? Are you stupid or are we bad parents?
Because
out of like the grace of God, I just let the Holy Spirit speak, and I was like, maybe I'm looking to invent an oven mitt, Dad. And I was just like, oh my gosh, that was like the most profound thing. And my father was just like,
fucking,
what are you?
dude,
You're looking for the oven mitt within
fucking
your mother.
Asian people, bro. Fucking Asian people.
You know, like you were, like I said, you were like Alanis, like you know, like the oven mitt that can go into the fire and just like hold on to people who are just like maybe being forged
and walk,
or maybe being
smelted
or something like
right
that.
through it. Yep, you can walk right through
like Johnny
the fire.
Cash.
Burn, burn. See,
burn, Not in, we're
this
not
is
going into the burning pit of fire.
Burn on the
we're not
fire.
doing
This is
that. We're gonna hold each other's hands.
Invocation.
We don't need to do that.
Okay. This is
Dave
invocation.
says we don't need to do that.
We don't need to do it again.
Again.
Well, I gained the
No
information
thanks.
and the wisdom to not repeat that lesson.
Exactly.
Can I tell you guys that just
Or to defeat the lesson.
to this panel,
And
like,
that's a blessing. Yeah.
What'd you say, Poison?
I want to explain, like, just listening to this panel, how my perception of the question has changed.
Okay.
So can you ask the question
That makes sense.
again?
So, what's the difference between gaining information and gaining wisdom?
Right? And we heard my answer before, and it's literally changed in real time listening, okay?
Okay.
And it stems from when you asked, okay, with the letter Y, it stems from the same branch and then branches off, right?
I forgot about the Y.
Right? So now I'm going to go from the top down, not from the bottom up, okay? I now look at everything of this question specifically because of Sir explaining it in a computer programming way and Chaplin explaining it in that how would you say, like the parable kind of understanding, right? But Chaplin said knowledge. Chaplin was talking about what you can get from maybe like
Know
a book.
the edge of the
Hold
ledge.
on. And then Sir was talking about intelligence. I don't think that intelligence and knowledge are the same thing. Okay? So knowledge can be gained differently than intelligence. And I'm going from the top down where I was looking at it before, like you said, from the bottom up. You have the same branch and it branches off into two different things. Knowledge is something that can be given to you. Intelligence is something you can't question. It's forced upon you by the reactions and everything that you experience. It's forced down your throat, right? Knowledge is something that you can gain by seeking it out. And from the top down, putting those two together, understanding is the wisdom. Bridging knowledge and intelligence is the wisdom on how to utilize the knowledge that is given to you, the intelligence, which is the programming. You can't change the programming of your reality until you branch down to the bottom of the wisdom, the understanding how to put those two together and create a new solution. So there's a step even after the end of that connection, that bottom why, there's a step under that is what Benny said about now we have a bridge between knowledge and wisdom, or sorry, knowledge and intelligence. Wisdom brings it together to create a new solution. That part that is missing in all of this that I just gained from this panel is there's a solution, which is the fucking oven mitt, right? We have knowledge, we have intelligence. Wisdom brought you to a new idea. So it's
Poison,
not just
we couldn't
about
have done
wisdom.
it without you.
It's about
Couldn't have done
where
it
you're
without you.
going with that wisdom. What are you going to do with the fact that you fucking know this shit? Where are you going to go with that discernment? What are you going to do with it to create something new to build a better next evolution?
Well,
Right.
and even further than that, to create
So the next,
something new for the next 5 generations of you.
yeah,
Exactly.
we are the last generation that's not. We are the last generation that's going to make sure the next generation doesn't have to pay for the sins of their ancestors.
Right. That
You're
part.
saying sins and that hurts my feelings.
Just break the generational curse that we might have.
Yeah.
Like
You gotta
bonded to
break 'em. You
Kind of like
gotta
our
break
soul
'em.
tie. Like, you know, this whole thing with like the
I got it
G7.
for
Like,
you.
I don't know if you guys heard that.
Here,
Like on
Benny.
TikTok.
Sin, source information or source interface network.
Nah, that's what I
I
was
think
pushing.
nullification needs
love
to
that.
be in there with sin. Mathematically, there's a nullification. If you're
System
talking about sin and
information.
you're talking about it biblically and mathematically, I don't know the etymology, but if there is a sin, in my understanding, it's the separation. Anything that makes you feel separate from your fellow human, from the table that you were just talking about. That table has consciousness. Anytime that a person feels that they are separate from that inanimate object, that to me is sin, because you are so connected with every fiber, every particle, every observance that is in your reality. You are connected. The moment that you feel disconnected from that is the only, in my eyes, of sin, right? So
She's a real deal, you guys.
that would be
She's
nullification, because you are null and void, feeling like you have any understanding of how to, not only, like Sir said, you can connect with that table.
He's cold.
Other people would call you absolute batshit, right? But that
Right.
table has consciousness because you are no different than that table, than that pole, than that
I know.
tree. Sin
Or
would be
Uranus.
the nullification of the understanding that you are connected to it.
Absolutely, because here's the
Yeah.
thing. I want to say this. and this is just my own personal experience, and this was a crazy thing for me. I decided to take them things that, you know, they claim that they took in the garden of Adam and Eve, right? They
Yes,
actually show them,
we could talk
right?
about that. Yeah.
Okay. I decided to take them. And when I did, when I say I understood, because as I went through this phase, I got to my ego, right? Because you have to first face your ego. And in my personal situation, I had to face my ego. I said, yeah, no, I'm not fucking fighting with this thing. You're going to, yeah, no. Mm-mm. So I moved past that. And when I moved past that, I watched the entire room just dissipate and disappear, like gone.
Yeah.
Gone. And then I was literally like in this place where I was becoming the tree, the plant, the this, the that.
The
And then I went
Idrisil.
into
The
then I
Idrisil.
literally I
Yep.
went into every piece of electricity there was. And then I seen what would be the divine spark that is in everything.
May I ask
Everything.
a question?
You can.
I mean, what can you say about that?
You can't.
Like,
You can't
hey,
even
hey,
argue with that.
I got videos, so I don't have to like backtrack or anything like that. But I have videos where I put my feet on Idrisil, on the Great Mother, and she bled on me, you know, and I just started crying, you know. I was like, what's going on here? You know, like, why? Yeah, like, you know, you get like the sap and it's coming up, and I was just like, what's going on? And I was just like, hey, man, you see that one over there? I'm doing that next. You know,
I mean, and it was
F
crazy
that,
how
you know.
it was crazy how it morphed into every single being there is. Like
No.
fish, bird, fowl,
I'll tell you something else. Like I used to go for jogs in the morning, but when I ran up to that tree, I cried tears of joy as soon as I hugged it. So I know that might sound terrible, but
I don't want to dismiss what Aurelian. Hold your thought. 1 second, Poison and
I got
Benny.
you, baby.
Oh,
I
love
know.
you, Knox.
I know. Aurelian was saying that he had something he wanted to say, so I do want to hear what he has to say because he put it in the comments a couple minutes ago. So
I'm a patient woman, I promise.
I appreciate that.
Oh, no.
I appreciate you
I
both.
was just, hey, thank you. I was just gonna share a different way what is knowledge and wisdom, you know, and what we use in every day, right? So we learn all these years that the word, you know, every word that we use have power. So that'll be the knowledge. Knowledge will tell you that the words have power, right? And now the wisdom will be different. So the wisdom will be more telling you when to speak, when to stay silent, and how the words will affect others. So that's why we had to choose our words wisely all the time. So that's what I wanted to share. And we do that every day.
I agree with you. Knowledge is that understanding, right? And wisdom, or sorry, knowledge is the information that you're given.
The information.
Wisdom is the understanding, but to go on what Sir was saying, the intelligence is the coding where now you know that you can bridge knowledge and understanding to code your reality. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. 100. Thank you so much. I just wanted to share that. That was the simple way to share, you know, what we use in every day. That is the words.
Poison is scary ahead of
I
the
agree.
game. Poison's scary ahead of the game. Like she's badass.
Absolutely. And it's raining, y'all. It started raining here where I'm at.
Hey, I'm the rainmaker.
God is in the rain.
It's all
Remember
good.
that.
I have like
Hey, it's
three
all right.
questions, but I also don't want to like take over the panel.
Okay. So I know. Go ahead, Poison. You're good.
So I'm gonna ask Benny. This sounds so silly, and I'm really not being argumentative or like being like funny, but it sounds funny. When you said Idrisil bled on you, I'm going to ask: was it menstrual or was it sacrificial?
It was tree sap.
That wasn't my question.
It was tree sap. I put my foot down on one of her roots, and she bled upon me, and I couldn't do anything but start crying.
Maybe host, you can.
There's a video.
I'm
There's a
trying
video
to-
of it. There's a video of it. I did it live, so I mean, like
Do
you
you-
can check it. Whatever.
Alaris, do you understand like what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah,
in
because-
that experience, was it menstrual, which is a very feminine?
I think it
cleansing-
might. Yes.
So,
yes.
so there's a
Yes.
sacrificial BLOOD, and then there's a menstrual BLOOD.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that might have been up to her. Like, I'm not gonna dictate what the divine feminine meant for me in that particular moment.
Understood.
But
And that's okay.
but man, yeah, I mean, I cried tears. You know, it was. Yeah.
It
I
doesn't
don't
sound
know.
sacrificial. It sounds more.
It sounds
Oh, no,
cleansing.
no.
It sounds cleansing,
yeah.
renewing, and
It
birthing.
was 100% cleansing. It
Okay.
was
Yeah.
totally cleansing.
That's what it
There was
sounds like to me.
I didn't. I didn't burn. I didn't hurt. I didn't do anything like that. Like there were crows over the. There was like a murder of crows.
That's
above
very
me.
much menstrual
Yeah.
if the crows are there.
Yeah.
Very much.
I don't ask that to like be silly, but like it sounds like a silly question. But for me,
it was a silly situation. Like when you say stuff like that, it sounds stupid. Like people think like, "Oh, you're crazy."
I don't think it
And
sounds
I'm like,
stupid at all.
yeah, no, it does. It sounds bananas. So I don't, I
No,
don't-
because
What's wrong with
here's what else
bananas,
I'm gonna
man?
say
This is
because
the thing.
because women actually like we're not supposed to actually menstruate into a sanitary napkin,
Yes.
or into a disposable thing, right?
Well,
we're
the thing
actually
is,
supposed to be-
Very
No, no, no.
unsanitary
Can I
as
be-
it sounds, women
Can I
are
be-
actually supposed to menstrual
Okay.
bleed where they're at. It's supposed to
Okay.
be
into the soil.
everywhere.
This tree has seven heads. I call her Tiamat. Okay.
Okay.
If you know, yeah.
The Seven Sisters. Come on now.
Yes, the seven sisters, the Pleiades.
Oh, amazing.
The Pleiades.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So when I was
Absolutely.
that was my meditation tree, and that was when, like when you know.
Yes.
And yeah.
My question
It
wasn't
was-
to be offensive. It was to be clarifying for like
Oh, of
what my
course.
spirit is picking up on what you were putting down, right?
I got my pass with the divine feminine. I got my pass with the divine feminine. She loves me.
My other question that I wanted to ask, and I wanted to ask like the whole panel, and this was like so long ago in the conversation, right? But I wanted to ask because we were talking about, the intelligence, the wisdom, the understanding, and like there's a trifecta there. I want to know how many people, like just yes or no, how many people were consciously aware of things like before 7 years old that other adult individuals still cannot pick up on? So like yes or no,
Zero.
did you have a conscious understanding of things that
I
the
didn't know
coding,
shit.
like knowing
I didn't know
things
shit until I was 41. I didn't know shit until I was 41.
So it's different for me.
Yeah.
I'll speak from my own experience. I came in this bad boy, fully loaded, wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, ready to go. I seen things, I felt things. I could feel rooms shift. I could feel spirits. I had crazy remembrances as a child.
Did you beg for it to stop and it did, and then you had to
I
beg
actually,
for it back?
so let me tell you, I had a gift, and that I still have. And
This is why I'm asking.
the gift that I
My bad.
have is to hear
things that are not even present in this room. I'm talking miles and miles away, like a radio. Okay. And it would not literally go away. Like I would hear people having conversations. Mind you, I was in the middle of the country. Okay. And I'm hearing my neighbor 2-3 miles down the road because that's how far they were away. But I was
Did you
hearing
beg for it to stop?
I couldn't concentrate as a child on my schooling or anything.
It
So
was
yes, I did have to beg
like,
for it to
it was
be
like a
turned
phone
down.
ringing constantly, and
Yeah.
you felt an obligation to pick it up.
Yeah.
And then you were like, I'm not picking up the phone anymore.
Yeah.
And then after 21 years old, prefrontal cortex is now all the way fucking loaded. Did
Yeah.
you then begin to be like, hey, that was a cool thing and I want it back?
Yep, and it's back.
So you understand exactly why I'm asking
Yep,
what I'm asking.
exactly.
How many
Yep.
people on this panel came here locked and loaded and was like, nope, that phone, I'm not a telecommuter. I don't want to answer the phone anymore. And then we're like, shit, that was a job for me.
So here's
Can
the
I
thing.
add on to that?
Yeah, I'm asking.
add on to that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
add on.
so listen.
Please, Dave.
Listen. So, not only, yes, that part, but did it exist outside of the English language and our traditional way of thought?
Yes.
Like, was it something that was more geometric and tonal and, like,
It was like an overlay of like
Yes.
somebody put something in front of my field
Yeah.
of view, and when I begged for it to stop, like that layer of literally like visual, and I don't want to say physical, right? But like that visual, which also
did you see the
came
shit before
with-
you went to sleep at night? Like, did you
Yeah.
have the spirals and stuff? Okay, that never
So do
stopped
you have
for
visual
me. I just
snow?
was, yes, it never stopped. I simply
stopped
was,
answering the call.
No, it's always been there. I've just now reached the point. By the way, tomorrow is my birthday. I turned 38 years old tomorrow. Thank you.
Little Leo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm only now getting to the point where I'm seeing eye to eye that, immediate family and everybody else is like meeting me on the level that I'm at and have
Happy
been
effing
at.
birthday. Divine timing. Man.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Yeah, see,
It's
and-
been a very, very weird evolution because I
Go
feel that
get
my
'em, baby.
communication has not changed.
Right.
I've evolved like the way that I speak, and I got quieter, but that never
Upgrades.
stopped.
You got
It never
upgrades.
stopped. I just let people come to me when they were ready to, as opposed to me like trying to shut it out.
So
So,
in what
phone
you're
is-
saying, Dave, I asked for mine to be turned down. I didn't ask for it to be turned off, if that makes sense. I
does.
wanted it to be turned down just a little bit so that when I got old enough to understand my gifts, I could be able to use them better and operate with them better. Sorry.
Spiritual earmuffs.
I understand
It's like,
that. I
earmuffs,
absolutely
earmuffs.
understand that. I guess it was
Yeah,
never a matter of
100.
like
100.
I kind of got really comfortable with the concept of not being able to communicate this kind of stuff to somebody else and be understood.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
You're in a safe place.
38.
So.
Okay.
Turn 38 tomorrow.
And man, happy effing birthday.
Well, today, because it's 12 o'clock over here.
Right.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Hey, yeah, I guess so.
Nobody
Happy
told
birthday.
you.
Solar
You're
return
already
455.
38. That's a beautiful age, though.
No, I was looking at my
Bad
birthday
time.
fortune
I'm
telling
not
book,
having
Dave.
a bad time.
And like, I
11.
was just gonna put it away, and then you were like, "Tomorrow's my birthday," and I was like, "Oh man, okay, August 7th."
Well,
So it says
there it is.
You
There
have
it
a nice
is.
sense of humor and can appreciate a joke even at your own expense.
Dude,
although proud
this
and
is the
somewhat positive, you have a strong, winning
best page
personality.
ever.
You are
So-
energetic and
Best
original
page
and are most happy when solving some problem. You are not demonstrated, but you are capable of a deep and true love.
And
Happy
TikTok
birthday.
should totally be.
So
yeah,
for
happy
Dave
birthday.
and Alaris, you guys
TikTok should
both-
totally be kicking us off, but at least we're able to like. you know, like
again,
break
knock
this
on,
down.
knock on some.
But yeah.
So
I will.
I do want Dave to finish his thought. Please
Yeah.
let Dave finish his thought.
Japanese wood. Yeah.
Please let Dave
Sorry.
finish his thought.
You guys are great. Absolutely wonderful. It's I guess I went through such an extended period of isolation and separation from physical, because the spirit, source, etc., universe, it never stopped. It never ceased to be
Right.
something that like I interacted with, I enjoyed, I felt comfortable. I became okay with feeling estranged from the immediate family, right? Like,
Right.
I'm almost 40 at this point in time. Like, childhood is moot as far as I'm concerned. I don't carry any of the past bullshit. That doesn't shape who I am. I've addressed all of that. What I mean to say, only now, in authenticity, by standing in truth, am I seeing people like that once pushed it away, kind of come back like, well, wait a minute, well, maybe you did know what you were talking about. You know what I mean? Like that kind of a thing. And it's interesting to me. It's even more so interesting that I continually have the pleasure of meeting more and more people who seemingly are on that exact same wavelength. So, I love it.
Yes.
I absolutely love it.
I love it.
May I ask one more question?
Love it too, bro.
Of course.
So I was specifically asking about having the gift very early in age, right? And then you guys said you turned it down. I literally begged, like pleading, like, please just sacrifice. I don't want this anymore, right? So like my experience is a little different, but in the sake of like understanding, along with that gift, how, like, what is your earliest memory, like consciously knowing, not what somebody told you you experienced, right? But like how young were you at your first actual memory?
1.5, 2, maybe.
That's good.
I remember my dad throwing me up and down in the air and catching me when I
42.
was at the park.
42.
So I was small enough to be picked up and thrown up in the air and caught.
If you don't mind, I'm kind of doing a study, so I'm asking.
I'm more than happy
This
to
isn't
provide
like
you any
published or
data
anything,
you're
but like
asking.
Yeah.
I don't care if it
Just
is.
like my
having
It's already
sister.
being
to
recorded,
ask
so.
others like their
My-
experience to be able
My
to
sister
go.
is a weirdo for neurodivergence. But yeah, copy.
Hey, that's okay.
Yeah. What about you, Alaris?
So my oldest memory, my oldest memory would be actually at the age of 2, but that's only because it was very impactful. It was a time when the family was together, when I had everyone present. And
Impactful
it was,
in a positive way.
yes, very
Okay.
much. And believe it or not, this was Easter egg hunting, y'all. That was my very first memory, was the Easter egg hunting with my aunt, my mom, my dad, my twin. And this was the earliest thing that I can remember. And I can remember going up the slides, going down the slides, swinging on the swings, looking for the eggs, you know. And I remember the colors. The colors were what stood out to me that reminded me of that. And they were so vibrant that, like, as I got older, I kept remembering these colors, right? And then it's like somehow I went back to this, right? And I don't even know how it happened, but it was like I had forgot, but I didn't forget because it was always there. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
and it was like I tapped into it again when I seen certain colors, if that makes sense too.
Like a smell brings back a memory, but like that color, that pattern brings back the frequency of understanding.
It seems muted. It seems almost muted. You're exactly right when you say that the colors were vivid, the patterns, the colors, because it was so new. It was something that, like, it had such an impression. And it's like when you try to walk back early childhood memory, if you like go visit your childhood home, and everything feels giant when you're, very small. And then if you, I don't know about you guys, but I moved around a lot, like
me too,
30 plus times by the time I was 10. And my parents were separated by the time I was 9 months old, so I was moving constantly. It's par for course, right? You guys, I'm sure
somebody's
we all get this. I was actually born on an Air Force base in Arizona.
Yeah. Hey, that's what's up. Yo también, amigo.
So
that's why I speak all my languages. So
yeah. When I would go back and look at that, it's strange because it almost feels like it is now a muted version of what it once was. And I remember being a teenager and going through a phase of like, super hardcore depression because I didn't understand why. It felt like it was like it's less now than what it was. But I mean, we all have that shock and awe. It's like that first awakening moment. And now we're trying to navigate the specifics, the terminology, trying to understand the exacts of what is actually happening. When the first time everything sort of, we have this just amazing moment and confrontation with our own divine self.
Because you get to appreciate those divine moments when they happen. Because
the reason why I asked is specifically because I feel like okay, Benny, you said like your conscious awareness was like 42, right? Like when you really understood
41.
41.
It was on Friday the 13th on January 8th.
And you have
not Friday the 13th, and that's my birthday. But and it's January the 13th. Shit. Stop getting into my mind, Benny.
It was some real shit. I'm not lying.
So my son's dad, he's 8 years older than me. I'm about to be 36. So my son's dad, he's 8 years older than me. We started dating about 8 years ago. And he said before he met me, and I just started spewing, right? I didn't know that that's what I was doing. I was just like ranting and raving about my understanding and like my study and like my from point A to point B to point C to point D, like we do on this panel, right? I'm just saying it out loud. And that conversation awakened him. And he said, bro, I'm 38 years old and I feel like I've been on autopilot my entire life. Like I don't remember when I was a kid. And like now all of a sudden I'm consciously aware that every moment of every day I'm making a decision on where the next part of my life's gonna go. But but then there's people like me.
That's the awakening.
I've been aware. Yeah, I've been aware since I was like 6 months old. So I'm wondering, when it comes to like what we were talking about, like the wisdom and the knowledge. I
said, I thought I was going to go
Hold on, please. So like I said, like when I was like having these conversations with him, I just assumed that he was also consciously aware the same as me. So when I'm having these conversations with him and I'm talking about like my understanding, that to him was knowledge, but what I was speaking from was wisdom. So he had to utilize the wisdom I was speaking, and that's at his level, right? We were talking about the spiral earlier, where he was at that time. No matter how much wisdom I was speaking, he only took it as knowledge, and then he had to gain the wisdom on how to utilize it to uplift his consciousness. Does that make sense?
No, it 100% does.
So I was wondering, like on the panel.
I totally get that. No. And it sucks that you had to date somebody that had to catch up to you on that.
Oh no, it doesn't
My
suck.
sincerest
I'm so
apologies.
grateful because it's taught me so much about that toroidal field of existence and consciousness.
Yeah,
and
no.
elevation.
There's a reason, like like with the C-19, where they like made everybody stay away from each other because like our energy wasn't allowed to get around with each other because people were just dropping like flies. To be honest with you, like people were just dropping like flies. It was bad. Like I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, so I have a
but,
good question. I need to ask Dave of Thay because I seen me do this earlier. But there is a new feature here on TikTok, and I guess you can do like the dice and stuff. Dave of Thay, please tell me how you did that
Okay.
because I did it once in this live, but I need to know the
I'm
goodies.
sorry. Ain't nobody gave you no love, man. Let's
Click your
give you
picture,
some love.
and then
That's
underneath
that's
of it,
not what I do
once
this
that
for,
pops
though,
up,
Benny. Not at all.
No,
once that
but
pops up,
it
you'll have a
doesn't
series of
matter.
emojis.
Hey, you deserve
Roll your
roses.
dice.
You
So
deserve
how do we
roses.
do
Roll your
this? So how
All right.
do I just click my
So
name?
you
Click
click
your picture.
your picture. And then you'll see
This is
underneath of
the
it, there'll be like thumbs
this is the
up, the
best
laugh, and the
TikTok
claps,
spot
the heart,
on
da da
TikTok.
da.
So
I
We
like to roll the
appreciate you,
dice.
Benny.
Wait,
So
you're picking a
okay,
new
so it won't
name?
let me click my picture because I'm the host, but I know I
It,
did it earlier.
love
So
you, Charlie.
Love you too, brother.
I have no idea. I have no
Don't get
idea how
mad about
TikTok
it.
works.
Hey,
I told you, I'm 38 years old. I barely understand how this
I'm
app
Texas
works.
born.
Hey,
You know,
dude.
like,
Nothing
what are
about
we
this
trying to
thing
you
is
get?
guys know how
intuitive.
old I am? I'm gonna tell you. 5.
25 for 5?
I'm
Like,
I'm
You
5.
held up 4 fingers. You shut
5.
the F up. You held up
I'm
4 and you
44.
said 5, first of all.
I plead
I'm
the fifth.
44.
That
1, 2, 3, 4,
listen,
5, bitch.
44.
Alaris, so I'm being so funny, but you held up 4 fingers and you said 5, but that is circling the fucking square. I'm so mad and happy about it. Okay, you circled the square unintentionally. I'm 5 with your 4 fucking fingers.
I'm this many.
I said 5.
I mean, I thought that was
I'm
like an
dead.
easy
It
way
was
to
4
say
fingers,
it.
ma'am.
Like,
It was 4.
yeah.
But you answered my
No.
question without me even asking. Okay.
Yeah. I am 44, so like,
I
whatever.
think
I mean,
most
I
of us.
know I don't look
But
like it.
like
I look good for
being
44,
real,
but
like I'm 35. I am, but I'm 35 years young.
I'm 35 too.
Awesome!
So when I first got into, and this is so tangent, I'm so sorry, but when I first got onto the panel, somebody said something, but I had to go pee, so I didn't hear everything that was said. But we were talking about
urinating.
something. No, actually, I think you were, to be honest. But then I think it was you, Chaplain, who said something about like, oh, we're Benjamin Buttoning the fuck out of life. And I was like, no, wait, because I literally grew up in such an abusive and toxic childhood that like I was raising my parents at 7, and now I have 2 kids, and I'm like, I'm 7 now. Who's the adult here?
Dude, right.
She
Right.
is.
We are Benjamining Buttoning.
Benjamin Buttoning.
Can you please stop
Benjamin
saying my
Button
name?
would be just like
Can
man
you
child.
please
You know, like
stop
the man
doing that?
child, where they're just like I'm single. I'm 44 years old, never
Hi,
been married,
Anais.
no
Welcome
kids,
back.
type thing,
Hey,
right? And
good
so
girl.
here's where like I
Right.
know that in psychology there is the ego, super ego, id. Right, ourself, the angel, and the devil on our shoulder, or as Sigmund Freud calls it, like the super moral self, like our like
The
parent
super
state,
ego.
and then
Yeah.
our childhood state. Just like I want cake and ice cream. The other one's just like, yo, man, like we got to eat dinner first, and then like we have to say just like, well, I'm gonna eat cake now, and then I'll have ice cream later. Like that's how we kind of like mediate this kind of like
As a
inner.
matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go get some ice cream now. I'm kidding.
You know, no.
Mad I
Forget
get
the ice
that my
cream.
kids
You
are
wanna
like,
hear
can I
something
have a
funny?
snack? And I'm like,
That guy
I'm sorry,
hit me
but you
with the.
have to eat.
That guy hit me with
actual
the
food.
AI.
It's gotta
I
be
got,
Ben
I
and
got
Jerry's.
something really
He
cool.
totally
by Ben and
he totally metaversed me. He totally
So
metaversed me.
I'm
Neither
still trying to
ice
figure
nor
out this
cream.
dice thing while Dave's over here rolling his dice and getting
I'm
a 3.
playing with dice. Absolutely. In
You
a
know what?
3.
You know what's
Anais,
really
Hey,
cool?
Five.
nothing
Hey,
wrong with
will you
five.
play
saying
rock, paper, scissors with me?
Kai Bible.
Kai Bible.
Of course.
Yeah, let's go.
See, I love it.
Let's see.
Ready?
Ready?
I got paper.
Rock, paper, scissors. He said I got
you
paper
got
too.
paper too.
I did
Okay,
too.
hold on.
We
We
tied.
should
was
close
like,
our eyes.
oh.
All right, we close our eyes and then we do it for real, right? Okay.
No,
Yeah,
Moochie
yeah. Let's
Pop.
close our eyes and
Sorry.
let's do this.
Okay, ready?
I'm gonna end up
Rock,
exiting the live
paper,
if I'm
scissors.
closing my eyes and trying to press stuff on it.
Motherfucker.
Right. You know what's
Okay,
funny
ready?
is Rock,
Okay.
rock, paper, scissors used to be a
Rock,
Celtic game.
paper,
Okay.
scissors.
This is a mood. This is mood at this point.
It's a new vibe. So
There's
think
only
about,
one.
Like, if you're a rock,
There's only one.
right? You're a
Light
rock, you're a
destroys
mineral.
all.
Okay, ready?
Like,
Water.
Are we ready? If he's a rock,
I
he's a
don't
rock.
lose. I don't lose, motherfucker. So go again.
Sorry,
Okay,
my
yeah,
bad.
somebody's in
I'm
the race.
sorry, I
This is the
won.
thing in Squid
My
Game.
bad.
Like you
You
guys
would
watch
think.
Squid Game, where like this
Okay,
is the game that they have to play, just like rock, paper,
That's
scissors
one.
for
End
like
all
this
be
thing.
all.
Okay, end all be all. Ready?
You gotta do it
Close
quick.
your eyes.
1, 2, 3,
Rock.
go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Hate you,
1, 2, 3,
Dave.
go.
We are not friends. You are no longer my favorite. You're out. You're done. You don't even go here. You can't wear
You
pink
are the
on
weak-
Wednesdays,
You don't
motherfucker.
even go here.
That's fine. We'll wear it on Tuesday.
Listen,
Who cares if you can't wear pink on Wednesday? There's 6 other days in the week. That's
Yeah.
not a threat.
As if I'm
I
not
don't
wearing
listen.
pink.
I don't wear
I don't
pink
care,
on no
okay?
days.
My main character
So,
energy
like-
says that Dave is a terrible, awful, just inhumane loser. You
Okay,
suck at
okay.
everything in
Once
life.
you get done,
And remember, boys, when we were
Man.
told by
Happy
our
for a
parents, it's like
rematch.
when a girl is like
She
picking
Take
on
it.
us
said I'm happy
because
for
they
a
like
rematch.
us.
Come on, rematch him. Rematch him up there,
All right,
Poison.
best 3 out of 5, Dave. You ready?
3 out of 5. I thought it was like best out of 3.
Moochie Pop.
Ready?
Oh, you both got peas.
Hold on.
You both got
Like,
scissors.
Poison. Who's playing? You gotta show your face. Like what? Okay, you're doing
Me and Dave,
emojis.
you guys were on your own conversation.
That's you.
Suck
Okay,
that,
so
I
Dave.
won.
So
I
let's
won.
explain.
Okay, you're right.
Let's
You're right.
explain
No,
how
that
we
was
do
my
this.
ignorance.
Fuck that.
Explain.
So Dave and Benny. So you guys can play too. You have to click on your picture, and then it should give you the rock paper
Okay,
scissors
Tosh.
option.
I don't want to do that.
Ready, set, go.
I don't want to do
No
that.
offense. Like we did a
Suck my
yeah,
giant big toe, Dave. I told you you don't go here.
I'm here though.
Last one.
This little piggy went to market. This little piggy went home. This little
This
piggy.
little piggy went home.
Is that how it goes? I don't know.
Boot him.
Like,
Boot him. He's done. You're out of existence. Bleep him out of ever
My
knowing about
fucking birthday
anything.
tomorrow. What is
He said
this?
it's my birthday
Poison.
tomorrow.
No.
Will
What the
only
shit?
accept
Happy
my
birthday,
defeat
bro.
because it's your birthday. You
Thank
made
you.
another
How
year
gracious.
around the fucking
How
sun.
gracious
Give him
of you.
grace.
I am
I'm so
honored
disgusted.
and privileged.
Woosah.
Hey, Poison, can I-
Disgusted.
Woosah. I
Can
feel
we
like
talk about?
we-
Can we
I'm
talk
getting
about
lost
that
in the
urine?
sauce here.
Yeah, no, I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back. So
Okay.
you know, when Poison came on, she was trying to say like, "Hey, were you guys talking about urine, right?" So what's really interesting about that, according to rock, paper, scissors, rock is the water, it's the minerals, paper are the trees, scissors
You're,
is what man.
you're right, actually.
Man
I
makes.
love this.
And you know what's
But
really
there's-
crazy? You know what's really crazy too? How you can actually claim your own age. It's not only that every 7 years our cells die. It's not only that every moment, like you know, where our atoms are going, like you know,
He's right.
not local.
He's not lying.
But on top of
Not
that,
lying.
the most complex organ in the body is not the brain or the heart. It's the liver. The
It's the
liver is
liver.
responsible for
It's
taking
the
in
liver.
everything. If you imagine if you just had like a little headphone thing, you plugged it into your liver. You know what your liver would be saying? This motherfucking shit is so toxic. It's so dense. All is darkness. All you like. It
You're
would straight be
Dewagner.
saying like, you are fucking up everything. Like, how dare you put me through this again and again? And okay, here we go with the alcohol. Here we
No,
go with the cake. Here we go with the ice cream. Here we go with the GMOs. Here we go with the processed food. Here we go with
Right?
the organic food that
Yeah.
you spent $30 at Whole
This is why we
Foods
got
on,
two kids
but
now.
it still got
Did you catch that?
Still got chemicals in
Come
it.
on.
Right. So then, guess what? There's the only place in the body that adult stem cells, which is like the thing that, like you know, you have a new smell. We're talking about like the fifth sense and the
A
sixth sense.
vagina?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
No.
What did you?
A distinct smell, indeed.
Again, is this
No,
the late
these
night
are
show now?
stem cells. I wasn't talking about
I
the
don't-
smell. I
You
was
have
talking
a
about
I
stem
don't
cells.
stink in the armpits.
You have a
but
pheromone.
okay.
Everybody has pheromones. That's your smell. Your
Sorry,
distinct
I
smell.
cut
Our
him
musk?
off. I was being silly but rude.
Our musk?
Yes,
Just-
guys must and our pheromones.
I told I smelled like
So-
cigarettes, and I was just like, Well, that's
Suck my dick.
So
I'm sorry. That was funny.
So
That
funny
was
that you
funny.
say that. So funny that you say that is like they did a test on like why fertility rates are going down, why the divorce rates are
Yeah.
going up, why people are having such a hard time connecting. Check it out. So like when you put a fragrance on your body, we know how detergents are harmful. We know like how all these chemicals, glyphosate, like fuck up things.
Seatbelts are deadly.
I'm just
sometimes.
saying.
No,
So every
shush.
time you put on a fragrance, you're dampening. You're actually killing the mitochondrial active processes that when a man
He's not
and a
lying.
woman, when a
He's not
man,
lying.
what the thing
He's not
that
lying.
I've got, my folks are the LGBT community, but one thing that will never happen within that is between the pheromones that are created with a man and a woman. The natural must that comes from a woman who has a little bit of hair underneath her armpit is the pheromones that drive that man
Yeah,
to
it is
go
a-
out and
it
get
is-
food. Go out and get food before somebody says they're hungry. Go and grab the kids before somebody's crying, and go and set up a perimeter to protect. Those are the chemical reactions that yeah.
He's not lying. He is
What if
not
poison?
lying.
1v1v.
No.
1v1 meet.
Like
Mario Kart, Rainbow Road.
yeah,
Let's go.
I'm not talking
Right.
about.
Don't you even
I'm-
because Yoshi
Yeah,
or Toad.
Why are we like little kids right now?
I'm not talking about
because we were talking about the
Because the
liver.
mitochondria is the
No,
powerhouse of the
dude,
cell.
he was
Right?
speaking
Absolutely
the truth.
poison.
Hey, he was speaking the truth.
He's 100% right. I'm just
Absolutely.
over here in my own
Absolutely,
world with
Anais.
Dave right now.
Absolutely,
No.
Anais.
If-
Thank you
if-
for that. That was
if
very
you
well
and I,
said.
if you and I found each other, I'd find you. I would.
You would
find
fight me?
find you.
Oh,
So
like,
I'm
wait.
curious.
I
I'm
would
right here.
find you.
What do you mean?
I'm
Like,
curious. I want to know because I know like I'm fun size. If anybody knows what that means as far as height.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
gonna. I'm
Just
not
remind me,
gonna.
okay? I'm in my
that
own
means
world over here.
something also. I'm fun size.
No, I'm fun size. I'm 5'3".
Time, motherfucker.
Oh.
All right. Rock, paper,
Oh
scissors,
my
and
God,
bust.
you're
What's up?
short, daddy. Wow. Okay.
Sucker.
I'm sorry. Hey, listen. I'm 5'11",
I'm
and I'm an
5'3".
Asian guy. So
Yeah, I'm
it's weird.
5'11" too.
Like, yeah, no. Being a 5'11" Asian guy is kind of weird. You know, like it's.
Yeah.
Who's got the
Well,
alarms going on?
I got-
Somebody's
Get to the
got
I
alarms.
got, I got size 12 feet.
Load up the
you know,
chopper,
like,
poison.
Yeah.
Okay,
Size 12.
Yeah.
Like, Yao Ming? What are you, like,
Yeah.
Yao Ming over here? Just like, I told my ex-fiance,
No,
just like,
no.
I'm
Yao Ming
5'10",
got, like-
and she was just like,
He
you are
had-
not
wow,
5'10",
taken
and I was like,
back
look
from
at my,
earlier, yelling
look at
timber.
my license, and she was just
We
like,
absolutely are.
And
Anais.
listen, I'm not lying on this. I'm not lying on the case, no. You know, so
look, I'm not tall, I'm not short, but you know, like,
no,
I got
no.
height.
I'm just,
I got
I'm just,
height, man. Like,
I'm
you know,
just, I'm just 5'11", homie. I'm just 5'11", homie. I'm just not.
Fail.
I'm not a big Asian. I'm not a small Asian. I'm just Asian. You know,
He said,
I'll
"I'm just
leave it at that.
Asian." I love
again,
it.
I'm
I'm just
Asian.
Asian.
I'm a fun-sized, mellow, yellow fellow
I'm
Asian.
amazing. No, hey, if I
big
could
toe
call
Asian
my if
I love
I
you,
could call
Rocco.
myself fun size, that would be amazing. Amazing.
I mean, I can because I'm short. I'm a short shit.
Sorry.
Just a short
Man,
shit.
5'3", that's bananas.
Well, I
But
used to be
I'll-
5'4", but
I'll-
you know, I have
I'll
this
love
thing.
you.
I have
I'll
this
love
thing
you.
called
I'll
scoliosis
love you.
that caused
I'll
me
love
to
you.
shrink even more.
Is
It's
that for
okay.
real?
I'll
So-
love you.
Yeah, that's
I'll
Is that
for
love
real.
Really?
I'll
Did you
love you.
get it like straightened out, or are you still?
So I have a 40. I have a backward S curve and a 42
I
degree
win.
curvature. It's now 43, which is why I lost an inch.
Hey,
I love you.
but
It's okay.
you gained a
He
mile.
said, "I love
It's-
you."
You could be
anything, sister.
4 foot nothing, and I'll still have heart for you.
He said
So-
you could be a midget, and I'd
4
still
foot
love
nothing.
you.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. Be careful what you say because we might get it. Just like, what if some like 4 foot? Hey, Benny, Like,
I mean,
and you're just
you
like,
know what's amazing though? I want to
Hey,
point this
that
out to
sounds
you
like a
guys.
you problem, not a me problem.
You know what's amazing
You know,
though? I
love is love.
imagine
It
that
doesn't
probably
matter.
Love is the only thing that matters. It's literally the only thing that's holding everything together. Whether it's love
Exactly.
of self or love of others, you have to decide where your energy is
Yeah.
going to actually make a difference.
Exactly.
When we
So
were talking
I
about
Hey.
E equals MC squared, I think that gravity
Yep.
doesn't exist because it's electromagnetism. Nope. Mm-mm.
Because sometimes
even when I
that
like, did
girl
you not
is
hear me
poison.
say like
Electromagnetic
love is
fields,
gravity?
and I think
Because
that
they are
what
forces.
is
She just made a
electromagnetic
word,
is
y'all. I love
yeah.
it.
She's driving me out of my mind.
You're welcome. But I think that
That
gravity
girl
is
is hard for me.
electromagnetism, and that is love.
Can't get out of my head. Mr. Kisser Lover. That girl is poison.
I have
Yeah,
never
man,
been
come
serenaded
on.
by a panel, and I think my life is complete. Existence is
Yeah.
about to blink itself out of existence.
You did it. You
Because
did
I
it.
think
See
I
you
just
on the next
accomplished
run.
every need I ever fucking had. I just played rock,
That's
paper,
it.
scissors on a panel while being serenaded. Thank you,
Soul
guys.
contract complete.
It's like
Complete.
that, like touching your head and
So
rubbing
it's
your
the
shoulder.
next,
It's
it's
just
the
like,
next
Now it's
octave
time
at
to go
this
home.
point, right?
Mission objective completed. Mission
Yeah,
objective
yes,
completed.
but no, but
goals,
just, I
objective,
think that
destination, right? Like our
when
God.
we were debating about the E equals MC squared, I wasn't negating that the equation probably works for this reality that we're in, but I think that the understanding of it is missing the wisdom, and the wisdom is that energetic field
Well,
is love, because
you
love
jumped.
can either
You
hold on, don't
jumped in a
interrupt me. No,
magnificent place.
no. So
Hold on, Biddy.
love
Hold
love
on.
is you cannot hate a person more than you are capable of loving that person. So you can be annoyed by somebody because you only kind of like them. But if you
Right.
absolutely were unconditionally enthralled and captivated by that person, it can consume you in hate, right? And that's
Because love
polarity.
and hate
That's
are kin.
they're the same exact thing. It's the same pole, but because of electromagnetism, you have polar opposites. That is the thing that holds us together, and you can do it purely out of love. Love is conditional. I don't give a shit what anybody says. And if you're loving
Unconditionality.
unconditionally, then you're living
Yep.
outside of the wisdom of what love
Unconditionality.
is. But I
Unconditionality.
disagree
When
with the
you love
E
somebody,
equals
you love
MC
them.
squared
Yeah.
because I think that it is the polar of that emotional state. But that emotional state is one of the only
Man,
states that you can get, like water, where it has a solid, it has a gas, it has a liquid, right? Love can be solidified, love can be an idea, love can also be something that you don't even want, but it's so rooted into
So
your
there,
like elementary understanding, like
way up in the
familial.
clouds, right?
So there's
Like,
so there you go.
there's
So with
multiple
that said,
states of love, and that
yes,
polarity, you can have as much love for somebody as you can hate, and that's what holds this world together.
there you go.
Gravity
So
is
poison. Yes. So poison. Let me
Got it.
let me lovingly interrupt. Not interrupt, but just come in like a sweet saxophone in a
yeah,
'90s
yeah.
Arsenio Hall
Ooh,
thing.
the
Yeah, right.
saxophones.
Yeah. Right.
Chuck Mangione. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So on that note, what you just identified about like the distinction in that equation, then is there like some like lotion that you can apply to things that you say that like you need to have boundaries for, that are toxic for you, that are oppressing you, that like that are evil, that are dark, that are reptilian, that are of the system, that that are of control, that are of oppression. Like it's a beautiful thing, baby. It's a beautiful thing that you just said. And so in saying that, I'm just inviting you to say, would you say that about everything that has contrast? Would you say that
Absolutely.
about everything you're like? Okay.
100,000%. Go ahead,
Hey,
host.
I wanna interrupt the live for 5 seconds because I think we all deserve it to Dave if he would so kindly bust out his guitar. That's what I call it, his guitar, because I know he loves guitar, and if he would
Ooh.
play, we can sing him happy birthday.
Okay.
Dave,
It's a
Does that
death
sound like a
ritual, but let's
plan?
do it.
I love
Let's
it.
do it.
Happy birthday.
Don't forget, do not blow the
I had to
candle.
interlude
Yeah,
just for a
don't blow
second
that.
for that.
But here we go with the death ritual. I love it. Like we know all this stuff about. Like,
Hey, no, it's okay. We can say Happy Earth
I'm
Day. We
immortal,
don't have to say
motherfucker.
birthday.
I love the death
Death of
rituals.
37 or whatever it is, and birth of 38-year-old Dave. Go ahead. You know, it's a death day.
We
That's
we
okay.
can say Earth Day if you guys want to say that.
3,800 years old. I'm ready to go.
3,800.
Given Day.
And I was gonna say something. You know, when you guys get to that frequency of love, and you guys think that you're acting like little kids, but that's the whole point. You know, we don't have to take things so seriously all the time, and being so like having the knowledge and the wisdom, and that's not even important at the end. This is important, like what we're doing right now.
You can't say that on TikTok. It's just like,
Because
that.
I really want to hear. I have not heard Dave of Faye play his guitar, and I know he loves playing his guitar. And so that's why I was like, will you play it? And then we can sing to you, and we can serenade you too.
Or maybe you can play a song on the guitar and we can all try to guess it and get in harmony.
Ooh, I love that too.
Well, everybody's taking their instruments out. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I'll be the dancer, but I cannot dance right now. I'm just kidding.
Me neither. I have a dream
Just
to be
do
like the
mental
Whistler for
gymnastics.
Paul
Okay,
Simon.
that's my music.
Mental
But
gymnastics.
so Dave, you don't have to feel like compelled to do so or anything. But if you want to do so, I absolutely am requesting.
I would love
No,
that.
I fucking love playing music. Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. I'm so glad.
Sweet. Yes. There you go. And then Benny's gonna do the flute. Nice. I want to hear that.
I love. No, Meter. It is
Yeah.
the float. It is the float because
We got Pan in the
Yeah,
house, mother.
Benny, and that's why when you play a wind instrument, it makes you feel like you want to
She said we got
float.
Pan.
Pan's Lambert.
Why would you call me Pan?
It's very symbolic and accurate, first of all.
That's so cold.
Listen, your energy matches, and that's not a bad thing. That's actually really beautiful.
Come on, Pan, play the flute for us, Pan.
Just not Peter.
Love is gassy, by the way. Whoever was talking about that, I just looked at the comments.
No, it
Somebody
legit
said
is.
love
It is gassy. That's
It is
absolutely.
super
And my
gassy.
boyfriend
etheric.
wonders why I fart all the time.
Love is etheric.
Because you got a butt flute, baby. You play it right.
Yep, exactly. I'm great at this shit. I'm really good at this stuff.
Right, it was like that.
No,
pause,
I
that
know,
awkward
Benny.
pause.
The moment of
It's like-
silence.
I can't wait to
Yeah,
hear
because
it.
it was like being in kindergarten where like somebody starts like banging on something, we all start dancing, and then the person stops banging on
You
it. We all
guys
look at each other
remember?
like.
You guys remember
"No, you
the
keep going."
boom, 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 boom on your desk with your mechanical pencil.
With the pencil.
Yeah. Okay, so we go. There was a time when poison was in my life. Really?
See me rolling.
Trying to catch me riding
Patrolling,
dirty.
they trying to catch us right.
you guys know that that's what I
That was the songs that would turn everybody
How
on.
did you know? That was
Are you
it.
guys
No, the
singing
game's
white
over.
and
You already
nerdy?
figured out the song.
Because I'm white and nerdy.
Hey Benny, you gotta
Because
go
I'm white
in the
and
flute. You gotta.
Gotta get me riding dirty. Gotta get me riding dirty.
Dude, you guys know white and nerdy.
And then you
right?
have that
like Weird
girl
Al.
shake that laffy taffy. That laffy taffy. What the fuck is that song about?
Left and it.
Man, I'm
Yeah,
44.
yeah.
Like, how do I not know like any of these like?
I know, right?
She
Like,
had
how
the,
you
Were
she
you
had
born
them apple
after
bottom
95?
jeans, boots with
Was
the
I born
fur.
after 95?
Dave,
I'm
just
44
start
years
playing,
old.
start playing.
So basic math would show that I was born
Shit,
before
that-
1995.
She hit the floor. Next thing you know,
Next thing you
shawty
know,
got no
shawty
love.
got no
Yeah, I mean, like that's like
Low.
no. I mean, like I'm talking like
Hold me.
stop, collaborate and listen, or stop, hammer time. Like that's the thing where it's just like
Stop.
some people.
Listen, I have a funny story about that.
Drop, shut him down, open up shop. Oh, no.
That's how Rough Riders roll.
And that's how I knew I got old. Right?
Hey,
It's just
come
like,
on. Hey, shout out to Earl Simmons. Shout out to Earl Simmons.
Shout out to Roger
Listen.
Simmons, too. Whatever
We
happened
love
to
you,
that
Earl
dude?
Simmons. We love
So
you, Earl
listen,
Simmons.
what's
So
your
it's
favorite
funny.
lyric of all time?
Huh?
lyric?
Your
What?
favorite
Like
lyric
just
of all
one
time?
lyric? Like,
Yeah, like your favorite like lyric in any song.
I don't know, like just one lyric out of like our favorite songs. Like
That is not a
Oh, come on now over there, David. They.
man.
So check it out. It's a live freestyle on the mystery schools. I'm just a fool.
The mystery schools.
Trying to understand why. I found my head in another mystery, so I went on the panel to see.
Hey, Mr. Man, how you telling me what my life and my pain?
I just decided it was recited. We're all talking the same game, baby. It was poison, doubting contradiction. It was magic to my own conviction. So I woke up and I said to myself, I'm gonna be my own mystery, baby. And then I saw that fun times, that eyes in your eyes. And I saw the homeboys saying, you got it right.
Dave can play over there. I love it.
It's giving so many things at once.
I know, right? So many things.
Hey Dave, they say play it like you stole it. They say,
Yeah.
I bought this motherfucker.
He said I bought this.
did you learn this on
Oh,
guitar?
you know
Dave?
that. You
Like
know
he
that.
stole
But
something.
it's a saying. It's a saying. It's like play it like you stole it.
Like drive it like you own it, but play it like you
Like
stole it.
Yeah, drive it like you leased it. Play it like you rented it.
Ghost ride the fly.
Ghost ride the whip.
I ghost ride this shit.
Look,
I
you
gotta
and me, I love how connected that shit is. I love.
That's great.
This is
Run it
awesome, y'all.
That was so dope, Dave. That was playing. Yo, like what was really great about those little riffs that you were doing? They tapped into like the conversation earlier, like everybody's energy. Like I just knew that like that inspiration was a mad respect. I love that.
One of my favorite things to do, actually, is mute myself and then play along while everybody else is talking. I've been playing guitar for about 25 years, and it's gotten to the point where I'm transmuting the energy of the room and my own emotional
Yes.
states, and I'm painting a picture with frequencies.
Yes.
That's
That's
how
beautiful.
I play music.
Man,
That's what I was talking about earlier, where like you can sit next to other people. Like I was talking about like my son's dad, where he was not on the same frequency, but sitting there and my vocals, what I'm speaking on, is resonating so high, he didn't have a choice but to jump out of the frequency that he was at and move up in frequency. And like that's what
Exactly.
Dave is doing. Like the frequency that he's putting off is what he's feeling, and he's allowing that frequency to resonate with the people around him in this panel, right? And it brings us to that. That's so freaking beautiful. Nature
It
is
is. It's
literally
awesome.
so immaculately, like disgustingly beautiful.
And complete. Yes, well
It's
said.
so-
Well said.
it's
It's
so
dirty,
divine,
grimy,
it's
love.
fucking gross.
It is. It's like
Yo, Dave,
gross
go back
because like
to
you
that riff,
know.
bro.
And here's the polarity of
Do you
it,
like
right?
that
Like
riff?
not to bring
Yeah,
any
it was like a
negativity
deep
by
south,
any
like
means.
something like pre-Mesopotamia blues.
That's
Yeah.
Play me
actually
those
like
free
some.
Mesopotamia blues, Dave. Just like
I
Come on
wonder.
now.
Like
That
the
plays right
polarity
into my
of it,
soul.
like you can do like the positive where you're bringing people up, but you have
I
to
wonder.
recognize that like there's a possibility where people can bring you down. So being
I
on panels like this where you have that understanding and you're putting that positivity to bring other people up, it
Mm-hmm.
teaches other people to not allow the manipulation of the polarity of the other
that
side
part.
that they can
Right.
bring
That
you
part.
down.
Because have we seen a troll in here? I now that I've said it, we will.
They've been
But
gone
we
for a
haven't.
while.
No.
They've been gone for a while. There was a troll when I before I even became on the panel. I
Right.
talked a little bit about that, but the
But you see, I
frequency,
dealt with that one
yeah,
real quick.
the frequency has been so elevated and so high. It
Hey,
reminds me like I have a choice on what frequency I want to focus on.
Absolutely.
You
big
know,
big
that's
shout out to
those
the
chords
moderators.
there.
Big shout out to the moderators.
Yeah,
Big
Yes.
shout
there
Big
out to the
shout
moderators?
out to all of
moderators.
you guys for being
Yeah.
amazing and
Yep.
being
Big
Yep.
shout
you.
out to TikTok. Thank you for allowing this to just fester
And
and
Benny with the
germinate.
flute. And Dave
Bring
with
it,
the
Pan! Bring it,
guitar.
Pan!
We need
Bring
more
it, Pan.
cowbell,
Come
guys. I'm
on,
telling you.
Pan.
Just like, where's that
Come
cowbell?
on,
I
Benny. We
got a
want to hear it.
fever.
Benny, we want to hear your,
The
your flute, brother. Come on.
those chords that I was just playing. That's that's a whole song that I wrote. And if you guys want to hear it, I'd be more than
Play
happy
it,
to
play
play
it,
it. I
play
just
it.
have to hook up the,
Obviously. Why was
Yes,
that a question?
everybody mute and let's hear the beautiful music, please.
Give me a second because
I'm even gonna
I have a
mute.
music studio here set up.
Oh.
And
I can
so,
see.
like,
I was just
there's-
like, what did Dave come back like? Like I was just like, dang, he's all like professional. Like I'm just
Listen,
sitting.
what if Dave
I
was
am.
like,
Oh no,
Bro.
he got a great turntable. He got a
what
great
if
turntable.
what
I
if
can
Dave
tell
was
you
like
that.
turntables
the
and a
music of
microphone, buddy.
Mesopotamia? What if that's
But he
what Dave
is.
was?
Interesting.
He said interesting.
Yeah, so that is. So when you're in the interesting,
Yeah.
then you're an eye that's facing a T. What's a T? The cross. And so when an eye, like
Did you
got-
see the eye and the circle? The eye and the circle.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's what.
Um,
You caught it.
There's
You caught it, my
yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Let
What-
me
The
I
eye
want
plug
to
in
bring
my
it
laptop.
a
If you
level
guys wanna hear
further
this
that
music,
all
I'd be more
time
than
is
happy to play
happening
that.
all at the same time.
There's no
Absolutely.
time.
Sure. So with that sense, then you can forgive people that come to places that aren't ready to like up level or be in that like kind of resonance that have yet to really kind of recognize or understand the work that it took
Yes.
us to get to the place. So in that place, even if there's contrast, that's what adds to the person on a stage having a little bit of fright, even though it's their 13th tour and they're like selling out.
Yes.
That little bit of fright actually pushes that level of creativity, connection, that glory, that grace, that thing that's just like, nah, man, I'm here for love and the sake of love. And so with all means, anything that we see is suffering or any motherfucker that don't understand the way that yet is a motherfucker that's about to be there. So that's what needs the most
Yes.
care. Not the motherfuckers that are easy to connect with. It's easy to connect with people who are great and on the same level. Yeah, but if that was the case, nobody would have left heaven, motherfucker. Nobody would have left heaven.
Exactly.
we down here
We'd be
in
all
the
at
shit.
the
We're not in the
same
cave
level,
meditating.
right?
Right?
Like if we were all
That's-
just like, yeah, like
That
This is
Cedar
our
was talking
meditation.
about earlier. Sorry, go ahead, host.
This is our meditation right now.
Right.
That was amazing.
No, what he just said. You
Big
asked me
love.
a question
I
earlier.
know.
But you actually
No,
just
I'm the
answered it.
I'm on the same wavelength. I'm on the same. Yeah, that's
It's just, I
bananas.
just got
Yeah,
a little.
because
I
see,
got
I
a
do
little bit
wanna say
extra
this.
love. Go ahead.
So I do want to say this. What I have noticed is this: as long as I stand, and this is gonna Poison's gonna love this. As long as I stand in my divine feminine energy, neither push nor pulling, the energies that would come in the room that would try to even change the polarity of the room, they can't. Because so long as I stand in who I am and what I know I am, and my knowing, and exactly, I guess you'd say, give that unconditional love because I've been there in that place of empathy, right? Then you either evolve in the room or you don't. You have that choice. You can choose to come up here with us or you can choose to stay down there. If you choose to stay down there, then slowly but surely, little by little, I will see you for who you are. And then I will just eventually mute you. And then if you continue after the 5-minute mute, then I'll block you because you're not ready for this level of attainment of frequency. So only you as a person know that. You know what I mean?
100%.
Okay.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier about like ego being the shell of the seed, right? You have to have the shell because that ego protects you for where you're at in that moment. But if you're too
Well, you were
afraid,
saying that earlier. You know the shell is the masculine energy, right?
yes, 100%. I was just about to do that. I was just about to.
But
So that
also
shell, it's a good thing, right? Until you allow it to stop you, like the fear, right? If you as a seed inside that soil allow the shell to stop you and that fear of breaking past what you already know, that's the masculine. It's the repetitive nature. You
Yeah.
continue to repeat the things that you've been programmed and you're too afraid to break out of that shell.
Sure.
The
Yeah,
shell
no.
protects you until it's time to break
Mansplaining.
through.
The
Yeah, so
mansplaining.
essentially, so essentially, so here's it is, and then like the spiral. You were just talking about the golden ratio. We're just talking about like being beaten down. We're just talking about like people who are on our level. We're just talking about the place that I stand in prohibits people. They cannot take over. So this fear of a seed not cracking the shell is like goes against like trillions of years of multi-dimensional history, going back to Lyra, whatever Starseed's origin story that you were
Hey,
told about.
Lyran right here.
Right.
I
Love you, Lyra.
What's
Love
up?
you,
We
Lyra.
out here. We out
Hey,
here.
we love you, Lyra.
We out here.
I
We
love
love you,
how
Lyra.
on
Sorry,
point
my
the
bad.
lyrics are for this song.
Yeah.
You guys ready to hear this? This
I'm
is
ready.
short
I'm
one.
on mute.
I
I'm
thought
on mute.
he
It's all
went and
your
started
floor,
playing at a
Dave.
bar.
3
Now I
minutes.
was surprised.
Listen.
And then we're going to give you your happy birthday afterwards.
Love you, Charlie.
Silk thread ribbon stitch my back. For you, I withdraw back. And Tight rhythm feeding forms. My lately is gone. The wind swiftly lifts me up. How many damn times will I empty this cup?
Man, I do want to. I do want to say that. Shit.
of that track is called Icarus Syndrome.
I was so not expecting that, but you just took my brain on a trip. That's what it felt like.
No AI involved.
We do love
everything
flying too
that
close to the
was
sun.
Damn straights.
Absolutely.
No AI. Everything that I did there is it's all me. What's up?
Can I read something to you?
Sure.
Of
course.
We mortals do not see too clearly. Man, I'm not gonna read this. Never mind.
Bro, finish it. Shut up and stop. Keep going.
Just go.
That's the fear that stops you breaking that shell.
You don't mind? You don't mind?
We don't mind at all.
No, I want to hear what you have to say.
I can't hear with the music though.
Chaplain, can you pause the music for 1 second?
Yeah, my bad. I didn't even know that. I thought I was on mute. That was my bad, guys.
Thank you. It's okay.
And
Go ahead, Benny.
We mere mortals. Go ahead. We mere mortals.
we mortals will not never see you clearly. To us, you are only ever vague shapes, never fully resolved into clarity, veiled by the dance and the barefoot of the Helioka, which is like the sun. Occasionally, we can hear you. You sing so sweetly on the fragment of your music. A heart-stopping phrase sits trembling on the air of an instant, and it fades as quickly as it came, leaving us floundering on the pole of the earth to right as quickly as it came down, to let us know that it's one of our own. You are the poet's impetus, the astronomer's flash of certainty, the dancer when her body becomes the faithful servant of her maid. You are the moment a historian assembles the faithful shards of past and the suddenly perception of that pattern. You come only to those that toil for you, painfully, and even then, it comes to visit you. Cleo brings history. Urope liars the verse. And even then, your visits are erratic. Talia is comedy. Erato brings the love of tongues and a lyrical verse. And sorry, I have to. Melpane's tragedy. Yeah, and Talia's comedy. Urania has the knowledge of the stars, and Calliope, the oldest and the strongest of us all. It brings an epic verse. When songs of muses and fates and the implacable states, whose measure is thread along the fates. Yeah, Atropos. And then it ends with Atropos.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Sorry.
Bro.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was something I wanted to read. I wanted to read to you guys, just so you know. Like,
It was beautiful.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
That was beautiful.
It's
Okay, so we're gonna do the long-awaited birthday singing.
It's time for the happy birthday.
Well, how
It's time for the happy birthday.
Hey yo!
Before you No. This is for you, Chappie.
But I do want to make sure we don't skip over Benny. Benny. Benny, your poem was amazing. Very, very thoughtful.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
I love how many constellations that writing brought up all in one. Each constellation has so much meaning: astrology, history, mythology. Right? You touched on so many different spaces that can connect and tie. I love how many constellations were brought up in there.
That was beautiful, man. And I wrote in real time a connection to Dave's thing, to Benny's thing. Dave's thing was talking about, for you, I withdraw lack, which is like a huge. I was saying that Dave's lyrics, one of the, you were asking what's your favorite lyric.
Would you like me to read these lyrics to you?
Yes, I was gonna ask that after the happy birthday.
Yeah, I was just gonna. Yeah,
please.
Yeah, so let's get the happy birthday out of the way so we can bring his birthday in, because it's already like an hour and I think like 36 minutes past his birthday for me.
Come on, Mr. Guitar Man, it's time to strum the birthday song.
Can you strum the birthday song?
He's not a wedding DJ. He's
I'm
not a
on
wedding
West Coast
DJ.
time, so
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody
He's not a wedding DJ. You can't ask that.
He's like, listen. He's like, I don't want to strum right now.
I could sit up here and noodle all day long.
If he's not gonna strum it, I will start it.
Go for it.
Okay, so ready? 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday. Are we gonna sing it off? Cha.
Birthday to you.
Cha. Dear David Faye.
Thanks.
You're growing old. You got gray hair.
You old motherfucker.
On Channel 4.
You don't even go here.
Don't say.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Happy birthday, brother. Many
Happy
more.
birthday.
Many more.
Thank you.
Oh no, where'd he go?
Birthday.
I don't know. Okay. He came back.
Happy birthday to you.
We lost him and then he came back.
Thank you.
Hold on, I think we lost Anais.
We did.
Anais.
Dang it! I think Anais was kind of against the idea of the birthday singing.
Oh no.
Oh well, you know.
But I don't know if that's truly what it was. I don't know.
Aurelian dropped
Hold on,
like
maybe
at the
his phone
same time. I was gonna say Aurelian dropped at the same time, so I don't know.
He just joined. So.
I'm listening.
Okay, there we go.
Divinity dropped.
Yeah,
But you can't
TikTok
you
gets
can't get-
acting a little funny after you've been live for some time, you know.
It does.
Dave, I do want to hear the
You
lyrics.
can't get mad on the birthday song.
Sure. I'm happy to
Yes, let's hear Dave's lyrics.
So it's wax-carved feathers haunting stars. The mausoleum withers on Mars. Silk thread ribbons stitch my back. For you I withdraw lack. And we soar above. So we pour into love. In the high sky we reign. Up here there is no pain. Haptide rhythms feeding folds. My input lately is cold. The winds swiftly lift me up. How many damn times will I empty this cup? In the shadows it stands, grabbing blindly with its hands, and its ego will remain, consuming itself yet again. This is the last time, I swear. I'm learning and being aware. How many last times you say? I'm falling down to earth yet again. In the high sky we reign, up here there is no pain. That's it.
So would
It's a bit of
that
something.
So I know that it's with the Icarus, right? But your lyrics kind of speak to a golem or a fallen.
Ha! It's my own personal journey. How many damn times do we tell ourselves that this is the last time? And it's like speaking to yourself outside of yourself. How many last times, you say? How many last times?
You said this is the last time, man. Just
yeah, it's just last time, I swear. I'm learning. I'm becoming aware, I swear.
just how many different versions can we come up with? It's like,
When I go into the distorted vocals, like the screams, it's that ego. It's that heavy, weighted, dense ass part of ourselves that is projected forward. You know, in the shadows it stands and it grabs blindly with its hands. You know, when we speak without thinking or when we act without considering. And the ego always seems to stand by itself off in the corner, and it's throwing its own temper tantrum, and inevitably, like the Ouroboros, it consumes itself. So that's kind of what I was getting at.
Man,
I love that, but I still, and I wouldn't have correlated this before just now, but would that not be turning your ego into a golem? Because it doesn't have a soul, but you've programmed it with its own. Good.
I want to say good night to Tio.
Oh,
Thank you.
Are you okay, Tio?
Tio.
Over there, Tio. Everything okay?
Yeah, she's getting tired.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to check on you, my brother, and my uncle Tio, my great uncle Tio.
your uncle? It's just like, come on, man. That's like saying ATM machine.
So you have to.
this is the.
What'd you say, Tio? Yes, he definitely is my spiritual uncle. And
This is the best page. You guys.
my spiritual grandfather is his brother. Because my grandfather actually reincarnated into someone, and I have met that someone, which is the most amazing thing I've had the experience of having. And even though I lost my grandfather and never really met my grandfather, I was told my grandfather was coming. And my grandfather absolutely did, and I met him on this here app. Might sound delusional, but I promise it's not.
I think you're in the right panel to where we don't have to put those labels anymore.
I know.
It sounds pretty normal to me. Where it's just like,
That sounds more normal than when somebody's like, "Hey, how's the weather?" Bitch, go look up.
No. No.
Go outside.
Let me be honest with you. I met my grandfather on TikTok too. Like my grandfather went through a channeler. You know, her name is Hey. Her name is Haley, and she totally pulled my card on that. Totally pulled my card.
Well, and the reason I know this is my spiritual grandfather is because he knows things
Yes, ma'am.
that only my spiritual grandfather, my actual literal grandfather would know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that type of divine timing, it works amazingly. It's kind of terrifying, actually. But once you know what you know, that's what I say. I don't believe in anything anymore. I just know what I know, and I know what I'll need to know when I need to know it. I'm good on that. Good luck.
I have a similar experience, but a little different. If I could share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please and thank you. Please and thank you.
Yes, please.
So I grew up literally right next to my little sister. She's 3 years younger than me, but you would think that we were twins. We were inseparable. We had the same hobbies, the same likes, the same friend group, every single thing. She passed away in 2011. Before that, I never ever wanted to birth my own children. I was okay with the idea of being a mom, and she always told me "Oh, I'll be your surrogate," right? Because I didn't want to actually do the birthing. It was terrifying. My little sister passed away in 2011, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Now I have to have my own kids, right? So I did end up having my daughter, and my daughter has presented in a way that this is probably the only place that would understand
so often she is my little sister. And even she said it, like, she never met my sister, right? Like, my sister passed away many years before my daughter was born. But the things that my daughter does, the way that she is, the attitude that she gives me, that's not my attitude. Like, there's just, like, certain things that she does, and I'm like, okay, JoJo. And, like, my daughter's name is Anastasia, but, like, even she's like, ooh, that was weird. Like, she consciously and spiritually, I raise my kids no different than I'm talking to this panel, right? Like, my kids are very well consciously aware. But this is probably the first place that I felt safe enough to be like, my daughter gives off some reincarnation vibes. It's strange too. It's weird.
Yeah. I will say this. Many of us have Lyrans. Many of us have starseeds. Many of us have Pleiadians. We have Andromedans. We have Arcturians. We have the whole kit and caboodle.
Yes.
These kids are going to be everything going forward, you know.
And she's known since she was born, and I already knew that I was a rainbow child before I understood what starseeds were. So, like, I was already looking at it. I told you the guys earlier, like, I was consciously aware at 6 months old. So, like, I was already in a level of understanding. So I've raised her to know that, which is such a blessing.
Absolutely. I would say the same for myself. Like, one of my kids, like, I can't explain it. She, like, reminds me of, like, the angel and the demon. And then the other one, like, she speaks not in human. You know, and so
I do
like,
know.
it's like in that same way, like, it's crazy because it activates me. And in that same way, I also know what she's saying. And then I can talk back to her, too.
Yes, and this is, I don't discredit people who speak light language, right? I don't discredit people who use symbolism to speak, whether it's hieroglyphs or Hebrew or this or that. We were talking about, like, spelling and, like, the etymology and stuff. What her and I do has no physicality. It is purely energetic. And when I say that, I don't want to misconstrue it like telepathic. Like, I feel like people, when they think telepathic, you're hearing somebody else's voice speak inside your head. It is, there's a connection, a frequency, an understanding. There aren't words. There isn't a visual. There isn't a symbol.
Well, and then I have another thing that I want to add to that while we're here. Whoever told us that these children were our children? What if they're our sisters and our brothers?
If the panel wants to speak, they can. When we were talking about, and I didn't get a chance to get into this, we were talking about, like, that toroidal field and, like, the spiral up. And I mentioned it a couple of times, like, everybody thinks it's so bad to go down. Like, that's going to be, like, hell or something. I think that entropy, when I was talking about the fourth dimension being time, when we're actually in the fourth dimension, we can only observe the third. I think that we're actually going backwards in time. We only have the understanding to see it moving in the forward, upward direction. I agree with you, but I don't know how to, like, better explain what I mean.
Well, and
my children teach me.
Right, and then some of these children are galactic children that we've already had, that we've pulled down into this universe.
Yes.
Anyways.
Sorry. Tangent. Did it make sense, like, what I said? Because it's hard to say this shit out loud.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. It makes a lot of sense.
I don't think it's necessarily hard to say it out loud. It's just, it's foreign to be able to sit and speak this kind of stuff freely.
That's a really good way to put it.
Because we know what we want to say. We know what we mean. And I think that, I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I've found it exceedingly difficult to be able to speak freely about this type of stuff without having to double back and explain myself. Like, what am I talking about? Because I'm constantly getting the like, holy shit, why are you not committed yet?
Yes.
So, that's kind of
Because they can't hold me, man. Just like I've tried.
Oh, I'm not crazy, but like, here's the thing, like, you know, like prefacing things is a bad habit I want to break.
The other thing I say to myself too is, why can't I have these conversations with everyone in my daily life? You know, I can with my person, right? But why can't I just walk around the streets and be like, hey, I saw an alien today, you know, and then be like, oh, me too, you know?
I'm just into it.
I actually started doing that.
Yep.
Did you? Yeah, like within the last 6 months, I just started doing that, and
I mean, and I have to an extent, I guess.
Wait, hold on. Doing what exactly? Like walking up to people just like, hey, I saw an alien today.
So not necessarily like the alien, but when spirit energetically speaks to me and it is very specific to that person, I'm like, hey, do you want to know something that maybe you didn't know and it probably is going to be weird? And then I just go. And literally somebody standing next to me at the grocery store, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be probably weird for this, but like if you're open to it, I have something to tell you. And I will just spew the things. Obviously, I want to break out of the habit of explaining it first, but we also live in a world where I could grippy socks at any point in time. Don't want to be, you know, taking any of those vacations. But I did. I stopped filtering my... Like, I stopped going through the fear of actually saying that to the people in everyday existence. And I found that more often than not, they have that same fear, but they have the same thoughts, the same feelings, the same experience. But because it's so stigmatized, that they only do it behind closed doors. And you are going to build a better creation and connection because you were the one to do it first.
Well, and you know, I think when I have done that, so there was something in particular, and I said, and I started it in this way: you may not understand it right now, but I need to say this to you. And then I said it, and then, you know, but you may not understand this right now, but you will understand this one day. And I said it. You know, I've done that before. It's just like, you know, it's kind of interesting because it's like it's all coming back full circle. Like, now I'm kind of teaching my sister to defeat the same things that I've already defeated. You know, and that's, you know, I know a lot of people, they're like, just throw the karmic family away. But that's not what we're here for, essentially. You know, we're here to teach them a different way, to teach them how to get better, and to hopefully make their way out of here too, even if they did do horrendous, horrible things, you know. So our purpose was not only to, you know, stop the bloodline curses here, right, with us, but to also teach them how to do the very same thing that we did, you know.
Do that with my mom, and it's weird because that was the abuser, right? And forgiveness, I never understood this. Forgiveness doesn't help them, it helps you.
Right.
And once you really truly understand that, you can look at them and the experience that they had, and it was not... It was the seed that they were given to grow, and that's all that they knew. So you are allowed to, once you understand that, give them a new seed and show them how to propagate that.
I always say they didn't have the proper tools, you know.
Yeah.
Oh my, hold on. They gave me a picture, y'all. Sorry.
You have to do the puzzle?
Yeah, they keep giving it to me, and then I suck at it.
No, I can't get it right either. Like the shapes one, pick two that are the same shape, and
I
I'm just
had
like...
to do 10 the last time it popped up. This one I got it the first time. But...
Can I make a request as we're talking? So Dave said that he likes to put himself on mute and just play while people are going, and I think that should probably be a thing because his vibration was really
resonating and echoing, some good vibes, right?
Absolutely.
I think that we could still have a chat, but like those vibes, I would love to have come back.
It's like watching like Sammy Davis Jr. Just like play us out, Dave. Just like
He's playing as I think they're all talking.
I know. I just wanted it to be louder. I'm maybe selfish. I don't know.
I can't turn it up. I just didn't want to be too much.
That's okay.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will say I have loved this experience with all of you guys. It has been truly amazing. And I will say anyone who missed this, they missed amazing people, amazing beings, you know. Whether you want to say you're a being, a person, whatever, it don't really matter, right?
I'm a mythological creature, no big deal.
Hey, I'm just Inanna, you know, the one that they tried to, you know, condemn and say was such a horrible person, you know. That's why I said, you know, Benny said he loved me earlier.
So you're Inanna, he's Pan, and now I gotta figure out who everybody else is on the panel.
Well, so Aurelian is Auriel.
Okay, Dave is Morpheus. Who did you say? What did you say, Alaris?
I said Inanna.
No. You said somebody else is who?
No, I love Mephistopheles, but man, listen, I just watched a gas station get blown up in front of me. It was pretty amazing.
Oh, the gas station blow up?
Bad. Yeah. Like, I walked over to the gas station and it was exploded. So I was
The scope of collision is back in the chat.
Are you okay, man? It's like
Yeah, I see that.
just like you seem pretty calm for just seeing like.
no. If I would have been there like 20 minutes earlier, I might have been involved in the blast. It's bananas.
Oh, wow.
Well, hey,
Yeah.
You're here.
even more praise to God that you were here with us rather than walking around.
You were the ones that saved my life. No, you were the ones that saved my life. So, like,
It's God, right? It's God
appreciate you.
planning for
It's
all of us here
here
to be here at this moment.
No,
to,
I'm home
interject
safe.
like that.
I'm home safe.
Absolutely, that's great.
Can I ask a question to the
Hold on.
panel?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. There we go.
And it
You're
does
here with
tie
all the
into
angels.
it does tie into what Benny just experienced. What are your guys', I guess, understanding or belief to quantum immortality?
Oh,
You're looking at it right here.
quantum immortality. Man, that's
Question.
so. I'm sorry.
So
Just let me get over it real quick. Yeah.
He said, "Let me get through it."
Just let me process. Yeah.
Let it noodle. Let it marinate for a little bit. You know, like.
Yeah, let's
Let
give
it
him a
noodle.
second.
I'm
Let it
gonna
noodle.
say that for the rest of my life. Just let it noodle a little bit.
It's noodling
Let it
around.
noodle,
I'm
let it
Asian.
noodle.
Sorry, you know me. Like, what are you expecting? But, you know,
I love that so much. I have memes that I share, and it's send me the nudes NOODS because I literally want pho every single day.
for real? Are you?
For real, give me the nudes. Drop
For
the
sure,
deets,
bro.
drop it in the chat. I need to know where I'm going. Give me the nudes.
Yeah, right. L's, you know, I like that one. I had a T-shirt that said "How to Pick Up Chicks," and it was just like a stick figure picking up like baby chickens.
Hell yeah.
You know?
Chicken on a stick.
I love it. Okay, so let me see here. It's okay, Benny. I'm glad you're still here with us, brother.
Yes. Rasta
Infinite
says
abundance.
infinite DMT trip.
For quantum
Yeah,
immortality.
because
Yeah.
Well, because I will
No,
say this,
hey.
when I went through my NDE, I will say that I had absolutely a DMT trip.
Both of them, or
The second one, the latter.
okay. That's the one that was short, right?
Right.
Like 20
Yep.
minutes was actually 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you for helping me understand.
Yes, ma'am.
But you feel that both of them were a DMT trip?
No, just the second one.
Just the second one. Okay.
Yep.
How do you?
Are you okay over there, Benny?
I feel
Doing
like
good?
a mirror. It's just like Benny. If I like let my
Not-
facial hair grow,
not
like if I didn't
really.
shave
Oh
it,
my goodness,
when he
the
popped up, I was
twins
just
are
like,
together.
oh my gosh. It's like, is this me or something?
Not really. Like, no. If I wasn't chit chatting with all of us, like y'all kind of saved my life. You know, if I would have been there 20 minutes earlier, I would have gotten blown up with, like, no, there's nothing but like fire department and.
Oh,
dude,
you mean
it's
if you
not-
wouldn't have been playing the flute, Benny? Because you was
Yeah.
playing the flute before you got off camera.
That pan
I
energy
know.
saved him from the quantum jump.
Like in
Right.
Mario
Yeah.
Brothers, where you just like flute yourself into like a different dimension. Just like, and then
Yeah,
the tornado comes
yeah.
and you just, sorry, I'm
And
just,
that's why I asked, like, do you guys believe, or first of all, I want to like know if you know what quantum immortality theory is. Secondly, do you believe that that is reality?
I do. I do.
figured it
I
out.
think you can jump spaces and times in between. I just did it. Oh man, that was so close. Like it. No, I could have ended up in one of those. In one of those ambulances, you know.
But you're okay, Benny. You're here. I'm happy for that. Yeah.
Man, hey, you guys saved me. You guys saved me. Man,
you saved yourself by like following
I'm happy that
your
you're
spirit,
here.
bro. Yeah, it's like coming here. You know, like we can't take all the credit.
Surrounded
like
with the archangels and the angels and seraphims and incarnations.
our guardian angel, whatever that may be, like a spirit,
Yeah.
you know, like an animal, a combination of both or something. But I'm looking up
that
quantum
place,
immortality.
that place is it's destruction over there. It's yeah, it
Benny?
was nothing but ambulances and gas stations and fire, and I was like, what the, you know, like, I just tried to go to an AM PM, dude. I just wanted to go to an AM PM, and it was,
It's
man.
like Dean or like but let's just pray that nobody was like injured, like, you know, if anything, if it wasn't
Right.
like necessary.
Three were injured, and I know those people. Like, yeah.
Well, now it's your kind of like maybe torch just to make sure that your village, your community members feel this kind of new spirit that we'll all take within our own, like, you know, like worlds, right? Like in this quantum, like, you know, like worlds or I don't know, I'm reading this now. So, you know, just like, yeah.
If you do have the understanding of like that quantum immortality, right? And if we're on this plane together, and you say, and you're giving us credit for protecting you from that, right? But like in my understanding of like that quantum immortality, I'm so grateful that you've been here in the conversations that you've been a part of with me, because the level of consciousness that I've gained just from being on this live for the last couple of hours, I am in forever gratitude of that, right? I wouldn't have been able to have that had you have gone to that place and jumped to a different place, right? Jumped to a different life, jumped to a different time. And I do think that, you know, a near death is different than a quantum leap or a quantum immortality leap. I'm grateful for you. As much as you say that like we protected you from that, you have elevated my understanding of so many things just being a part of this panel. So I'm grateful for that you didn't have to jump to that next place. There's more purpose for you here, and I hope that brings you at least some solace.
Amen.
Really quickly, I'd like to say hello to the Loop of Sound. He came up. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Oh, host, thank you so much for platforming me. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah, there's definitely a spirit at work right now. We're seeing people's lives get changed. The way that they do things completely different. So, yeah, I appreciate being a part of it.
That's
Yes.
yeah.
You gifts, Poison. Thank you so much.
That shit
So
is scary.
hold on, I have a question for the loop. Who is James Robert in the comment, and why is he saying he started your timer here?
Yes, my followers, they'll arrive at lives and they'll keep a time. So, because I usually stay between maybe no longer than 45 minutes at a live, sometimes 20 minutes. And James Books are the creative project here in Chicago too. So if you're looking for a live experience, he can bring the Lupa sound to you in the Chicagoland area. Thanks for being here
pretty
tonight,
cool.
James.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. I was just curious because I seen it in the comments and I was like, hold on, wait.
Yeah.
I always enjoy having Loop on the panels when I do join lives. He's always a breath of fresh knowledge, right? A breath of fresh understanding.
Right. That's awesome. Well, nice to meet you. And
Nice to meet
welcome,
you. Thank
of
you,
course.
host.
Hi, James, and welcome to you as well.
Yeah, I was bearing witness to the to how it is that we're seeing changes in our lives, and I'm very excited to see people going in directions that they may never have been before, because something new has come inside, and pointed them in a different direction. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was deep into it, into the dream of the planet. I would watch sports rituals and I would watch the movies and the television programming. I couldn't wait for the next 3 movies because I would research them, and Johnny Football had to get his 23 yards. And something happened around 2021. I stopped looking at all those things because there was something else going on, something bigger. And so now those things kind of reside off in the distance, and I see less and less focus on those kinds of things, the celebrity humans. We're starting to see people who are true celebrities, people in my TikTok feed that have been waiting to be seen for decades, and now suddenly I can go to them each day and just be renewed. So it's exciting. So yes, thank you very much.
I love the way you put that, because obviously we all know the things that are happening in celebrity world, right? The Hollyweird and things like that. I don't watch the TV and I don't watch like the movies. They're entertaining, right? But I find so much more value in having these kinds of conversations with real live individuals, right? So taking that time away and like realizing the people that I want to be famous or the people that you want to be famous are the ones who actually resonate with you, not somebody that you idolize, right? The good old Bible talks about idols, and not idolizing what you think somebody is because that's what they're trying to give you the image of. And that's what idolization is. You're worshiping an image of something that isn't actuality. But having these moments where we can connect with actual real life people and making that the focus of our attention.
It's been a dramatic change in my life, quite honestly, where I would now spend hours a day literally talking with just people and exchanging ideas, as opposed to, say, sitting quietly watching a recording of something I've seen 28 times already. Yeah, I carried a terabyte of movies throughout my deployments overseas. The reliance I had on disassociation within these worlds that were on my hard drive was great. And I realized, what am I disassociating from? Who's sitting next to me that could brighten my day? But I'm just not gonna go there because I've got a way to disassociate without anybody being involved. So relinquishing those things, it's a process. It's a process though, because they were great friends of mine, these films. And now they're off in the distance.
Hey man, just
exciting.
Nostalgia. You know, it's just like what we carry in the memories is what's important, right? Just like remember VHSs? Just like there's some VHS that I'm just like.
I mean, I was seeing movies in the 70s in the theater, so this was an experience that I lived upon for decades with this associated practices that were provided to us.
I can't even remember going to the theater for the last time. Just like, you know, like Yeah,
I
just these
remember
things.
the very last movie. I walked out of that theater knowing this will be the last time I'll ever be in one of these places.
Really? What can I ask? The last time I was going to was for the Batman premiere.
What was
that
the
was
movie?
when the Batman.
What was?
Yeah, it was a sci-fi. My friend came into Nashville and he said, listen, we're going to go to a theater and watch a movie together. It was a sci-fi movie with, and they had to be really quiet. They couldn't speak. So the whole opening scene was complete silence. It was
What was
dramatic.
the sci-fi movie? What was
Don't
the
speak.
sci-fi?
It had
Like, Quiet Place. Was it Quiet Place?
Yeah,
Where
it was the second one. It was the second one of that one. Yes, Chaplain, correct.
The Quiet Place too, where it's just like, oh man, another one.
And I thought, this is going to be the last time I'm in one of these buildings. I knew it.
Mine was Fifth Element. But, you know,
Man, that was a long time ago.
Yeah,
huh?
like
yeah.
90s?
So Benny, you've relinquished these things a time ago.
Yeah. I haven't been to a movie theater since.
Fifth Element? Is that like like when Fifth Element was in the theaters, man? Like it's got to be 90s, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was 1996, and I was in Korea. Yeah, wow! I've not been to a movie theater in
That
quite
makes
some
sense.
time.
Korea's a little behind on just
Yeah.
But no, I mean,
but I mean, mind you, we've always had like Amazon and Netflix and cell phones and stuff like that. So like,
not me. Like
And
I remember a time
I
when I didn't have any of that stuff. Pagers? Remember pagers?
yeah. 143-177-1 yeah
911
Yeah, my grandmother.
Yeah,
had-
you know what I'm
letters.
talking about. I miss you and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, my grandmother's telephone number
Sorry.
started with EX7. You had to do letters.
Yeah.
That was way back in the day.
Remember when we used to memorize
I
phone
wonder
numbers?
though too. What if I put down my phone? How am I gonna see the Yeshwina? How am I gonna see the cosmic Tether every day? How am I
Yeah,
gonna see
Yeshua
Magpie?
is amazing. Yeah, Yeshua. Yeah.
So it's like I've encountered these people through TikTok. Can you imagine? I met a Grammy Award-winning musician, my favorite artist, who had recognized me at the venue in Chicago because I posted on TikTok. Like I didn't even say hi to her, and she looked over and waved, and I'm like, this app has connected me to humans on Earth in ways I would never have expected.
I know. That's
awesome.
why I actually appreciate the old algorithm instead of the new algorithm.
I wonder.
Man, sorry, I just saw a gas station blow up, so I was like.
So,
like,
Benny, I will agree with
it
you
was
because the old
great.
algorithm left room for people to learn and to grow and to,
Yeah.
instead of paying for, views and paying for spots and positions,
Yeah.
it actually allowed people to rise through the ranks through authenticity.
Yeah.
I remember when it shut down and we were scrambling on other platforms trying to keep track of each other because we had developed literal friendships here on TikTok.
No,
And so now
completely.
here I am
Like
on
we had
Instagram
made.
following like
Absolutely.
4 TikTokers. 6 TikTokers just to make sure that when they come into Chicago to hang out, we can still contact one another.
We
Yeah,
made
it's really
friends
been
and
a dynamic
family,
experience.
and like that.
Yeah, I think that president.
Man,
sought
you
to shut
guys
it down.
saved me.
Yeah, Jasmine.
You
and
guys
Chad.
saved me. Oh, you don't know how much I owe you now. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. I gotta
Just owe
process
us-
and feel this.
You owe us just
know.
your presence,
Yeah.
brother. Like your presence
Man.
is like the greatest value to me. Like, right? Like our presence should be the most invaluable thing that we can bring into any room, any atmosphere, any universe or galaxy type thing. At least that's how I look at it, right? And so, if I gotta
I
get going here,
appreciate you on that.
no, I
So
thank you.
we're waiting on the rest of them. That's
Yeah.
it. We're waiting on the rest of them to show up, and we're setting a wonderful table for them. They'll be
That's-
here.
It's
They'll
like
arrive
that.
too.
This is when I learned like the wisdom of the turtle and the the rabbit like racing, right? Like it never made sense. Like why do they tell this to kids? Just like the rabbit was just so arrogant that he saw the finish line and was just like, nah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a nap because I want to rub it in these turtles' faces, right? Like it's like
the rabbit tried so hard he burnt out and finished at the end.
Okay.
But the turtle didn't even break a sweat and got to enjoy the flowers and still won at the end.
This is where, like, I looked at like myself as the turtle when my snooze button went off. 2017, 2019, 2021.
Slow and steady.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, right? What's the race?
No.
It's the like, you know, like we all have a finish line, and that's the thing where as a turtle, slow and steady, I've seen many rabbits
Sometimes,
along the path just like run over, just like just lying on the, you know, just like this thing, and like that's where it's like the hardest thing. But when I find like these rabbits,
Slow
they're
down,
sleeping,
homie. Slow
you know,
down,
like when I see them
homie. Yeah,
sleeping,
slow
I'm just
down,
like,
homie.
yo, man,
Yeah.
I'm about to get to the finish line. Like, do you want to wake up? You know, and then they're just like, there is no one.
Like,
And I'm just like, okay.
Are you sure? Are you sure you want to get to the finish line that fast? Are you sure you want to get to the finish line that fast? Are you
So
sure?
I did want to
You
say to
know,
you guys. I did want to say
Sorry.
to you guys, Poison is still in the she's still in the chat, but she did say to us all, thank you all for everything you are, everything you aspire to be.
She's epic. Like, yeah. I was listening to her when the gas station was on fire, and I was like,
oh my.
yeah, and I was like, yeah, I need to turn around.
So you literally
Like, I was like, I need
We'll
to
be
turn
shown
around.
chaos. The chaos makers will say, listen, look, there's still chaos here. How is it that you have peace when here's this
Man,
chaos?
what-
So we're gonna see that still, the chaos.
I think I recall, like, Betty, you
Yeah.
being like, everything you're saying, Poison, is just like fire, like kaboom. It's not like when you were just like, I was like literally hearing like an explosion, guys, and it's like Poison. I was just like,
Well,
man,
and see,
Poison.
the crazy
there
thing,
were-
Benny. The crazy thing,
Yes.
Benny. Remember, you were deciding that you weren't gonna read that poem, and we all said, "Hey, brother, just read the poem. Read it however it is
I know.
that you need to read it." We pushed you to read that poem, and then in that same token, like I had put in the chat, I wanted you to play the flute again, right? But I think you had already turned your camera off, and you were already on the road, right? And but that poem, it wasn't us saving you. It was that poem. You
It was-
being authentically you.
It was
listening to that
Athena,
nudge.
Yeah. No, I thank you so much on that, man. Like, if I was there like 2 minutes earlier, I would have gotten stuck in that fire. And
Hey.
Yeah, avoid chaos at all.
The past
No,
is
it's
history.
kind of scary.
Tomorrow's a
You'll see
mystery.
eventually,
Today is a present,
Yeah.
right? So just focus on the
And it was
every
all
day.
of us. It was all of us showing you love and giving you that space
Yeah.
and that place to be able to actually, read your poem, and pushing you to come out of your comfort zone. And you read us a beautiful poem, right? And so you saved yourself. Nobody saved you.
No,
You saved
helped-
yourself.
You helped me save.
It was our love. It
It's
was
a
our
team
love.
effort.
It
It's
was
a
our
team
love
effort.
and our space
Go
to
team!
say, hey.
Team effort. Team effort. Team
all
effort.
Of us, all of us.
It was
Team
a
us.
team effort.
right? It's
It was
team
us taking the time listening to you, but you also listening to those nudges and saying,
Yeah.
okay, fine, I'm just going to read it,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And again, I
That's
apologize
true.
for just like
That
playing
is
my
true.
music
That
into
is-
that. I thought I was on
that
mute.
is super true.
I was like, are they yelling at me? He's just like, can you turn down the
That
music,
is super
Stefan? I was like,
true.
oh snap! But I do have to kind of give you guys my 5 minutes, and if I may, just kind of read you just like the lyrics, not like a lyric, but if I can read you the lyrics to just like my favorite, just like soul song, and then hopefully that'll
Absolutely.
just kind of resonate with you guys.
Hey.
And so.
Hey, get him, Chaplin.
No, I'm
Show
gonna try
him
to
how
do it
it's
with
done.
this beat. I'm gonna try to work it with Dave's beat here. So it's just like, when I was young, you couldn't tear me away from the stereo, and I used to carry one with me everywhere I'd go. And as I memorized the words, I genuinely believed every line I heard. I thought that these men that I referred to as prophets of our time would never lie in verse. And I can't begin to tell you how it hurt as time went on and some of them disguises burst. I always said, if ever I get heard, if ever I am perched in an elevated place, high enough so this world can recognize my words, I would never turn and try to hide my face. And so I give it all as an author, even if myself is all I have to offer. I don't exaggerate it. I would gladly be hated for what I am and just stand and state it. And if you relate, then you can take it, because all human beings are the same when we're naked. We're all living through the same insane trip, but we ain't in it alone if somebody just stand up and say it. A lot of people are waiting for their big break to make it. We're going to spend our whole life waiting until we learn that anything given to us can be taken. The only thing that's ever really ours is what we earn. It's a mistake to label it patience when we see a person latently waiting for a turn. Another one got the faith to go and take his. Win, lose, or draw, the end ain't the concern. I want it so bad I can taste it. And makeshift tools are the only ones that work in the hands of a dreamer to make it take shape with. See if I can't get this old torch to burn. And all of those chains and the bracelets are symbols of that for which our souls yearn. Strip it all away and what you face is. We're trying to touch happy before we touch the urn. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Every show you ever saw, every live that you saw. You can be my guest and tear it all apart at the foundation. You'll be sitting there with what I fought. The past is gone, our path is charted, our grasp is strong, we're just getting started. Our aim is steady and our view is clear. Our name became heavy and our truth is here. And so with that, thank you all. Thank you all.
That is awesome. Ashe. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Ashe, amore, amenti, akashi, amakusa la, man.
Listen,
I love thee, I love thee forever and always. Say la vie.
Listen, all of them.
That was beautiful.
Well, I think I'm actually, I appreciate you all for being here. And again, abundance of love to you all. But I am actually I'm gonna head out. And I'm gonna let this frequency ride its wave, because we have started a beautiful frequency, you guys, and it will travel throughout the day tomorrow, and hopefully people will choose to find unity within self as well as with everyone else, because that is what the frequency is that we have started here tonight. And I am so grateful for every single one of you being here. And much peace, much abundance, and much love to you all. In your endeavors tomorrow and every day thereafter. And, of course, I'll be back. I ain't going nowhere. I'll be back. Happy birthday, of course, to Dave.
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Love you, Tio. Love you, Dave. Love you, Benny. Love you, Loop. Love you, Chaplain. Love you, Jasmine. Love you, Aurelian. Also love you, Poison. I see you
love
still
you,
in the chat. So, appreciate all of you guys.
Thank you. Love you all, guys. You guys are wonderful. Thank you so much.